In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess. It's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop E6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned all last year, and world champion Gukesh, fresh off his world championship victory. Also in the mix, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
And Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
For over 85 years, this tournament has been the proving ground for legends and the launching pad for rising stars. Kasparov, Anand, Carlsen, names etched into its storied history. This year, the saga continues.
Will Wei find it? He's got 10 seconds. He sacrifices the exchange. Rook F3.
Oh, and there's resignation.
Whether you're a seasoned player or new to the game, grab your board and get ready for what promises to be a chess festival like no other. Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will withstand the pressure the best? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of Tata Steel Chess. And we are back in the Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee. And once again, the winds of the North Sea are going to be embracing the warmth of chess tradition. And this is the place. This is absolutely the place where moves are going to be made and the clashes of the minds are going to be taking place. And once we go into the playing hall, get ready, because as you can see, the players, the participants, the fans and the spectators, everyone is ready to see all the action take place over those 64 squares on the board. And Wijk Aan Zee is not just any tournament. It is also one which is making legends. And I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's a great pleasure, as always, to be alongside someone who's been Asian Women's Champion. She's part of the Indian Olympic gold medal winning team back in 2024. And of course, she is the one and only International Master Tanya Sajdev. Tanya, how have you been enjoying the year's first Super Grandmaster tournament?
Ivanka, it was an awesome year for all of us in 24, and this is really the tournament to kick off 2025. You know, it's always so much fun, top class chess, class players. I've been in this playing hall twice, played here twice, and the whole ambience, the environment, and just the inspiration of being there is awesome. It's the D. Morian playing hall in Wijk Aan Zee, and I can't wait to get the action started today.
Yes, Tanya, you've been here twice, and we've also played 2 rounds of chess. So let's take a look at the standings. And as you can see, when they appear on our screens, they are going to be tense because, get this, Tanya, there is a 5-way tie at the top.
We've got the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana. We've got the world champion, the 18th at 18, Gukesh, Nodirbek, Pragg, and Vincent, all with 1.5 points. But Ivanka, this is such a long tournament, right? 13 rounds to go. It's so much about keeping your top level till the very end. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and we're just getting started.
We are just getting started, and we'll see today whether someone can pull away from the pack. So Tanya, take a look at today's matchups.
As always, very juicy ones. We've got 2 friends, teammates, but no friendship over the board. It's Praggnanandhaa versus Arjun Erigaisi. Then it's experience taking on youth as Leon Mendoza. It is up against Hari Krishna and Bamidam with Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
And there we see Wei Yi. He's been rock solid. He faces the might of Germany, Vincent Keimer. But it is our marquee matchup. This one, Gukesh, reigning world champion, who takes on world number 2, Fabiano Caruana. And we finish with Anish Giri against Vladimir Fedoseev. Such exciting pairings, Tanya. Of course, we have the big one, right? Gukesh against Fabiano Caruana. Will Fabiano want to put Gukesh in his place?
it's like you said, it's our marquee matchup. Gukesh taking on Fabi. They had these two big clashes in the candidates in 2024. Both their games ended in a draw. But the storyline between these two players goes far beyond that, because if we just remember what happened at the candidates, it came down to Fabi versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Fabi was also fighting for that tiebreak to play against Gukesh. And of course, what happened, rest is history. So I think for both these players, for Gukesh, he's always inspired to play against the very best in the world. He's taking on the world number 2. Fabi, he's taking on the world champion. That's an epic clash. But another blockbuster is Praggnanandhaa against Arjun Erigaisi. I'm very excited about that all-Indian matchup.
Yes, and there's another all-Indian matchup. That is Leon Mendonca against Pentala Hari Krishna. There we see it on our screens. So both of these players actually losing yesterday. They will want to make a comeback. For Leon, Luke, he really, really wants to get off the mark. He's the only participant who's lost both games. And he's last year's winner of the challenges, so he wants to prove himself worthy of playing amongst those super grandmasters.
Absolutely, Yovi. And Leon, it could have been a very different start for him. He was close to winning that game 1 against Vincent Keimer, who's currently one of the top 5 leaders. He's playing against the defending champion, Wei, who will start with the white pieces. I've also been really looking forward to watching Wei in action, because we all know he's the youngest ever player to have gone over the 2700 barrier when he was just 15 years old. But over the last year, he's 24 now. We've really seen him live up to that incredible super talent that he was touted way back when he was just 15.
Yeah, like no one can underestimate his talent. Perhaps that's why everyone has decided to be rock solid against him so far. He had a very, very solid draw against Fabiano Caruana in the first round, and yesterday he didn't really have a chance against Alexei Sorana. We'll see whether Vincent is feeling a bit more fire on the board and whether he will try to complicate matters. What do we predict, Tanya?
I think, like you said, it's going to be a solid match, that one. Both of their, for Winston trying to get Wei not in too many tactical battles, but one player who will perhaps be looking for the tactical chances is Gukesh Domaraju. He starts with the white pieces against the world number 2. Now, the thing about this younger generation, Yavanka, we've seen it time and time again. They just don't let the player sitting opposite them get into their head. But right now for Gukesh, he's playing with white. He's playing against Fabi. He's going to try to create as many chances as possible. The last battle, he started with a queen spawn opening and managed to get a little bit of play, but Fabi was rock solid. Really excited to see what he's prepared, what is going to be his opening approach. We can expect some excitement from Gukesh when it comes to playing with white and finding those novelties.
Yeah, you mentioned their past, and let's put it on our screens because take a look at this, Tanya. Look at the scores between them. Yes, Gukesh has won 3 games, but Fabi has won 8. And let's have a look at the numbers even deeper, because those 3 wins from Gukesh came actually very recently.
Absolutely, Ivanka. And I want to also point out that in 24, in their classical matchups, it was only 2 games that they played against each other. So the lopsided score that Fabi has is from a while back. When Gukesh, well, it's kind of tough to say, right? He's only 18, but to say when he was a kid, because guess what? He's still a kid, but it's always very tricky when it comes to that, because he's already the world champion. I completely agree with you. His most recent game, Gukesh won with the white pieces, and it was in the 2024 Chess Olympiad. And what a game that was. He went on to win the gold medal on his board and for his team, a key player.
Yeah, it was a pivotal moment for Indian history, I would say, because it was really marked the turn of when India almost cemented their gold medal. And there we see Gukesh. He's very much in Zen mode, always meditating at the board, getting ready, visualizing what is to occur ahead. So, Tanya, you obviously played at the Olympiad. Do you have any insights into the Indian team mentality?
Well, we all know that they're absolute fighters. And I think it's not only for Gukesh, this entire young generation, making the most of every single chance, including the 2021 World Rapid Champion, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who's taking on the local hero, Varmadem, in this one. Nodirbek with the black pieces, I think he still wants to create his chances. On paper, he is the favorite in this match. And Yogi, his interview again with Fiona yesterday, where he was asked, he made it to the four-way tie at the top in the 2024 Tata Steel. What was his takeaway from that? And he said, it's simple. You just don't make it to the tie breaks. It implied he wants to win it outright. And that's the kind of fighting spirit and the champion's mentality these youngsters have.
Yeah, talking about youngsters, more youngsters in action. We see Praggnanandhaa against Arjun Erigaisi. Now, of course, this is an all-Indian derby, so there is more than just the game at stake. There's a lot of honor, maybe even bragging rights.
And these two know each other so incredibly well. I mean, what can be said? We all know about their World Cup clash in the quarterfinals, their very, very famous walks that they would go to together right before a very big game. They're extremely close friends. But Yavanka, as chess players, we all know when it comes to sitting on the board, facing against each other, all that friendship is thrown out of the window. You're just absolute rivals. But there's always this dynamics. I wanted to ask you, what is it like for you? Uh, do you like the familiarity of playing somebody you know really well, or does that make you a little sort of low on the competitive edge?
It makes me uncomfortable. I don't enjoy playing my friends because I know chess is chess and life is life. But on the other hand, I do value my friendships. And here we have another match in play, Anish Giri against Vladimir Fedoseev. Now, Anish, he's had a tough start. There was such a lovely game that he played on the first round, but it all went wrong. And the handshakes have started and the moves are appearing. Let's dive in. It has to be our marquee matchup, right?
Let's do it. And it is indeed, we see our bird's eye view right there. A few first moves are already on the board. The marquee matchup that you mentioned, that's the bottom left board. Gukesh once again starting with the queen's pawn opening against Fabiano Caruana. We see a couple of king's pawn openings as well. Actually, just one d4 board, and that's the Gukesh one, main line so far. And it's the queen's gambit decline that I believe we'll be watching. And this is exactly what happened in their candidates clash as well.
Exactly. And I'm very intrigued as to whether Gukesh on the bottom right in green, he will repeat a winning formula. Will he play the Catalan? Well, we're going to find out. Some moves coming in. We can see some Sicilians on the board, a lot of e4, e5. Now, these days you get like e4, e5, left, right, and center.
E4 best by test, but it just feels that, we've also, especially in the World Championship match, seen so much of the English and the Reti in play as well. But you're absolutely right, Ivanka. Today, I think we've got a sort of a balance between the Queen's Pawn and the King's Pawn opening. None of the Knight F3, none of the English so far. So these are our two big choices. And as you say, a lot of Italians as well. One Sicilian on the board, and that always promises to be an exciting one, and it had to be in the Jordan Van Forest board against Alexei Serrana, two incredibly creative players.
Yeah, you mentioned balance there, Tanya. I actually really struck by the fact that we have three e4, e5s between Giri and Fedoseev, Varmadem and Wei. They've all played e4, e5. And then we also have three Queen's Gambit declines. And then the outlier is Jordan Van Forest there in the bottom right, playing into a Sicilian against Serrana.
I also notice how on that top left board, we've got Hari Krishna with the black pieces. He's chosen well, not deep pushing the D pawn just yet. So I wonder if you're going to see a Nimzo Indian with the bishop sliding up to pin the knight that has just been developed from the B4 square. Because to me, Yavanka, that would look like a more ambitious approach by Hari, and he goes for it.
Yeah, he goes for it, and I'm kind of curious as to whether he'll follow the trend. At some point, perhaps put his pawn on d5, or maybe it will go on d6. So, yeah, we have a lot of fighting chess. So, Tanya, where should we dive into?
I'm going to pick a board, and it's not because there are two Indians playing on it, but because there's already been a pawn sacrifice, which has been picked up. And I think the position looks very exciting. It's Pragg taking on Arjun. And Yavanka, what do you say we go into that? Because we see on that bottom second from left board, there is a central break with c5. The c4 pawn has just been captured. And this looks like a dream start between these two youngsters for the fans.
Yes, it's definitely an interesting one because I think we saw Gukesh employ a similar opening when he played in the first round against Anish Giri. And one of the things about these type of positions is it's all going to hinge on the power of that light squared bishop on g2. Are you a Catalan player, Tanya?
Well, I've played a lot against the Catalan, and I've never employed this last move that Arjun has chosen. It's an incredibly direct line of striking in the center with c5. And as you said, Yavanka, white gives an early sacrifice of the c4 pawn to open up the diagonal of this famous Catalan bishop trying to clamp down on its counterpart on c8. Should we just do a quick action replay and just see how we got here? I'm going to take it from the top.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
So it started with the queen's pawn opening, and after the knight developed, we see a center control, e6, and this is where the Catalan happens once white pushes the g pawn, offering a gambit on c4, which is captured. The bishop comes on the long diagonal, and here this move c5, it's not the most standard move here. Yavanka, there are a lot of different options that black has instead of c5. It's of course been played, but I think Arjun's taken Pragg by surprise here.
Yeah, we can see the hesitation there from Pragg, because as you mentioned, black did have alternatives. Could have tried to hold on to the pawn on c4, could also throw in some checks. But c5, very combative, because one of the things about this particular position is that if the center disappears and black is able to neutralize the power of the light squared bishop, then the game just fizzles out. I mean, there's really nothing too much to play for. There's nothing concrete. So here we have some choices. I think Gukesh played queen e4, check. You can also castle. And okay, we have a castle move here. And again, black normally develops the knight out to c6, just adding pressure on the d4 points and asking the question, hey, are you going to take the pawn on c5? Are we going to see an endgame, or is white going to be doing something else? Predominantly, I'm thinking putting the queen out to a4. And then you have ideas of jumping in with the knight to e5 at the right time. If you don't deal with the pin, that is.
It's really interesting because now as white, I think Pragg, of course, he's very aware of this line, even if he wasn't expecting it for this particular game by Arjun. And every move that you pointed out, it makes a lot of sense. You could start with the capture on c5, but then you're going into, or at least giving the opportunity to go into an endgame. So it'll also tell us about Pragg's mindset, right? Because moving the queen away to the square that you pointed out does allow black to capture another pawn on d4, and then there are all kinds of tactics with the knight on c6 pin, the knight jumping onto e5. So this could blow up very, very quickly if Pragg decides to, in fact, move away from the queen with his queen to a4.
Yeah. Well, it is decision time, right? What kind of mood is Praggnanandhaa in? Does he want to go d takes c5 and try to eke out an advantage in the endgame, or is he deciding to embrace the complications with queen to a4, and even there's a possibility, I'm just checking the opening database, to jump in with a knight immediately to e5. And what I love about the opening stage, Tanya, are the mind games that are in play. Right? Because, this is a super grandmaster event. These players are good. I mean, there's no underestimation there. But what I want to say is that it's often because of theory, because of the impact of the computer engines, it's actually very difficult to get a big advantage out of the opening. Instead, you have to think about your opponent's style, and you have to try to get under their skin and think what is going to make them uncomfortable.
Absolutely. That's a huge part of prep, right? And also understanding your opponent's style. And if anyone does, it's these two with each other. And I also had a really quick look. In fact, this position Pragg has had before, and he went for your other move, Yavanka. He decided to play queen to a4, and it was against Ali Reza last year when this had happened. And it led to a very complicated middle game with black unpinning with bishop d7, which would also be the response, in fact, if white does decide to jump in with the knight to e5. So I think it's going to depend a lot on this next move, how the game progresses, because taking on c5 would just allow Arjun to go into an endgame, or will Pragg go for a more direct approach? I'm going to, if I had to bet, it would either be the knight jump or moving the queen away. I think playing endgames is just not the style for these two players.
Yeah, this is the thing again, but the mind games are in play. Arjun Erigaisi thrives in those complicated positions.
True, but
Will
let's
he
not
feel comfortable in the endgame?
I think that's a great point, and I think Pragg has to make that decision. But that said, I think Pragg also really enjoys to go into that forest of complications where 2 + 2 is equal to 5, and the path out is wide enough for one. So we'll keep our eye out on this one. This next move, we'll get to know a lot about Yavanka, as you said, Praggnanandhaa's mindset. Should we zoom out and take a look at some of the other openings as action heats up?
Yes, definitely. And there we can see more moves being played. And let's do a quick roundup of what openings we're seeing and then maybe dive into the Gukesh Caruana game because seriously, that is a big one.
Absolutely, the world champion against the world number 2, and this is the live board right now. So both sides haven't castled yet. What? And this last
It
move
came from
opens
a
up bishop
Ragozin.
from a Ragozin. Yeah, this
Yeah.
has to be a Ragozin.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Can we do an action replay? Because, well, we left it on the bird's eye view. We did see Gukesh pause after d4, d5, c4, e6. And obviously, he knows exactly what he needs to do here, but he went for this one.
And this is the Ragozin, as you were pointing out. It has been played by Fabi, and after a trade on d5, Gukesh jumps in with the bishop, pinning that black knight. h6 drives it away. The bishop slides back. Fabi continued with development, and I want to point out that the Ragozin is one of the most more aggressive approaches by black. There are all these lines where you can also see the G pawn eventually moving forward to unpin itself. There are ideas against the knight on c3. For now, Gukesh jumped in with the queen, giving a check, attacking the bishop. The knight has to block it, also defending that bishop. And this is where we are, Yavanka, a move to open up the light squared bishop to complete development.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting because this is, I always find the Ragozin is like one of the most complicated, dynamic versions of the Queen's Gambit declined pawn structure because white has this really unpleasant pin against the knight on f6. And so often you'll see black like break it in rather violent means. You know, they'll go g5, and once the bishop steps back, then the knight will just jump into the center and that bishop will get harassed. And black has to do these type of things because on a strategic level, the knight on c6 is in front of its own pawns. So if white were to get on with some happy moves and say black doesn't play in a really challenging way with, you know, doesn't do these radical things, castles instead, then white is basically going to put a rook on the half open c line and then just start putting pressure on the black position on account of these pins that are abound as you're showing. And yeah, I mean, these positions are really, really quirky for me because as black, I'm not gutsy enough to take those violent means of going g5. What about you, Tanya?
It's very exciting. I love it when, as a commentator, these positions appear, especially if you'll get a g5 on the board. But completely with you as a player, it's really not the kind of position. I prefer to play against black here, playing with the white pieces, provoking these ideas. It gives you a game for all three results very early on. And it's also a lot about who is more familiar, who's done their homework, who knows these tactical ideas better, because once black does get in g5 and the white bishop falls back, you're also in some positions allowing ideas of the h-pawn moving ahead as well. It gets very spicy very quickly, and Fabi has two approaches here to go for the very solid shot castle, as you mentioned. It's still too early to say that's a mistake. It does allow white to develop more easily. Or is Fabi feeling super brave, and will he push the g-pawn?
Yeah, it is a crossroads. What do you expect, Tanya? Bearing in mind that Fabi, well, he's all about the preparation, right? He knows his stuff.
Okay, so Yogi, if you and I were to have a side bet on this, is Fabi going to go for a more solid approach, a more conservative one, getting his king to safety, keeping things under control, or will he go all out with g5 against Gukesh? G for Gukesh, g5 against him just doesn't sound like something that I would think would happen. I think Fabi will keep things more under control and go short castle here. That would be my bet. What do you think?
I have to take the other bet. So I was going to say, yeah, Fabi is going to play the most principal move, g5. I mean, it's the most combative move. And also, if it goes right for black, Fabi could find himself in an amazing position very early on. So, wow.
Yeah, what is
It's
our?
an interesting.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it from our chat as well, because once again, just like the earlier board where we had with these different dynamics that will set the tone in the Arjun versus Pragg matchup, I think this next move is very critical because once again, it decides what kind of middle game we get. So chat, tell us, what do you think Fabi's approach in this one will be with black? Is he going to go all out with the G-pawn moving forward, or will he have a more conservative approach? I think Fabi is as confused as we are right now.
Yeah, and there we saw some opinions on featured chats saying that the stats are not that great for being so revolutionary with G5. So maybe Fabi will just keep it calm and just complete development. That would be a sensible approach. But it is certainly an interesting crossroads to reach for Fabiano. And well, the stage has been set, the opening has been played, and we are going to take a short break. And when we return, we're going to dive into all those middle game complications.
Do you think you're the funniest chess player?
Yes, he does.
Okay. I think you're very confident about yourself in general, is what I understand.
Not in something, depends. On certain things, yeah, not in everything.
If offered, would you reshoot the same cookie scene with Danny?
If offered, I would not do it again.
True.
Are you embarrassed of doing that video?
Yeah, I think it was like it got out of hand as it went on. True.
Were you happy when you found out that Magnus has walked away from World Championship?
Probably, yeah.
Yes. But he has some more thoughts about that, so maybe you want to ask him some follow-up?
Did it make you happy because you think now you have better shot of becoming world champion?
Not only, no. You just, I don't know, gave me this fuzzy feeling inside.
True.
Mm-hmm. Was your Twitter actually hacked?
Yes, it definitely was.
Okay, so that question also caused a huge reaction on him. So
it does, but it is the truth.
Maybe you want to elaborate around that, or?
Did it bother you, the entire controversy with Twitter hacking, and do you think it was a conspiracy against you?
I'm not sure about it, but it bothered me a lot for many reasons, and I'm not surprised I get the reaction, but I'm glad the test didn't show that it's a lie, because it's not a lie.
Looks like he's telling the truth.
Have you ever been nasty to your opponent? like, kind of like little bit evil.
Yeah, I think nasty is a better word than evil. I'll go with that.
Yeah, you touched a really a bad point there. He has some huge reaction on it, so he immediately remembered.
Some incidents came to your mind, yeah?
No, but okay, it's normal. You are like nothing out of ordinary, just a competitive game, so.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
We are back, of course, with all the action of day 3 of Tata Steel Chess. The year's first Super Grandmaster tournament. There's another Grandmaster, the Challengers, that's also taking place. And of course, it is a whole festival of chess. Take a look at this site, Tanya. You mentioned you'd been here twice before. What was it like playing in Wijk Aan Zee?
It's amazing. This is the De Morian playing hall, and it's a little bit away from the beach. Now the weather outside, and I think you mentioned this in the open, which was absolutely fantastically done, Yovi, that it gets really, really windy and it's not that easy to get out. But once you're inside this, it is just a chess universe. You've got these different tournaments on. Back then when I played, they had the A group, the Masters group, they had the Challengers, and also a C group. And then you've got this big open, and you've got these fresh talent, the youngsters, families, everyone there. You've got spectators playing. There's always chess activity going on. It's just inspiring to play chess in this playing hall. What I personally love about this tournament, it's one of my favorites, is just the electric mix of players that we get in the Masters. You know, you've got the established elite of the world, and then you've also got the biggest talents, the rising stars, looking for their opportunity to just make and mark their stamp right at the top.
Exactly, and there you can see an electric mix of colors as we go to our bird's eye view and have a look at the games in progress. Now, we have had some developments, and maybe we can just quickly summarize what is happening in those games.
I'm going to give another big shout out to you because you got Fabi's idea right. That's the bottom left board. And I can see that Fabi did push with G5. So Team Yovi for the win in that. Whoever thought in chat that Fabi will go with this idea. He also did combine the idea of going short castle. But this means that Fabi's looking for a fight today. Yovi, just the exciting position we've got. We've got a trade on that. We also look at some of the other action. Wei Yi versus Vincent Keimer. And this is a game you were pointing out at the start. Who will get their kind of positions? And it looks like Wei Yi will manage to create an imbalance here. It started as the Italian, but Vincent's approach means it's going to be an exciting battle.
It's certainly going to be an exciting one. And this is something that Wei Yi has been praying for, actually, because the first 2 games have felt like he hasn't gotten anywhere. And now there's a full-bloodied fight on the board. And there, if we move up to the top row, we can see the Leon Mendonça against Hari Krishna. What do we think about that one? That comes from the Nimza Indian. Black did indeed stake a claim in the center with his pawns going to d5. it's all looking very good.
Well, all the boards all across, right, Yavanka, are looking like they're still in balance, but balance doesn't mean that they're headed into a draw, because we can see there's a complicated fight in pretty much each one of them. One board that has indeed gone into the end game, and again, Yavanka, you're the prophet today, because look at that bottom second to left board. Praggnanandhaa did decide to play against Arjun's style, where he does trade on c5, and we've got an end game. But this, for many, is an end game. For me, it's a queenless middle game. And this last move by Pragg, I really like it. The knight has just retreated from that f3 square. It doesn't only open up this monstrous sniper on g2, but Pragg is rerouting that knight to a central square on d3 from where it hits the bishop. And I just want to say that, Yovi, this endgame has more poison than what might appear at first, because for black to complete development isn't that easy.
No, it's certainly not easy on account of the poor bishop that's sat there on c8. It's not going to get out super easily. And it's all, okay, as I say that, off it goes. Well, it's trying. But when you compare the two light square bishops, you understand that actually this bishop on g2, as you mentioned, such a powerful piece. It prevents the knight from c6 from moving. And although there's some maneuvering going around with the knights, they're headed to better destinations. Like the knight on e1 could find itself on d3, where it will upon a look and harass this bishop on c5. It can also help assist the knight on d2. So definitely really, really interesting game, actually. Very interesting developments. And I reckon that Pragg took the pawn on c5, because if we just to rewind back to that big decision where we were discussing, will Pragg play queen a4 like he's done in the past? I think he took this because he's playing Arjun. Arjun likes those wild, complicated positions. Arjun is ambitious. He takes risks. And playing quietly is often a good strategy to meet that kind of player.
But also look at their clock situation. It appears that neither of them are too uncomfortable with what has happened. Not too much time has been burnt. I love the ideas you're pointing out. And in fact, for Arjun, the key point would be to trade off the light squared bishop. And one of the ways to do that would be to get the knight out of the way, either to a5 or to d8. Even sometimes that hideous move is possible because it's the end destination which you're aiming at, which is to get the bishop to c6 to really challenge the Catalan bishop. And the reason I pointed out knight to d8 is because after bishop d7, the consequence is that the b7 pawn is quite vulnerable. So after a move like rook b1, these are the defensive resources that black has to neutralize white's advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Consequences, right? That's something that I actually learned from the Russian women's school of chess. They were saying, every move has an impact on the board, and you now have to look at the move that is now available to you that wasn't before. And rook to b1 is definitely up there. Shall we move away from this quiet game? Because I would really like to head us to the game between Wei Yi against Vincent Keimer, primarily because it is a super sharp opening. And now, as you can see from the blue arrow, that white has to play very precisely, because there is a big threat on the board of black advancing the h-pawn one square forward and trapping that bishop. But maybe we can rewind a little bit and see how we got to this situation.
Let's take it from the top really quickly as the players are having a think. So it started with the king's pawn opening, and we did see the Italian on the board. That's when the bishop lands on this particular square. The black knight comes out, attacks the central pawn. The white pawn defends it. We see standard opening development. White aims to get a d4 break eventually. And after a5, which is aimed at not only creating an escape square for the bishop, but also making sure that white doesn't expand easily on the queen's side, Wei Yi decided to go short castle, and now comes the very provocative bishop to g5. And I call it provocative because it's not only a move that invites h6 because white bishop is hanging on the g5 square, but h6 g5 becomes that much more tempting because Wei Yi has already gone for kingside castling while Vincent's king is still in the center. And we saw this happen, and this is where we are, h5. The threat that Jovanka was alluding to is h4, trapping that bishop on g3, which is why the move knight takes pawn is impossible to make, because what Black simply advances and wins the piece. Our blue arrow to the rescue, it points out that the pawn needs to move 2 steps and not 1 step, because that would give Black an incredible hook on the king side to break with g4 at the right time, eyeing that white king. And that can get very dangerous for Wei Yi, expecting him to go h4.
Yeah, and also, I just wanted to ask your opinion about something, because I've normally seen these type of positions where Black has castled kingside. And here, the Black king has not yet committed to a decision. So does this mean that, h3 would be actually quite, well, let me not be British about it, bad? Because
I think, Jovanka, you're still being
because
British about it, because h3 would be awful here. You are inviting
okay.
Black to really just come at you with the ideas of g4. You could directly strike with the move g4, and I think it all just works out, because if you take on g4, Black is super happy that you haven't castled. The rook is beautifully placed on the h line. There are all kinds of ideas here possible to continue the attack. You could even think about eventually transferring the queen and then delivering a checkmate. This would be absolute disaster. I would be surprised if Wei Yi does not play the move h4, because when you play that bishop to g5, and I'm going to bring it up really quickly, you have to know that your opponent will advance on the king side and get ambitious, and you have to have a response ready for that. So to me, I think it is a bit surprising, Jovanka, that Wei Yi has taken so much time already on the clock after inviting
Yes.
h6 g5.
Yeah, and there we saw a comment on feature chat saying Wei Yi needs to try to win. Well, he has been trying, but sometimes your opponents, they are that immovable object. They say, no, I am not going to entertain any concept of playing an exciting dynamic game, which we all know Wei Yi is absolutely fantastic. And that also maybe makes me think that Wei Yi is perhaps looking at those radical lines. Maybe he is considering knight takes g5 and seeing whether he can get away with that. But ultimately, let's put the best move on the board, which is h4.
And just to point out, we saw that knight takes pawn would have invited Black to make this move, push the pawn to the square, and your bishop has got no retreating moves available. And after h4, it would be Winston's turn to really take a big decision, because you can think about advancing the pawn to g4, but that invites the white knight into the attack. And I think I'll just show that really quickly, because I believe this can't be very good for Black. f7 is hanging, and it just looks like this knight is beautifully placed on g5. So Jovanka, how would you react to a move like h4? Because it puts immense pressure on the g5 pawn.
Well, I would never play like this for starters out of the opening. I would have rewinded all the way back, and I probably would have played a very early h6 and said, no, bishop coming out to g5. It's not my style to enter this type of chaos. But having got here, what's really important is you got to remember what your opponent's threats are, and also you've got to try to just control the dynamism in the position. So I would be looking at either taking the pawn on h4, but more likely I would be thinking about bishop to g4.
Pawn takes pawn, bishop g4. Two very nice moves.
Yeah, which one? How would you react, Tanya? Because you are in fact an e4, e5 player.
I would be very stressed about taking on h4, simply because I don't want to allow the white bishop on the square and pinning what looks like an eternal pin, because it's so hard to get rid of this bishop from h4 now. So yes, you open up the g line and you're looking at ideas, but I just feel that this would be something, unless there's a tactical repetition to bishop takes pawn, I would perhaps be a little terrified of making this decision. But I really like your other choice of developing the bishop to g4. And I was trying to think of what happens if white gets greedy and captures on g5, because it looks like a pawn But things get really wild. You could think about just perhaps retreating the knight. That would be my first reaction. And where is this pawn even going? But there are ideas of even advancing the h pawn. So I really like the move bishop to g4 as a reaction to h4.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, we saw when h4 and bishop to g4 appear, bearing in mind that Vincent's in for sure his home prep, we saw the evaluation bar sneak up in White's favor. The evaluation bar is such a cruel mistress, Tanya. It punishes any inaccuracy that we make, but it's a lot of fun as well.
It does not only punish inaccuracies, I feel that very often it takes away the human element of the game. You know, we get this help, we get to see what's the best move, but somehow a lot of times practical decisions over the board are very different from the objective best moves. And we've seen players do that time and time again. So I think in this particular case, for example, if h4 comes, and we go on to have another bet, I would say bishop g4 is very likely to happen. It's really a move you want to make. It's a developing move. It puts pressure on the knight. It solves the problem of g5. Yeah, not giving that much heat, even if there's a better option. And the more I look at this position, perhaps the better option, I'm going to bring that up really quickly. Perhaps the better option is something very computerish where you defend the g5 pawn. One way or the other, g4 we saw is a bad move here. I'm still going for bishop g4 as the move of choice.
Okay, so the computer is suggesting putting the knight on the edge of the board with knight to h7. Okay, I wouldn't even thought about playing something like that. It doesn't quite make sense. But I also wanted to point something else out to you, Tanya. Vincent is not known to be a highly aggressive player. He's exceptional in those positional positions. And here he is going right for it. And yeah, sure enough.
Whoa.
What? That was quick.
That was really quick. So this has to be prep. And Ivanka, when you said I want to point something out, I thought you were going to draw my attention to the clock. Because look at that. Vincent has more time on the clock than what he started with. Right now, at an hour and 40 minutes, he's made this move really quickly. This has to be prep. And I saw your reaction because both of us felt that once the knight jumps to g5, g4 cannot be a good move. You've blocked your own attack. You haven't left the flexibility on the king side. I'm as surprised as you are.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because when you put this position up more as like what not to do, the knight comes to g5, immediate threat on f7. So now you have to go on the back foot. You have to defend it. And are you going to be brave enough to castle? Yes, I can see it there. And okay, well, this is a crazy, crazy fight.
I
White
love
is
it.
going to try and take the center.
With a move like d4, timed well, I
Yeah,
think
at
that's
the
the
right
idea.
time.
Yes, at the right time. Meanwhile, I think for black, the ideas will be trying to get rid of this monstrous stallion on g5 because it's really a nail in black's camp. But really interesting to me, it's clear that Vincent is in his preparation. You don't make moves like g4 and getting your king to the g file after that as quickly as he does, unless you're completely familiar with this position. And then to your point, right? Who does this position suit more? Whose style is this favoring?
Well, I suspect because this whole thing has come as a surprise to me that Vincent's like playing so aggressively that he just wants to broaden his repertoire, his style, because you really do have to be an all-round player these days. You cannot show the slightest weakness in anything because everyone is just so good. So it's an unpleasant situation actually for Wei Yi to be facing, you know, because he wouldn't have expected this from Vincent. And you know that you've walked into some home preparation.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wei Yi on our camera right now. He looks way too chilled for me to think that he's feeling any pressure, although the clock does tell a different story. The position, very, very spicy. I think g4 is definitely taken Wei Yi by surprise. Winston walking around, feeling relaxed, definitely confirming that this is part of the prep. He knows exactly what he's doing. He recently was part of Team Gukesh for the World Championship match. And I think even having that kind of an experience makes your style so incredibly universal because you're looking at these wide range of opening ideas, of opening positions. So I think that for Vincent, as well as Hari, who's playing here, has a big role to play in the kind of openings that we're going to see being employed by these two players.
So, yeah, I completely agree with you there, Tanya. Shall we take a pause on this position and go back to our beautiful bird's eye view and see what else has happened? And, okay, where is the chaos, the complications? Having a look. So, Van Forest, Sarana, that looks like a very closed, cagey position. A lot of maneuvering going on there. I think the fireworks will explode at a later time. And there we can also see between Anish Giri, Fedoseev, that looks like a standard e4, e5 opening where white has gone for, I call it the Magnus Carlsen plan, just advancing the queenside pawns as far as it can go in order to get that amazing endgame. And Tanya, what catches your eye?
I'm looking all around, and that top left board as well, Leon Mendonça against Hari Krishna. A lot of tension there with the queen attacking the minor pieces, but I think we have to go to our marquee matchup because we haven't checked in with the Gukesh Fabi board, and a lot happened. We saw Fabi combine both ideas that we were talking about, going aggressive with the G pawn, getting the king to safety. We also see he's managed to get his knight to the other side of the board. If there was any doubt in our mind about whether Fabi was ambitious or wants to keep it solid against the world champion, I think all of that's been put to rest. This is a game for all three results, Jovanka.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I love what Fabiano is doing. You know, I like this maneuver of rerouting the second knight over to the king side because let's face it, Fabiano's king is potentially a little bit weak. I mean, it has a lot of squares around it. And one plan that you suggested for white earlier on is this possibility of just exploding open the king side with h2, h4, and then just coming in with the white pieces. But these two knights are a king's best friend. Did David Howell also teach you that expression, Tanya?
I think just playing chess the amount I have has pretty much given that lesson. I've learned it the hard way, sometimes the good way. You know, a knight is not only a brilliant attacker, the combination of a queen and a knight. We know how dangerous that can be. But like you said, you know, with your knight close to the king, it controls so many key squares. It truly is a spectacular defender as well. One of the expressions that David has is that a knight on f8 and there's no checkmate. So I think that one I picked up from him. That knight on g6 can land on that square at any point. It's just beautifully placed, not only for offense, but for defense as well, as you point out.
Yes. Okay, so we have this particular position on the board, and I'm just checking the opening database, and I can see that there's been 2 games. Just on the chess.com database. I'm going to have a look at who's played them. Oh, it's so funny that we mentioned David Howell because guess what? David, our good friend, he played against Ante Brkic. I'm not very good with pronunciations, so please forgive me for that one. But that game ended in a draw. Shall we have a look at how David handled this particular stage for white?
Let's do it. So this was the exact position in his game as well?
Yeah.
That's really interesting because then Gukesh would have looked at it for sure. Because this last move, we can see it highlighted in yellow. The queen has fallen back to reroute itself to the other side of the board. Jovanka, what were the ideas and the plans in that game so that we can familiarize ourselves with this?
Well, okay, so queen to d1 is a completely new idea. What David did was he just went rook to c1, and the light squared bishop was chased away, and he went for what appealed to, I think, both you and me, which is just to open up the h line. So no, c6, sorry.
Bishop back to e2.
Yeah, bishop back to e2, and then rook e8 happened, and then David went h4.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think that's a very thematic idea in this position for white. So a new position, a fresh idea by Gukesh with queen to d1. Ivanka, I'm going to go back to the point where we left it, which was right here, because we were contemplating, is Fabi going to go g5? And he did, forcing the bishop back. He then played short castle. White bishop did land on b5 as we were looking at these lines. A trade on c3 because the bishop on b4 was hanging with a threat. At some point, he decided to simply reroute the knight immediately to the king side, and we saw that being played out. Gukesh first falls back with his knight, controlling some key central squares, and then another retreating move with the queen to d1. h4 is 100% on Gukesh's radar right now. Also, one other thematic idea I want to point out in this position for white is to try to break with c4. So these are the two breaks that Fabi has to watch out for. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
for black, for Fabi, you have to try to break in the center with c5 as quickly as possible.
Yes, you do have to break out, especially if white just stands there with the king, right? If white castles kingside, then you can at least rule out the h2, h4 plan, and then you can try to gain some space. You try to get that beautiful structure that we saw with pawns on c6, b7, d5, and you just build your position in preparation for a knight landing on e4. But if white stands there with the king and just immediately goes h4, then you have to do some kind of break. You have to just increase the pace of the game. Completely agree with you.
Well, let's check it out. For example, I think c6 is a very logical move, but if you want to be flexible with the c pawn, whether to go 2 steps or 1 step ahead, centralizing the queen makes a lot of sense as well. You bring your rooks into the game next. And what really happens if Gukesh gets hyper aggressive with a move like h4? Because you really want to find how are you countering this?
Yeah. And I think the thing is, you just stand there, right? I think a lot of the time, black is arguing that, yes, the H line will be open for the rook, but it's just a rook that's coming at your king. The queen is not going to be joining its teammates because the h5 square is covered.
Absolutely. And I think, it's traditional chess wisdom. Your opponent plays on the flank, you strike in the center. And moves like c5 would blow open a white center, and you're looking for your own ideas after capturing on d4, a rook landing on the c file. And as you pointed out, because of these two beautiful knights, black's king is feeling ultra safe here. So not so
Yeah, I
easy for
mean,
Gukesh.
no, not easy at all for Gukesh. I mean, the knight's on g6, it covers the e5 square, so there's no bishop arriving on e5. And even with the open h line, I just wanted to point out that the black king can step forward to g7, and the h line can be challenged. So, yeah, okay. One always wonders what's happening. And this is the kind of position that you can see there's a lot of danger because rook h8 is coming, and yeah, where is white going with their king?
Definitely not to the queen side because you've already opened that up. So white needs to time the trade on g5 really, really well and not open up the line to black's convenience. And that's why perhaps keep this position as is. Think about perhaps go all alpha zero in the position, advance the h pawn, try and gain more space in these kind of dilemmas here. So right now the dilemmas for Fabi: how is he going to approach the position? Will he continue with development? Will he show his cards with the c pawn, striking in the center immediately? It's not easy for both players, but that means it's more fun for us, Yamanka.
It's always fun for us, regardless of what position we find on the board. That's one of the great things about being a chess commentator. We can just enjoy the chess. No stress, no pressure. We can enjoy, and appreciate the beauty. And like they say, the spectator sees everything.
Yeah, and I want to point out, I mean, there are so many storylines between these two players. We spoke about the battle at the candidates in 2024. It's also such a big clash of generations, right? Fabi, who's been at the absolute top for decades, is a world number 2. He was a 2018 World Championship challenger. He's the first player to qualify to book his spot into the 2026 candidates. For all we know, we might be seeing a World Championship match between these two players at some point. It's really interesting to see this approach by Fabi with the black pieces. Instead of sort of playing into some kind of a solid conservative opening, he's going all out. He's taking Gukesh head on in what is considered the territory of the young players into the complications. For Fabi, he's known as one of the best prepared players who's got his opening preparation absolutely at the top. Excellent openings. Gukesh, meanwhile, is known as somebody who finds these novel, fresh ideas. They might not be best objectively, but forces the opponent to think, is more creative in his approach. Fabi, a beast at calculation. And what has he calculated? Because he's just pushed the H pawn as well up the board.
Wow. That is some gutsy kind of chess. I didn't necessarily think about this one because I was so focused on preserving the pawn structure and almost like utilizing the G pawn in a positional manner just to grab space. But here you mentioned it, Fabi's feeling in an aggressive mood. He wants to put the world champion in his place and say, hey, you're not better than me. You might be the champ, but I'm still there. I'm still number 2 in the world. But H5 to go H4. And we have the same pattern that we saw in the Wei Yi versus Vincent Keimer game. So, well, what is going to be the reaction here?
And I'm going to point out one big difference in that game was that White's king had already castled on the king's side while Black's king was in the center. So somehow it makes so much more sense to go ambitious and to have this approach in the Wei Yi game when you've got your opponent's king as a target. But here, Fabi's playing with fire with this move, and that's a very dangerous game to play because after H5, White has got the rook beautifully placed, and I'm still expecting a similar line with pushing the H pawn 2 steps forward and asking some questions because it's really not easy, or at least I don't see the response if you try to block the king side. Maybe this is the way to go because I don't believe you take on H4 opening up the H line and you just say that you've got this beautiful knights on G6, F6, your bishop well developed on F5, White's knight far away from the G5 square. But Ivanka, I'm still liking White in this position because let's say after shot castle, Queen E2, once White gets the C4 break, I don't see any weaknesses in White's camp.
No, there is no weaknesses at all. Whereas Black constantly has to be aware of the bishop on G3 rerouting itself, it's dreaming of getting to G5. Also, like you mentioned, C4 is in the air. I also want to draw attention to another break that White has at their disposal, which is F3. Now, this tends to be done when your king is completely safe because there's so much power potentially against the king. The king doesn't want to be on the queen's side, as Tanya's highlighted, but you don't want to be going F3 with the king stuck there in the middle. But if it's safe, F3 could again just blast open the position and ask the question to Black, hey, what's happening here? F3 is going to be backed up with E4 as well, and you get that dynamism, that chaos on the board. So how is Gukesh gonna respond? Because Gukesh, he really, really enjoys active positions. It was quite funny, Tanya. Did you feel it the same when you were commentating on Gukesh's games that he's a phenomenal player? There's no doubt about it. But if there was one weakness, it was that he wasn't playing intuitively at moments. He was preferring to calculate everything out. And that can actually lead to some very strange decisions because you're not seeing the bigger picture.
And we saw those decisions in the World Championship as well, like you said, right? Many moments where perhaps it didn't make sense to continue the game and to just repeat moves, but Gukesh feels that, he calculates, he doesn't find a way for his opponent to break through and thinks it's an interesting line to play and he'll go for it. So it's a double-edged sword because, big risk, big rewards as well. So we've seen Gukesh do that time and time again, and it sometimes has backfired. But I feel like that's just his. Again, it comes to this younger generation, right? They're always looking for a fight rather than a safety first, a cautious approach. And that's exciting to watch. And maybe that's also because they come from the computer generation, the computer era, where it just feels that everything is possible. You have a defense in every kind of position. So when you grow up with that thought, playing moves like h4 here or f3, e4 ideas, it's not something that you just disregard on principle. So very exciting to see how Gukesh will approach this, but also very fascinating the way Fabi has taken this position head on with h5. And I mentioned that after h4, g4, white has no weaknesses until I realized, Ivanka, that after you go shot castle, suddenly the h4 pawn might in fact become a target at some point. For Fabi, with the knight already beautifully placed on g6, once this knight gets out of the way, suddenly the queen and the knight are hitting the h4 pawn. So Black's got his own trumps here.
Definitely, Black has a target on h4. Also, White will be looking at challenging in the center. It is everything, Tanya, we could have asked for in this matchup. I say that we leave everyone in suspense, and whilst Gukesh is thinking about his move, and go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at some of those games that we haven't visited so far. So maybe we can pay attention to the top two games there in the top right. Anish Giri, Fedoseev, just a little bit. And then we also have Max Varmadam.
Let's do it. Let's head over to Anish and Fedoseev. It's a slow start, but definitely ambitious, a tiny ambitious play here by Anish with the white pieces. He's expanded on the queen side. It's going to be a slow game. But again, once there's a break in the center, either white going d4 or black striking with d5 at the right time, very often these positions just blow up. Right now, black has a big question. And I think that's why Fedoseev, also known as the big fish, he's taking his time because he's allowed the white pawn to go all the way up to a5, but does he also allow it to step up to a6, creating those light squares, the holes around in black's queen side? And that's a big decision to really answer, because if you don't want to do that, then you've got to commit yourself to a move like a6.
Yeah. And what do you think about the decision from white to go knight c3? Because I have seen, I think Wesley and Magnus were doing this type of a4, a5 pawn advance, but usually in conjunction with playing c3 and then b4, maximum space grab over there. But knight c3.
Really interesting decision, right, by Anish here to get the knight to the center of the board. And I think it just comes with different plans. He's developed. Ivanka, I have no doubt that we're going to see d4 by Anish soon. It has to happen, right? You want to open up the center. Maybe you prepare it a little bit more with the bishop coming out to e3 at the right point. This knight from c3, it also eyes the d5 square. At the right time, you want to start advancing b4, b5 anyway. But I'm surprised as you are. Does Anish intend to reroute this knight, jump over to d5? Does he intend to get it over to the king side via e2 and g3 and only then advance the c pawn forward? It doesn't show his cards, but it is a fresh idea by Anish to put this knight here.
We've seen certainly very interesting.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Exactly. C3 is like standard, but knight C3, do you know what? I love your idea of knight to D5, but I suspect that the knight might go to E2, G3, and you might play that game of cat and mouse where white is playing for D4, but it has to be done when black isn't ready for it. And one of the reasons I say that is because usually when you have this idea of knight C3, one of the accompanying ideas is actually for white to put the bishop on g5 and try to get complete control over the d5 square. You kind of want like a good knight versus bad bishop scenario, but the g5 square is covered.
that idea isn't available anymore. So we might see this knight being rerouted to g3 through an untraditional route. It's usually via d2 to f1 to g3, a very standard idea in these opening. So we might still see a transposition to the c pawn moving forward and only then a strike with d4. But right now, I think Fedosiev is taking so much time. I pointed out the move a6 to stop this a pawn from moving one step ahead. There are also other ideas that you could be looking at. I would be terrified to make a move like b6 to challenge this a5 pawn. It just doesn't feel like I want to create all these weaknesses on the queen side.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the idea of going a6, stop that advance. And well, I'm not an e45 player myself, but one rule of thumb that I learned is that as black, when you're short of a plan, okay, after a6, you just go bishop f8. And then you put your bishop on, g7, g6, g7, and actually you go bishop f8 to go bishop to e6.
And then try to get the d5 move in, because Italian is
Yes.
so much about who breaks in the center first. And usually if black is able to get d5 well protected, well timed, you neutralize all of white's opening edge. So we'll see how Fedosiev decides to counter Anish's a pawn as well as the knight maneuvers, the break in the center. But there's action heating up on the other board, and I've got my eye on the bird's eye view. And I think, Ivanka, we've got a lot to catch up on. Especially what catches my attention is that second board from the right on that bottom row right there, where in fact 95 king g7 has appeared between Vehi and Vincent Keimer. Where do you want to jump to next?
Okay, so let's give a little attention to the game between Max Farmadan and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The last time they played, Nodirbek won with the black pieces. There, Max played opened up with the queen's pawn. If we can just quickly pop in, and then let's devote the rest of our time to some of the sharper games.
Let's do it. I'll just bring that up, and here we have it. So it is another Italian. It looks like it came from an Italian, but a more standard one, I'd want to say, where white has in fact developed the knight to d2 and has managed to get the d4 break in. Meanwhile, black has transferred the knight from c6. It was actually the Spanish that we had this opening from. Black has managed to get the knight from e7 to g6 and plant the bishop from c8 to c6. Who do you think this favors? Because usually we see the black bishop on this square and not on c6.
No, not on c6. And it also begs the question, is this bishop on c6 to provoke white advancing the d-pawn one square forward and just closing up the structure and maybe determining the position? Or, I mean, is the big thing for me is e takes d4 a big threat for black?
The bishop from c6, the knight on f6, the rook lined up all against that e pawn. So it's definitely something that white will always have to calculate what happens after pawn takes pawn. There are, of course, ideas of the bishop moving away, defending the e pawn with his own rook. Really interesting creative play by Nodirbek, and that's something that I've always liked about his brand of chess, that we get exciting positions regardless of whether he's playing with the white or the black pieces. Nodirbek was one of the finishers in last year's Tata Steel at the top of the leaderboard. He tied for first, one of the 4 players who did, but lost that in the playoffs. He's at world number 6 right now, so it's been awesome to see his rise to the top. And I think even with the black pieces playing against Vamadam, he wants to score a point here. He wants to try to get Max into complicated positions, into non-standard setups with ideas like c6, because once you provoke white to push that d5 pawn and clamp down on the center, then you're looking at breaking yourself. The bishop can fall back. You're looking at c6 breaks. You also have ideas of f5 timed well.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and so that's why there's so much tension in the center that white has to take a decision. So if black is threatening pawn takes pawn, and if the exchanges are not favorable, then white will have to take some resolution in the center. But yeah, it's one of these strategic things, definitely.
And Max is thinking whether to go d5 or not because it's incredibly committal here. And we see the bar dip down, so it's not the best response. White can start with trading on e3. Let's take a look at this line. Bishop takes bishop. And let's say you capture with the rook, then you give away the f4 square after the bishop goes back to d7. The black knight jumps really nicely to a beautiful point, and this would create a lot of pressure on white. So in fact, this would force white to recapture with the pawn. And already you can see after the bishop goes back to d7, it's a very strange center.
Yeah, this is not what white wants. So actually, a very interesting move from Nodirbek, encouraging d5, which actually isn't a good move, as Tanya's highlighted. And what about if you make a nothing move? Because I'm sure this is running through Max's head, although it's actually really difficult to come up with a like a slow improvement move. So say you go king h2 just for fun, let's put a random move there.
I'll just put that move, and I want to point out why it's so difficult to make a nothing move here, because what white really wanted to do was simply reroute the knight to the king side, right? A better square for the knight. But this bishop in c6 doubling down on the e4 pawn makes it difficult for white to respond. And I think if you go king to h2, you really have to calculate what's going on in the center. And because our eval bar hints that nothing is the problem, this pawn isn't hanging. It's got to be bishop takes pawn, defending the e4 pawn now. And white still seems to be doing fine. You've still got control over the center. If you trade on d4, you're really happy because now you get the central pawn that you wanted with more space. The knight eventually will reroute itself from d2 either via c4 or via the f1 square. Ideas of d5, knight d4. I would pick white here, Yovi.
I would also pick white because I'm a center girl. Give me a pawn center any day. It's just, it feels so comfortable. Like, for instance, I can see the rook on a1 and that kind of structure actually lifting up and just swinging over. So, but one thing that concerns me about the white position, Tanya, if we go back to the original position, is if you do make a nothing move like king h2, black is not obliged to take on d4.
It's sort of like a waiting game, right? A blinking game. Who blinks
Yeah.
first? Will white go d5 and block the center, or will black trade on white's turn by taking on d4? So how do you wait in this position? What's the improving move here?
Well, as black, you can wait with h6 at least, right? And then you put the ball back in white's court and say, wait once again, my friend. It's not like you're going to go king to g1.
Well, let's see what the bar says. Actually, king g1 isn't an absolute disaster here. And the reason I wanted to point this out is because it really shows the essence of the position. It's all about waiting. You can't be the one who trades on your opponent's turn here. And you're just saying that as black, you're running out of good moves. Because the moment you move this bishop away without being provoked, that allows white's knight to eventually reroute itself to an active square. And that said, I'm not saying king h2, king g1 will happen, but I believe the tension will be maintained in the center by both these players. No d5 and no pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tanya. This game is just tense, tense, tense. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and again have a look at some of those games. And Tanya, okay, we can't wait any longer. We have two games that are just complete chaos on the board. And those are the games, of course, Gukesh, Caruana, it's there in green and there in the bottom left. And then we have in the middle, Wei Kaimer, it's in orange. It's just sharp. Kings are open, pieces going forward. Yeah.
And pawns moving forward as well, as Fabi just pushed that b pawn ahead. We see the eval bar in all our boards say that it's very level, but very different positions. On the top row, we've got more solid approaches by players, but it's absolute wild. While in the bottom row board, we see on that Wei position as well, a pawn takes pawn has happened. I believe f3, e4 ideas did happen on this board. Ivanka, let's first jump on to get an update with the Gukesh position, as Fabi has now decided to turn his attention to the other side of the board. The move b5, I want to point out, is not as much of an aggressive move as it is a prophylactic move, just preempting and stopping Gukesh from breaking away in the center with c4.
Yes, it's full board vision there, and for me, very unexpected and actually really instructive how Fabiano moves the eyes away from the king side and the center, which naturally I was just simply focused on. And it's like, you know what? Let me try to control the whole board. Try to advance the a pawn up the board and clamp down absolutely everything, get control over the c4 square, deprive white of any counterplay. Now, Gukesh is a very straightforward player. He loves to activate his pieces, so it's going to be difficult for him to come up with a natural plan, right? If the whole
Yeah.
breakthrough of c3, c4 is deprived, then you're going to have to turn your attention either to f4 if you want to go forward, f3 and get an e4, or you're going to have to play with pieces.
I like the third plan that you just mentioned, but I want to point out
Yeah.
that, every pawn moves has its own set of consequences. And sure, with b5, Fabi stops the move c4, but he's left behind a really nice, juicy outpost for Gukesh's knight to land on. And I mean, to me, it just looks like a very clear path in. The only drawback of that move is it needs to be timed well, because knight to b3 does invite Fabi's knight to jump in to the center of the board and sort of hit on that c3 pawn, take control of the c5 square as well. f4, if it has to happen, it has to be calculated and timed incredibly well, because once again, Fabi's knight and pawn are beautifully placed to stop that. The bishop and the knight and the d5 pawn fully control the e4 break for now. There's another break in the position with a4, trying to double down on Fabi's last move. I believe the response will be the a pawn moving one step forward to make things solid on the queen side. And Yavanka, to your idea, Gukesh at some point will look at maneuvering the knight from b3 to c5, because after knight e4, you will then start thinking about pushing that away with f3 at the right moment.
Yeah, and actually, I was wondering about. Unfortunately, f3 immediately isn't possible because of queen to e7. Yeah, you can see the evaluation bar go all the way down, because what white would want in an ideal world is to either go king f2, rook e1, and then just slowly but surely prepare an e4. But what happens if you finally, instead of going f3, you just leave that in your pocket for a while? I should ask the question to you, Tanya. A4, yes, A4. Oh, okay, actually, it's been answered for us. Gukesh decided. Let's keep the tension on the board, even more tension. A4.
Yeah, this is going to be tension all across the board, right? Because look at Fabi's pawn formation. It's just a very ambitious play. And yes, you get some space, you control squares, but he has to be very precise from now onwards, because this can backfire really easily into weaknesses on both sides of the board. Fabi here is really playing with a lot of danger. A4, A6, and now is the big question. I think A4, A6 are easy moves to make, so to say. You just ask a question, it's been answered. But what next? I would love to play the move knight to b3 here, just getting my knight to c5. Not the best, there's something better, but knight e4 is what stops me from making this move, because you hit the c3 pawn.
Yeah. And you have to take him out and defend it. You don't want a black knight sniffing around on c3. So, yeah, if you have to take some time out with queen c1.
Queen c1 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's not very clear, because again, like you said, whenever you play f3, there's so much weakness to deal with on that e3 square as well. So not so easy to reroute that knight. How does Gukesh plan to continue this? What other ideas does he have? Are you ever thinking about going short castle in this position?
Yes, this is what I was going to ask you. Castles kingside, and just go A and afraid no ghosts. And let's play slow chess. Keep the tension alive. And keep black guessing as to what you're going to do, because you have to be aware of that f4 could be coming as a pawn break. I love your queen e7 move, by the way. So say we go queen e7.
No more
and
f4.
Rook to... Yeah, so no f4 for me. That's very sad. But what about rook to e1? Let's
Just
wriggle a
preparing.
little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We have
it's
a
a
move.
very...
Gukesh
Oh, we do?
castles.
Okay,
Yes,
so
he castles.
we are on track right now, a6 shot castle. So even though the position looks extremely dynamic, I think your approach of just slowly improving the position, get the rook into the game, you've put pressure on the queen side, eventually hint at the f3 e4 idea, but only time it once you're really ready for it.
Exactly. I mean, these type of positions, you really have to keep your opponent second guessing. And one instructive point that I want you all to notice is that Gukesh didn't immediately capture on b5. He's leaving that in the pocket to kind of say, hey, Fabi, how about you calculate that at every turn? So it's just something that's a little bit annoying. And one of the things that I've noticed is the more pieces you keep on the board, the more tension there is in the position, the easier it is, I would say, to make a mistake eventually. I've noticed a few things as a commentator, is that the human mind can only withstand a certain amount of moves under pressure. This happens in time travel. I've noticed that maybe people will play perfect chess for 20 moves under time pressure, and then they will crack. They will just like lose their mind, and it all goes completely chaotic. And usually the opponent follows suit as well. So it's just one of those things.
I couldn't agree more with you. And I think the human brain has a tendency to just try to liquidate or simplify matters. That's the first feeling, the gut feeling that you want to go with. You want to resolve the tension on the board. It's very uncomfortable for humans to keep the pressure and tension as is. And I think that's what separates the very best in the world from the rest, because they are able to do that to a much better degree than the rest of us, where for a prolonged period of time, you won't see trades happen. You'll see pawns facing each other for several moves. And yes, they are fighting that instinct constantly to liquidate the position, to release the tension, but they only want to do it on their terms. So it's a really good point you make. And that's exactly what Fabi is doing as well. Like you said, Gukesh keeps the tension, so does Fabi with this move a6. He's not pushing anything. He's also keeping development going, improving the position of his pieces. I think it's going to be now that Fabi has stopped the c4 break, Ivanka, to make sure that Gukesh doesn't get either a successful f4 or an f3 e4 in. So for Fabi to keep control of all the pawn breaks that Gukesh has right now.
Yeah, and there you can see on the board that rook to e8 does stop the f-pawn from advancing, and now the ball is back in Gukesh's court. He has to decide on what plan. Is he going to maneuver his knight to the queen side, as Tanya's indicated, is a potential plan? There's also the plan of just simply keeping the tension alive, not declaring where you're going to go with your pieces, just move the rook onto e1 and prepare for an eventual pawn break at the right time. And there's also the option, of course, of jumping in with the knight to f3, where it can head over to e5. So many decisions for Gukesh, and it's not entirely clear either which one is the best.
And it's just such a non-standard position, right? Because Gukesh has the bishop pair right now. And in an open position, that should favor white, right? And which is why Gukesh wants to look for pawn breaks. He wants to open up the board as much as possible. But Fabi, he's just kept everything under control. He's not allowing Gukesh to get those free pawn moves in. So really fascinating dynamics in this one. And I also see the clock situation. Both players have that under control. Rook c8, what will be Gukesh's approach? Is he thinks, should we just zoom out of this one? We've discussed the plans. Knight to b3, will he go for rook to e1? Will he maneuver the queen? Try to take advantage of the dark squared weaknesses along this diagonal. And as I say that, I spot another plan, and I want your view on this. Yavanka, there's a queen maneuver in the air. You know, you can go queen c1, place it on a very strange a3 square, and look at coming in on d6 at some point.
Wow, that is some nifty footwork being done by the queen. I now that you say it, it actually makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you get the queens off the board, you don't have to worry about Black's kingside initiative. And I tell you what, it is White that holds the key to opening up the A line. So you can see, well, just imagine, just visualize the queen's gone from the board. White can just double up on the A line and then capture on B5. And that's not going to be a very pleasant position at all for Black. So, Natanya, that queen move is a genius. It gets my chef's kiss. I love it.
Yeah, we might see it. I don't know if we'll see it at this point, but it's again just a plan. As you talk through positions, you talk through different dynamics, these things pop up and you understand what goes on in a player's mind. And all these concepts that you and I are looking at, and I'm sure everyone watching is thinking about, are in Gukesh's head. And it's all about finding the right move order. And I'm sure we'll see the way forward. I do want to point out once again, the bishop pair that Gukesh has does give this long-term advantage to White. Any open break will favor White. And right now, it's White who controls the breaks in the center. Hard to imagine Black ever getting a successful c5 in. The only thing that Gukesh needs to be careful of is allowing g4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Fabiano has made his intention clear on the king side, and it is decision time. It's crunch time for our players as they enter a crucial phase in the middle game, and we have a real bag of different types of positions from our players in this absolutely excellent day 3 of Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we are going to explore all of those positions that the players have gifted us. So see you then.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. And at number 1 is a huge game from the candidates. This is round 8. Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Gukesh Domaraju. Now Gukesh has just lost round 7, the only loss that he had in the candidates against Ali Reza. And this is how the 17-year-old bounced back right after. Playing with Black, it has been a model game against the Italian. A brilliant one. In case you missed it, I highly recommend you take a check on it, because the whole strategy was around Gukesh infiltrating from the queen side, one side of the board, and then eventually ending the game with a checkmate on the other side of the board. He's kept the pressure on Vidit for pretty much the entire game. And here, Vidit made the move, G-pawn, moving 2 steps forward, clearing the way for the white rook to attack the queen and hitting the black knight at the same time. 2 pieces hanging. And this is the moment I want you to pause. I want you to channel your inner Gukesh. I want you to channel your Puzzle Rush God mode. Black to play. One of the wackiest positions from the candidates and one of the most beautiful moves of the candidates. Here, Gukesh played the stunning rook takes knight. Black has got 3 pieces hanging. White has got 4 different captures, where all roads lead to Rome, and Rome is checkmate on Vidit's king on h4. Let's take a look at all the different captures. If White picks up the knight at the edge of the board, rook takes pawn is game over. Instead, if you capture the rook with the g-pawn, queen to g3 is checkmate. And after rook takes knight, my favorite, the most beautiful, if you capture the black queen, who needs a queen when you can get to the king? G5, a small pawn move with big effects. That's checkmate on the board. Take a look at this. Let this position just sink in. Absolutely crazy stuff. G5 would have been game over. Nothing can be picked up. Instead, after rook takes knight, Vidit captured the rook with the e-pawn. This only delays the inevitable. A check on the board. The king forced to move forward. And now, after the knight retreats to h7, giving another check, Vidit resigns, as the only move is picking up the knight, and queen takes pawn would have been checkmate.
Okay, white to play and win.
Okay, I think we don't have much choice for the first move. We should play b7, king b8, but then I think I should take some time to think how we can manage to kind of break this structure. I mean, bishop a7, king c7, of course, is forcing, and after bishop f4, rook c7, we will have some... Well, I think my idea is to go b7, king b8, bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, and get the king to d8 before the pawns move. I just need to make sure I put the bishop on the right square so that the pawns are not too fast. So bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, h5. I cannot go king h7 immediately because of a g5. So if I go to h2, there will be h4, king h7, g5, and no, this I cannot do, so I will probably go to e5 or d6. I'm not sure that makes a difference. Let's say I go to d6, h4, king h7, h3, king g8, h2, bishop h2, g5, king f8, g4. I think I'm missing a tempo somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to win this tempo actually, but there should be some smart way. My king's already on f8?
Yeah.
Okay, then I just play some bishop e5 for bishop d6 and then move the king. Yeah, in my mind that was... Does it matter where I go?
I think.
It has it as bishop e5.
Yeah, but yeah, Levon side probably works with bishop d6 as well. Yeah, Levon side probably works with.
Yeah, it doesn't qualify as a study then, but still it's a nice position.
It's a bit disappointed.
And then we take one.
Yeah, very good. Yes, it.
We are back and we are there in Wijk Aan Zee for Tata Steel Chess, where we are seeing hundreds and hundreds of games being played right now. Right now we're looking at the Masters tournament, but here we see another one. There's an amateur section where all the amateurs in the world, they are playing together, and we wanted to give a special shout out to the gentleman there in the brown jumper. It is, of course, Big Wouter, otherwise known as Bigfoot. Big, you concentrate on your game, please.
I think he knows we're watching. I don't know if that was for his friend or for us. I think he heard that shout out, Yabank, and he said, I got this. He's also our producer for so many shows here at Chess.com. So it's awesome to see him back on the board. And speaking of being back on the board, I think we have to get back to our Masters boards because action is heating up in so many of the middle games.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you can see those two gentlemen on our screen. Wei Yi against Vincent Keimer. Now, Wei Yi, he started with 2 draws, but the position that he has is on fire. You can see it there in the bottom row, there in the orange, in the bottom right second from the corner. It's crazy. Tanya, we've got to dive in, right?
We gotta dive in. And before we do that, I want to ask you, what's your favorite color board here?
Well, I'm always going to choose green because it's my favorite color, and it just happens to be Gukesh against Caruana.
I'm sure that had nothing to do with that. But we will look at the green board later. But I agree, there's fire on the orange board that you're talking about right now. And I mean, whose king is even safe? Let's get a closer look into all the action that's happening right here. With the white pieces, the G file opened up. Right now, with that last move by Vincent, he's challenging this knight on G5, a very stronghold piece that Wei has. The more I look at it, I don't know how much of a threat it is to actually trade and win the pawn. Wow. And before we can deep dive, I think we will backtrack a little bit. But Ivanka, we see a move by Wei, and it's been given a question mark. We saw the blue arrow point out that knight b5, I believe, was the best option for white to jump in with that knight, putting pressure on c7, eyeing this a7 bishop. What on earth is happening? This is vintage Wei. Absolute chaos.
It is complete chaos, and I just wanted to point out that the knight jump into b5 would have required remarkable dexterity, because literally all the action is happening on the king side, and you're just like, oh, let me improve a piece on the queen side. And yeah, okay, it has a big point to it. The knight on b5 jumps with tempo because it does eyeball the bishop there on a7. That's an important piece, even though it's blocked in by the pawn on d4. Well, it still has a lot of venom, so it would be a nice piece to just eliminate from the board. But yeah, understandably, I don't think Wei had his eyes on that direction, so instead he goes f4. And, it's something that we alluded to earlier. With the move f4, you can't move those pawns backwards, unfortunately, and they leave behind weak squares. And we've been helped out by the blue arrow, which is like, take the knight. But the first move that I would consider is actually bishop to g4.
Really, the first move I would consider is there's a pawn happening on d4 and I want to just grab it, which is why I thought knight b5 was also so important, Ivanka, defending the center as well. You pointed out this bishop on a7, right? The only thing blocking it is this pawn on d4. And I'm just wondering what is going on in Wei's genius mind right now, because let's just take a second to take this position in. Everything is sort of hanging for white, right? There's the g5 square attacked by the knight and the queen, only one defender. So knight takes knight is a threat. There's an attack on d4. And the more you understand this, the more you see, okay, knight b5, yes, suddenly you're looking at the left side of the board, but it makes sense because it comes in with a tempo. But f4, you're pointing out another drawback of the bishop jumping into g4 with tempo. You could hit the queen first and then take on d4. But also, Ivanka, what is going on after pawn takes pawn?
Yeah, and much to my shame, Tanya, I did not spot that there was a pawn up for grabs. I will have to go back to my training here and just finesse the art of grabbing pawns. But let's have a look. Pawn takes d4. And
Ooh, and
one of the reasons I didn't have my eyes there is because I was thinking that the pawn on h5, that one had my focus.
And you won't
And
believe it,
maybe
that's a
there's
pawn,
some.
that's a pawn that I missed. That h5 is suddenly hanging after this f pawn moves one step ahead. And this is all the weaknesses. So you were saying queen takes pawn here.
I was thinking maybe knight takes knight first, but it's a messy position because there's intermediate moves galore. Yeah. Queen
That
takes
makes a
pawn is
lot
going
of
to be
sense.
met by knight to f6.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
I was thinking knight takes knight instead. But even here, you can go bishop to g4, right?
oh, what is happening here? So your knight takes knight. If you capture with the king, there's queen takes pawn with a check. And suddenly bishop g4. Yobi, what were you saying about your training? I mean, you're on point on this. This is very precise play and intermediate moves. Once again, you have to move your queen away. So queen to d. Although I do see our evaluation bar thinks that now after bishop g4, black's doing fine because there's also pawn takes pawn next coming in with a check wherever you move your queen.
Yeah.
And don't even
this
think
is
about bishop e2 because then d3 just wins on the spot.
absolutely. Yeah. Just fire on the board here. So, yeah, what is after pawn takes d4? Because I saw the evaluation bar creep up for white. So, what could it be? I mean, we're probably looking at something chaotic, right? Probably knight b5. There you go.
Ooh.
And it is.
It?
It doesn't move, at least. The evaluation bar, it's like, okay.
Yeah, knight b5 is brilliant. And we saw this idea earlier on, and now you just ignore it because you just ignore capturing the pawn on d4, because if you were to take on c3, now you can capture the bishop on a7, and after rook takes bishop, you can ignore the entire king side, I believe, and jump in with your queen capture on h5. But this looks absolutely crazy because you still have knight f6.
Yeah.
I mean, if we don't have the evaluation bar helping us, what on earth is going on in this position? It's so hard to understand.
It's incredibly complicated, and if it's complicated for us, it will be complicated for the players, because they will be calculating absolutely everything at every opportunity. So maybe we can have a look at the engine's desired choice, which is like knight takes knight. Why is this so good? So I guess you capture with the h pawn.
Is it very
Capture towards
obvious?
the
Because
center,
it's
although I'm
very
not sure.
Because
It's
capturing
not- there
with
is not.
h1 also allows in some moments for you to go f5. Again, a big decision. Do you go pawn takes knight with the h pawn or pawn takes knight with the f pawn? Which one do you want to start with? You said let's start with get the side pawn towards the middle of the board.
Yeah, let's follow the principles first, right? Capture towards the center, like we're all taught. And now the plan is after e takes d4, we have our trusted steed to jump into b4. Yeah, b5, sorry.
And apparently every time white gets this move in, you've solved all problems, because whenever you give a discovered check, you simply capture the bishop and look at the beautiful pawns on the king side. The h5 pawn is attacked as well. The bishop's super powerful. So this is the resource against the central pawn on d4 being captured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What if you go the other way? You capture on f4, giving no time for the white knight to jump in. I'm hitting the bishop as well. The pawn on g5 is hanging.
You have to take bishop takes f4.
Let's bring in our bishop, attack the queen, defend the pawn. And how are we evaluating this position from a human perspective? Would you rather be white or black here, Yovi?
It's messy business. I don't think in an ideal world I would enjoy playing either color. But there's one thing I do notice though. Black king, for some reason, feels a little bit safer than whites. And I'm just thinking because the king stands there on g1, it's on the same diagonal as this bishop on a7. Now, a lot of you might be like, what are you on about? The bishop is completely blocked. But that pin allows the knight to jump from c6 to e5.
Very nice. And then there are ideas of the knight jumping in further to f3 as well. Just to show your point, if white was to simply sidestep with the queen and then knight e5, hitting the bishop, threatening knight f3, forcing the white bishop to retreat to e2, but you pick up this pawn and put it on g2, and suddenly I think everyone's picking white in this position, right? Because your king feels so much more defended and safer. But with the pawn on g5 and all these ideas, and black just seems to be on the initiative, on the tempo here, bringing the pieces in. So this could get tricky for Wei very quickly, and he's got only 30 minutes on the clock. Vincent's an hour ahead already.
I know. That's really disconcerting as well for Wei. Your opponent has gotten in this incredible piece of preparation. They're playing quickly. Also, the game is razor sharp. To me, this is not good news. And so going back to the computer suggestion of knight takes g5, sorry. We were looking at capture towards the center, and that being not the best. Or,
Because of
black
pawn
being better. What happens if you... Yeah. What about f takes g5? maybe the same.
I'm a pawn grabber. I'm going to grab the pawn on the center of the board, and you're going to jump in with your move, or do you capture on h5?
No, I feel like the bishop on a7 needs to be dealt with.
Queen takes pawn. Black always has the resource of rook to h8, right? Just keeping things under control, not allowing ideas of queen h6 check.
Yeah,
And knight b5
absolutely.
is
So,
annoying.
oh, it doesn't work here. Maybe because of the
Bishop g4.
the bishop coming out.
And once again, the difference is that you can't fall back with your bishop to e2 because of threats of d3 and then capturing that bishop.
Yeah.
And if you move, black
Yeah,
simply
that-
sidesteps.
Oh, no, you got d takes
Or
c3,
not.
Tanya.
Oh, yes. I think that was a bit of a mouse slip. I meant to put it on d3. And now bishop b6. And just keep everything under control. Your idea of knight e5 coming at the right moment, for example, after pawn takes pawn, suddenly knight e5, and this looks like a very happy position for black. Did I?
Yeah, and look how the bishop on g4 is anchored in an amazing square. The white king is just running naked. This is not good at all. And at least black's king is safe because white doesn't have any targets attacking it. So, wow. This was a really forcing line, Tanya. I mean, there's no ifs and buts here. This is the only way.
Winston needs to find knight takes knight and then calculate his way through. But the problem very often, and I don't know how you feel about this, Yobi, is that there are so many tempting options in this position, right? You're looking at getting the bishop into g4. Knight into knight is in your head, in your radar at any given point. There are concepts of taking the pawn on d4 as well. For Vincent, he's an hour up on the clock. So I think this is the moment that he'll really take his time, burn the clock a little bit, as he should. You know, he's got the opening outcome that he wanted, but he needs to be precise now. Now he needs to base it on pure calculation, the next move.
Yeah, they're completely about the calculation here, about running through those options. And, you know, one of the things that we are taught when, well, no, unfortunately, I wasn't taught this until much later, but you got to run through that list of options of the forcing moves. So the first one would be, you know, your checks, your captures, and your threats. And you rank them first in check first, then capture, then your threat. And it's actually incredible here because as your first choice, you would have knight takes g5 if you follow that system. Then it would be bishop to g4. No, hang on, pawn takes pawn, then bishop to g4. So, and then you just get to work crunching the numbers. So Tanya, one thing that we've been saying about the Indian school of chess, especially amongst the new generation, is it's all calculation. It's like they learn it from birth, right? You want to play chess? Come on, here's the calculation exercise book and get working. What's your experience with this system of training?
You know, we've had camps together for the Olympiad, and it's been really interesting to watch the younger generation, how they approach. I mean, I've seen Pragg solve positions even before they're set up. He's 10 moves ahead into his calculation before the position's entirely set up. And the other thing that really separates them is from the older generation is that there is no concept of principles or themes or the traditional way of thinking. Everything is based on practical choices, on coming up what practically is the most difficult move for your opponent to answer and then just calculating your way through. And if you're able to combine that with intuition in time trouble because you don't have so much time to calculate, I think that's where the magic happens. And somehow for the Indian kids, they've managed to find that balance. You look at a player like Arjun, right? It's absolutely bonkers how he's able to create positions, fireworks, absolute chaos out of nothing, whether he starts with the white or the black pieces. And sometimes it means making moves that have repetitions, but the opponent's not able to find it because only a computer can. So that sort of school of thought has been really exciting to watch, you know, openings that when I was learning chess just felt like impossible to play. And now you just see them being played. Moves like h4 on move 4 or 5 early on, just based on the fact that, You can't refute this. I will calculate my way through, and in complications, anyone can go wrong. And the readiness to take that risk. The readiness to understand that this could backfire, but I'm up to the task of being precise. So there's so much to learn from the younger generation, and I think that also expands to the likes of Vincent Kayama, of Nodirbek Abdusattorov, just their approach to chess. And I also want to point out, I feel that that's one of the reasons that we see, Vishy Anand still be at the very top of his game, because he's constantly interacting with the younger generation. There are very few players of Anand's generation who've been able to keep that level for so many years and compete with the very best. So I think the adaptability with Waka, by training them. Waka is the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, from where a lot of these youngsters come from. Anand's spoken about this as well, that it's sort of a two-way learning process is what it feels like. So they have that approach. It creates beautiful chess. It's beautiful chess on this board as well by Wei Yi. I mean, f4 given a question mark, but again, it forces Vincent to think and find his way through, right?
Yeah, it's in a very murky position. And like you're saying, you're saying the Indian school of chess is all about those practical decisions. And here, Vincent has to be practical. He has to find his way through the complications. It's not easy. We found many ways that black could go wrong. For instance, capturing the pawn in the middle. This allows the white knight to jump in. So you constantly have to be thinking about what you're planning and what your opponent is also thinking about. It is a critical moment in this particular game. Knight takes knight is actually going to be a very forcing line and a very good one for Vincent if he finds it. So maybe we go back to the bird's eye view, because we have a lot of whole other excitement happening. And Tanya, what catches your eye? And maybe we should give some attention, maybe some love to a game that we haven't actually looked at before, which is the Van Forest Sarana game. It arrived from a Sicilian, and it was for a long time one of these positions where nothing much happened until White decided to take the center.
Yeah, and the game that we just left is also so much about the center, and we'll jump to that. But I also wanted to check in with you on this, because Yovi, you and I, we've played together so much, and we're from the same sort of generation and school of thought when it comes to practical play. Out of all these youngsters, and there's so many of them, and again, this is what makes Tata Steel so exciting, starting from Leon Mendonça, you've got Gukesh playing here, Arjun, Pragg, you've got Wei Yi, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and then you also have Fabiano Caruana, you've got the established elite, you've got experienced players like Fedosev, Hari Krishna. Out of this younger generation, whose style or whose approach has impressed you the most, and why?
The ones that impress me the most are the ones who have a completely opposite style to me, because I can't relate to it. And so that would be your Gukesh, your Praggnanandhaa, all very calculation based. I have a lot of admiration for Vincent Kayama, because he has a very classical, solid style. It always starts with a very good foundation. And I find his openings as well right up my alley. But yeah, I'm very impressed by your Arjuns, the ones who are willing just to sacrifice everything and just play in a dynamic fashion. So it's actually a real treasure to watch, and it's quite inspirational, that if you try to adapt your game a little bit to improve those parts that you're weakest in, then maybe you can actually make some progress.
And we've got 14 players in at Tata Steel in Wijk Aan Zee right now. You got the world champion there, you got the world number 2 there. What do you think? Do you think the 2026 challenger is somewhere in the mix of these 14 players?
Yeah, definitely. And absolutely. I mean, Fabiano Caruana, he wants to be in there. You can see, he's qualified for the candidates after winning the circuit. Arjun is trying as hard as he might to qualify for the candidates. I sense a lot of ambition there from our players. And Giri himself gave an interview where he says, he doesn't feel like his quality of play is any lower than any of these top players. So we'll see what we bring, what happens. I mean, who can predict anything? I mean, I would never have predicted, for instance, that Abasov was in the candidates, but he was there. And it just went to show that sometimes miracles do happen, and dark horses, they do appear.
Sorry, go on.
No, it was just I also find that, just to kind of say about Abasov, is that I found it incredibly awe-inspiring to see how he managed to do that incredible run there at the World Cup and qualify for the candidates. And I was super excited to see how he would fare against the world's best. But okay, it is Tata Steel Chess that we are having right in front of our screen. So we're very lucky, Tanya, that we can sit in our armchairs and just enjoy the chess that is being put on by our players. Maybe we can go to the Van Forest Serrana game, just look at what's happening, make our assessments.
Let's do it. It's a game we haven't checked in with. And as we bring up our board, yeah, and there we have it. And completely agree. I think it's going to be a very exciting year to see the players that make it through to the candidate cycle. There are, of course, the FIDE circuit points at stake here at Tata Steel as well. Fabi's already booked his spot into the candidates. Few would have predicted in 24 that Gukesh will go on to win and then go on, to do just the year that he had. So it's going to be exciting. And to kick off the year with this super tournament, what more, like you said, we could ask for? Front row tickets to all the action. This is the position that we have Jordan Van Forest. Now, he did win the Tata Steel Masters, and I think it was back in 2021 when he became the champion. He edged out Anish Giri, I believe, in the playoffs, in the tie breaks.
Mm-hmm. He did. And, it was incredible, actually, because Jordan was talking about his mindset in a recent podcast about how he won. And one of the things that he was doing was that he was taking cold showers, Tanya. Every morning he'd get up and he felt that there was such a good vibe, and he said by taking these ice cold showers, he felt like the worst part of the day was done and he could focus on the chess. And it was also been seconded by Max Varmadan. And he said that it was a very good atmosphere. And he stayed in a different hotel from the other participants, and they had their own kitchen. So it was good mood, good vibes all around. And that's actually something that's super important, because it's very difficult to play a really good tournament when external factors are bothering you. And you'll often see a lot of the top players, they come surrounded with parents, people who they know very well, that they get along with, so that they're able to get that good atmosphere so that they can perform.
Absolutely right. I think a mindset and the mind space that you go into a tournament is so important. And, that's the other thing that I've noticed about the Indian youngsters, having spent some time with them, is that there's so much positivity there. And they kind of keep each other in such good mood on and, well, not on the board. I think they're pure rivals, and they're always so motivated and inspired by the other to do well and to win against each other. But their equation and their friendships and just it's a pure joy to watch. You tend to forget how competitive they are when you see them together. So to your point, having a good mind space before a game is so important. And we see this position that Jordan has. And it does. Now, Jordan, his style is extremely creative out of the opening. He does like complications and tactics and trying to create that attack. This last move, queen to d2, it does hint at the queen transferring itself to the king side at the right moment. You're looking at ideas of trading the knight and jumping in with h5. I just want to point out one particular instance in which those kind of scenarios get extremely scary. If you were to play d5, trying to open up the center or once again force matters in the center, I think this would be a very bad idea, because white does have the move e5, but even if you start with a trade on f6, and after you take, you go e5, you push the bishop back, and then suddenly the white knight jumping on to h5, the queen coming into f4, the bishop lined up with this pawn on h7, I can see ideas of a Jordan Van Forest, complications arising, a forest of complications, if something like this was to
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, it can be into that deep dark forest, right? No, I really appreciate that as well. And d5 looks very, very tempting, but it does determine the pawn structure, and e5 will be the aggressive response there. And it's an interesting position for me because white is got the center, has got the extra space, and it has the makings of a kingside attack, right? With a knight on f3, g3, wanting to come into h5. I loved your idea of like transferring the queen over to f4. Other ideas that I had in mind, if I were playing white and white were to move, it would be like rook a3, just to prevent the black queen from, trying to exchange itself off. So it's like, as black, do you anticipate all of this and play for queen c3 and go for your endgame?
I love that you pointed that out because it might be your only chance. Once white gets this rook left, not only attempting to get to the king side, but stopping all queen trades, then you can really see the space advantage being played out to white's favor of creating a king side attack. So queen c3 might very well, and I think it's on the board. He's gone for
It
it.
is on the board. He has gone for it, yes. He absolutely has. Okay. It was a one-time offer, as you pointed out. So, yeah. And the thing is that you do have to swap of queens, unfortunately. You can't go, well, you can go queen f4, but yeah, I mean, why give up the rook if that's for a kind of speculative attack?
I see your ideas. You want to get e5 in, you want to get a sacrifice on h7 and pick up the
Yeah.
queen on a1. But it's hard to imagine it works out because you still need a couple of moves. So queen f4 would probably be far too risky. I would be very surprised if all of this works. And e5 here, yeah, you can just even come
Well,
back with your queen to c3 at the right moment.
yeah. No, no,
Maybe
okay, it doesn't work. It's just way over optimistic. But it was interesting though, right? Because after queen c3, the evaluation didn't drop all the way down in black's favor. There was still some hope for white. And I remember my very first trainer, I worked with someone as an adult for the first time. I'd never worked with anyone before. And I remember like we would be doing analysis on the computer and like we'd be sacking a pawn. And he goes, no, don't worry about the evaluation, but it hasn't dropped that much down, and he goes, that means it's difficult to play. And I was like, I'm not that keen on gambling pawns, but yeah. Queen c3. Well, I don't think
I want to
Jordan
point out.
will be.
Yeah,
Yeah?
but Jordan hasn't immediately captured on c3. So I think he's thinking about your ideas. I would be absolutely shocked to see queen f4 on the board, a rook sacrifice. If it's like a blitz game, you're thinking about king side attack because black's queen is so offside. And eventually Jordan does take the cautious approach, gets the queens off the board. So this one will settle down. I think white still has a little something to play for. You're looking at breaks with e5 or d5. It's white, and wow, he does it very quickly.
Yeah, I think he had to do d5 because if he didn't do that, black was going to be doing d5. And yeah, it's, well, hang on a second.
Yeah, just wanted to
Knight
point
to
this out.
f5 is the answer.
Yes, I think knight f5 is super strong here because pawn takes pawn. It looks like white is losing a pawn, but like you said, Yovi, knight f5 putting pressure on the bishop. Rook e8 still looks like it continues, but yeah, things are getting very, very crazy on the e file. You could even take on d5, but I think e5 needs to be calculated. There's spin along the e line.
Yeah, maybe it's just balanced. Maybe this is just the computer just saying, yeah, well, black is very active with the rook on c3. But definitely, it's not an easy endgame, I would say, for both sides to play. Because just as well as that pawn on d5 being a strength, I can also see it ending up being a weakness, especially this bishop on b1. I'm looking at that piece because it literally has no squares.
Which is why you're always looking at ideas of sacrificing a pawn with the right point, with going e5 if you can get some nice jumping squares. We leave Alexei Sorana to figure this out, how he wants to respond. Does he want to keep the tension, as the top players often end up doing? I think taking on d5 here, like we pointed out, is quite dangerous because it gives white's knights to jump in with tempo. Should we zoom out and take a look at some of the other boards?
Yes, let's do that. And there we can see on the bird's eye view that Vincent Keimer hasn't yet made a move in that game. He's still pondering what is the best answer to Wei Yi's f4. But let's have a quick rundown. Things look very, very even in the game between Praggnanandhaa and Arjun. I mean, the only weakness is the two isolated pawns that Arjun has on the queen side. That's going to be a grind. Praggnanandhaa is going to try to see if he can eke out something more out of a small advantage. And then we also there, if you go to the top row, to the top right, Max Farmadan, again, it's another maneuvering position, and it's the same with Anish Giri and Fedoseev. Maybe we can revisit our marquee matchup there on the bottom left.
Yeah, and we can see all across the evaluation bars, except the Wei Yi board. The Mendonça Hari Krishna board is balanced. Anish Giri as well, he's managed to get a little bit more advantage, that space pawn on A5, giving him play on the queen side. Meanwhile, the B pawn can start pushing forward. Also, the white bishop on D2, better placed than the bishop on F8. Slight edge there for Anish Giri. Max in the balance in his game, and against Abdusattorov. Gukesh versus Caruana, we'll deep dive into that. And like you said, Pragg also pushing just a little bit with a healthier pawn structure. At some point, we can expect a trade being offered on that c5 square by Pragg. Still balanced, but if anyone's pushing in that, it's got to be the white pieces. Wei Yi, absolute chaos. Kema trying to find his way, navigate his way through, and the Van Forest board also in balance. But I do think white is putting some pressure, asking some questions. So Yovi, let's rush to the game. Gukesh versus Fabi, and then we'll check in with Vincent if he takes a decision on his board.
And one of the things I was curious about was I was actually really, really eager to see how Gukesh handled this particular position, because when we left it, if we can just rewind a few moves ago, it wasn't necessarily that clear which plan was best for white. And Gukesh castles, rook e8 was the response, so no f4, no pawn breaks on the f line for Gukesh just yet. And then he just goes for the very slow rook e1, and now his last move is bishop to f3. So he is getting ready to, at the right time, break open the center with e4.
That is, I think, one of the ideas. And the other one, another plan that we had discussed, rerouting the knight to c5. Notice how the bishop from f3 is happy to trade with the black knight once it jumps to the e4 square. So I think while Gukesh, if given the opportunity to play e4, he most likely will. But it also appears as if black has a full clamp and control on that square for now. It's a multi-purpose move, also eyeing the rerouting of the knight to a nicer square on c5, because suddenly then you're looking at weaknesses on the queen side, a side where also Fabi's expanded the pawns far too ahead.
Yeah. And what about your idea that you came up with of offering a queen trade? Now that you've mentioned it to me, it is a waiting game. Yup, as Krishna 21214 says, I liked your queen c1. I was thinking queen b3, queen, try to get it to b4. Say, hey, how about we trade queens? It just makes so much sense, actually. But one of the things, though, about putting the queen either to c1 or to maybe c1 is actually best. And the reason I say this is because one of the rules I have in life, especially when I'm playing chess, is that if the queen is divorced from the king, you have to make sure your king is safe. And if you put the queen out on b3, maybe you make yourself vulnerable to g5, g4 pawn pushes?
It's the one threat as white that you have to calculate. Like we spoke about how Fabi has full control on the e4 break right now with the bishop and the queen and the pawn lined up. Gukesh stops g4. So I think any queen moves, it's very important for Gukesh to have a good response to g4, and we can check it out. For example, after queen c1. So right now bishop f3 is played, so it's really black's move. And firstly, Fabi, how does he continue? How does he continue to improve his position? Because you also get the feeling that black has maximized everything.
Right. So he does one of these creepy crawly moves. Sorry, Tanya, I'm going to subject you to some of my names for
Let me guess. Let me guess your creepy crawly move. Were you thinking about king g7?
That's right.
I know you for far too long. So king to g7, I think it makes a lot of sense, by the way. And our bar, it just stays where it is.
Well, yeah. And I was just thinking, at least, try to do the thing where you're threatening g4, the rooks can now swing over to the king's side. It's one of those moves that I'm really tempted to play. And and I've even seen Alpha Zero put the king on h6. I saw some games and I was like, what on earth is going on? I mean, it's well worth a playthrough. And I know that Grandmaster Matthew Sadler discussed it in some YouTube videos about these unique ways that Alpha Zero treated the Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation, King h6, with the rook on g8.
Actually, it's true. The king on h6 in many situations is super safe with very few checks. And like you said, g4 pointing out. I think, Yovi, the h6 square is just Alpha Zero's favorite. You put a pawn there as white, super happy. You get your king there, super happy.
Yeah. I agree with you now that you say it like that. I hadn't never thought of that, but yeah, now. But okay, king to g7. Okay, I don't think Fabi will play a move like that though.
And just to finish that, the only thing I'm ever putting on h6 is a black pawn if I'm playing with the black pieces. The king's never going to find itself on h6 in my games. This is the hardest. And once again, with this younger generation, these kind of ideas are always on their radar. It's so much easier for them to play this out.
Yeah, I completely agree. It comes to style, right? It's what. Oh, no, queen b3 wasn't the move chosen. But yeah, okay, so Fabi, like you mentioned though, he's at a crossroads because he can't move the a rook. He needs that standoff to occur. Maybe he doesn't put his king on g7. Maybe he puts it on h7.
That's part. Oh, and you just want to line up your rook on g8, so you're clearing up the
Maybe.
file.
Maybe. I wouldn't go that far, but I would just say, let that ghost be there in the air. That maybe I might go rook g8.
I like it. I like king h7 more than king g7 now that you point out, because also somewhere with the king on g7, you're always slightly worried about the white bishop jumping onto e5 with the pins coming in. And what if white does continue with the idea of getting the knight? Because like you said, you move the queen away, black's coming in with g4, and now with the rook lined up against the black king, you can see counterplay happening on the right side of the board. But can Gukesh continue with just improving his pieces?
Yeah, and this is the question. So if a black knight appears on e4, then Gukesh's plan is actually very subtle. Just take it. Yeah. And then suddenly, black has literally none of the good squares. And now the king on h7 is awful because queen h5. Like, okay, small details with big effects. Yes. Yeah.
So we might see the game progress like this. I'm expecting Gukesh, because his move bishop f3 really implies that he wants to play knight b3 next to me, Yovi, because he's controlled this e4 jump. And definitely this knight is better placed on c5. You pointed out one of the ways to come to your next move is the rule of checks, captures, and threats. Try to look for these in that order. Very often when there's nothing direct to be found, there is this question to ask, what is your worst place piece and where do you want it. I don't know if the knight on d2 is the worst place piece, but it's clear that if the knight is on c5, that's a big improvement for white. And that can help us also understand the different plans.
Totally, I agree with you. That's exactly what white wants to do. And also, I really like this bishop f3 move as well, because say black decides to go knight to d7 and tries to think ahead, then e4 really is on the agenda. But maybe, yeah, e4 and then, oops, well, there's trouble because black was a bit ambitious on the king side, and I use a bit ambitious in the British way, which means every time I speak, I'm like, I will not be very British about things, and then I end up just doing this type of silly things, like a bit, just a bit. But yeah, anyway. So, okay, so you can't go
But
back with your
I mean, to
knight.
your point, this is big trouble. Yes. So we'll just back
Yeah.
up.
And okay, so now you're in, but every move will have consequences. I mean, let's ask ourselves, let's put ourselves in Fabi's shoes. What is Fabi's worst place piece?
And that brings us to the point, right? What we made earlier, that it just feels that black has maximized the placement of the pieces right now. Fabi's done everything, and it feels that every move from now on brings the piece to a less desirable position. I'm also checking the clock. Gukesh is up by about 11 minutes. Fabi having a think right now, because Gukesh, his intentions are clear. He is either going to get the e4 break in, if allowed, or the next move, the knight is jumping in. It's so much easier to be the side which has a plan. But for black, it's not easy to spot the plan of improvement right now.
No, I can't even answer that simple question, what is black's worst place piece and how can you improve it? I would say the knight on g6, it's just been dominated. But you move it away, the bishop sitting on h2 is going to join into the game with bishop to e5. So it's actually doing a job there. The rook on e8 is having a function of controlling the e4 square. Maybe, if I'm going to be honest, maybe the queen on e7 isn't. I mean, but where does she want to be? Maybe she wants to be on. Maybe she wants to be on e6 or d7 and just getting ready for the g5, g4 breaks.
But then you're also looking at the knight jumping in with on c5 with the tempo. I really like the point that you made about the knight on g6. You see the f4 square is under control, the e5 square is under control, and maybe this knight needs to find itself on the d7 square to stop white's knight from jumping to c5. So Yovi, a move like knight f8 with the idea to retreat to go forward could be in Fabi's mind right now. Let's say you go knight b3, and I'm wondering if black is in time to get the knight to d7, controlling the e5 bishop jump as well as the c5 square.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's certainly knight to d7. But the reason why I was hesitant, and I would really calculate the consequences of just jumping back with the knight, is again, I have a motto in life. You go backwards, I go forwards. And I would be looking at going bishop to e5 and seeing...
You go forward, I want to push you back.
Yeah. And if it doesn't work out, then knight f8 might be the best move.
Well, like you said,
And
what
there's
is the
no...
worst place piece for Fabi? And it might be the knight on g6. It's sort of done its job, right? Isn't it?
It does feel like it's not doing much for the time being. And white does have that really annoying plan of going knight b3, knight c4, and just getting an outpost for the horse.
I like how you said the horse.
Yeah, I try to be creative with my words, sometimes at great cost. I'm like, oh yeah, sound the cavalry. Bring the...
Yeah, I use a stallion a lot. I mean, if this knight got to c5, I'll be calling it a stallion, but I like your point of calling it a horse because it is jumping, galloping around to a more active square. And it's a pony.
Right.
For example, this knight on g6 is a pony right now.
Yeah, I agree. It's and it needs to be a stallion. And on c5, it would be a very impressive piece. Yesterday we had this thing where I think white got a knight into d6, and I could not remember my term for it, and I was like kicking myself. And then this morning, while I was doing the dishes, I was like, "Oh, a beast." Don't call it because it's a very strange thing. Because I did some research because I was doing a masterclass on the difference between knights and bishops, because everyone's like, they're worth this 3 points, but they're not the same. And the knight's best squares, I found out, are like d6, e6, f6 for white. And if you get a knight on those, and also c6 as well, but okay, it depends on the context. If you get a knight on those squares, it's a beast. And if you get a knight on e5, e5, d5, f5, c5 again. With c5, it depends on the context. It's an octo knight. So you have different types of knights. And a knight sitting there on d7, if white gets a knight on d7, it's actually overextended itself. Its sphere of influence is too little. So it's usually not a good piece.
Very interesting. But the good news is that knight from d7 can become an octo knight at any moment by jumping to one of the 4 squares.
Exactly.
If given an
Yes.
opportunity. I think it's Peter Swidler who also had this term for really strong knights. He called it a kraken, which I believe is a sort of a mythical, legendary monster. So knights can very often become a kraken on one of these squares, especially I think, like you said, the over advanced d6, e6 square, where they really dominate so many key positions from black's pieces and are attacking aggressively. But white's knight is still quite far away from that. The c5 square, the octo square, is in sight. Fabi trying to find a way to stop it. He still hasn't made a move.
No, he still hasn't made a move, and I suspect that this is a moment where he will actually just invest a fair amount of time, because he has to come up with the right plan. Because if he just simply allows Gukesh the knight getting into c5, then he could be positionally in a lot of trouble. So maybe we leave Fabiano to his thoughts and go back to our bird's eye view.
Let's do it. And Yovi, you mentioned that you were studying the differences between a knight and a bishop because you had to do a lecture. What was the conclusion? What's stronger, a knight or bishop? What team are you on? Because I just feel this is the eternal debate of chess. And sort of there are two kinds of people in the world, those who are in team knight and those who are on team bishop. Which one are you on?
Well, I am team bishop. There's no denying that. I do like the bishops because the bishops are just long range pieces, and they're able to mobilize super quickly. I mean, we can only remember the game that Gukesh beat Ding. Suddenly the bishops were not working on g2 and f2, and then suddenly they sprung to life and they were able to set mating nets from basically their own corner of the board. But yeah, but it's very useful to know how to maximize the use of a knight and how to get them to their ideal squares, how to support them with pawns, and it's just whether you should make the trades or not. And that's also one of the things I think at a lower level, actually in all levels, let's face it, understanding this difference and understanding when to make the trade. And going back to our bird's eye view, Tanya, I can see that Vincent Keimer did not find the best move.
And that's the thing about practical chess, right? A move like f4, which was played by Wei, gives so many options, tempting options for Vincent. And sure, we've got the ability to make a move, take it back, navigate our way through, analyze with chat, analyze with each other, and find the right way forward. But on the board, it's a completely different ballgame. It's a completely different animal, right? When you have to sit and calculate each and every line like that. And Vincent did play the move bishop g4. I'll just back up to that moment. It was just one move ago. And here, knight takes knight would have given him big chances. But it's also a scary move to make, because you're looking at ideas of the white pawn coming forward, the f pawn moving ahead, h5 is hanging. Instead, Vincent chose the move bishop g4, which from a human perspective is also one of the moves that came to our mind. Yovi, it's one of the first moves we looked at. With the h5 pawn hanging, you defend it. And Vegi immediately responded with not allowing that bishop to stay there for too long. It's a key defensive piece for black, and where he wants it out of the way, because h5 is really the weakness that you want to get at. And now suddenly it's not so clear because you're not in time with pawn takes pawn anymore.
No, you're certainly not in time with those pawn takes pawns. And something that I would just want to just reiterate again, that black's capture of a pawn on d4 is always going to be met with, okay, in this particular situation, it's bishop takes bishop, but we also saw these ideas of knight coming out to b5, as you mentioned there, Tanya.
Yes, and in all those other lines, bishop e2 was the problem because white was one tempo short. Black always had that d3 push. But now with the approach that Vincent has had, bishop e2 becomes possible, which forces him to kind of make a decision about what you want to do with this key piece. And it's not so easy. I see our evaluation bar still seems to like black here just a little bit more. But Yovi, I think from a human perspective, it's just unclear. Anyone who's sitting on the board, you're not thinking about whether you're better or worse. You're just trying to find your next best move because it just looks like absolute chaos on the board. You're just sitting and calculating. I don't believe Vincent thinks that he's better here.
It's such a crazy position. And that's what we as spectators love to see. Craziness on the board. And I have news for you, because everyone's favorite weekly event, Title Tuesday, just got doubly exciting, with more and more title players joining the likes of Hikaru, Magnus, and Jose Martinez in the weekly Blitz tournament. We've decided to double the prize pot for the first Title Tuesday that reaches 1,000 players, which means players who finish in the top 30 will earn a cash prize. Will it happen this Tuesday? Use !2x in chat or visit go.chess.com/double for all the details. And there, as we return to the playing hall, we are going to go on a short break, but we really have an exciting start to day 3. We have complicated positions, we have endgame grinds, we have it all here at Tata Steel Chess Tournament. To see you in a few.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being terrible and 10 being very good, how good of a human being are you think?
6.
True. And me? Give me a number.
8. You want a 10?
True. Wow! You think I'm like a better human being than you?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so wrong. Wow.
Which makes him a better human being than you.
Case in point. Case in point. Case in point. No, way better. I mean, the answers that shock me. It's just the dancing that's his weakness, to be honest. Do you believe in destiny?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, he does.
Do you believe in afterlife?
Yeah.
Yes, he also does that.
I'm from India and I'm in the office.
Yeah, no, but you're like,
I've not lied for a long time, no?
No, you're like total confession mode. Yeah, you give up. Yeah, you started to chill.
Only the dancing thing.
Yeah,
actually, that was also true.
No, that was true.
It just came out as a
Would
lie.
you rather go back to when you were 7-year-old and start all over? Or would you keep your life as is right now?
Do I have the wisdom?
No, you just go back and restart. Like you just go back to that moment with no extra information, just again restart.
No, I'll stay where I am. I think I did good.
True.
But if I have the wisdom, then I'll go back.
No, it's not fair. So, are you happy?
Borderline. No, not really.
Also true.
What makes you unhappy? What is missing then?
Just that I'm not where I should be.
Is that to do with professional chess career?
Yeah, professional chess career.
True.
Do you believe you still have a chance to become a world chess champion?
No.
Yeah, I think he's truthful about that.
Do you think you will ever be Indian #1 again?
Yeah.
Also true.
Rating is easier than candidates in world championship cycle.
There are a lot of kids.
I know, but
There are
still.
a lot of them. Wow.
But world championship is a lost cause.
But it's good. Good.
It's too complicated.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess. It is the event that simply kicks off the new year with a bang. And there you can see the playing hall where you see hundreds of competitors battling it out. And of course, there is an open. There's also another tournament as well as the Masters. It is the Tata Steel Challengers, where we have some of the most exciting, young, fresh talent, a lot of the most dynamic players around. And Tanya, let's have a look at a bird's eye view of our competitors in the Challengers, because their games are always pretty feisty.
Absolutely, and there's a lot on the line because the winner of the Challengers also qualifies for the following year's Tata Steel Masters, and that's really the aim for all these youngsters. And in the mix, you've also got a lot of women players playing as well in the Challengers. You know, we've got from my own team, maybe we've got Divya and Vaishali fighting it out, though I do see on our bottom row that Vaishali, she's in big trouble where that's the third board from the right bottom row. We see white, you've got this beautifully safe king. Meanwhile, Vaishali's king in trouble. She's overexpanded on the king side. Things not looking great for her there. And as you said, Yavanka, it's always exciting, the games here, and that's definitely one of them.
Yes, that's certainly one. And Vaishali, she's playing against the current world junior champion, Nodirbek. Now, there's also, as you mentioned, there's a few female participants. There's also an 11-year-old super talent, Faustino Oro. Now, I don't know whether I should be impressed or scared that we have such a young competitor in such an elite event.
And I love how he's so suited up and he's so serious. It's just amazing to see how this younger generation always has this level of maturity. I mean, that kid does not look like he's 11. Look at that, Ivanka. It's so amazing to watch him on the board. The youngest international master ever. He's also looking for his maiden grandmaster norm here. He didn't have a great start though, but again, it's a marathon. And for Faustino Oro, he's looking at racking up those points in the upcoming rounds.
Yes, and he has the white pieces and an endgame against international master Irina Bulmaga, who has one of the most aggressive styles I've ever seen from a female player. She's just unbelievably ferocious on the board, and there we can see her in the background, an incredible talent. Wow, loads of exciting games happening all around. We'll keep an eye on the challenges and update you on the progress. But let's revisit, of course, the Masters. And the Masters is where we have some of the biggest names in chess fighting it out. And we have some developments, some moves have been made. We can see there in the bottom left that Fabiano Caruana came up with a plan against Gukesh. He just moved his bishop to the center, initiating some trades. We'll keep you posted on what happens there. And also, well, there are captures aplenty in that extremely complicated game, Wei against Vincent Keimer. But Tanya, maybe we can have a look at some of the other games, which, although not as fiery, they are certainly very interesting.
Absolutely. And I just want to do a quick overview as well. We haven't had the time to check in with Mendonça versus Hari Krishna, but I don't think we missed out on much. It remains a positional strategic battle. That's the top left board. We see Mendonça has control of the D file, Hari with control of the C line with the two rooks lined up, maintains the balance in that. I think we have to jump in on the Anish board because, like you said, there is some tension in the center there. So perhaps that's the one that we'll deep dive into. Meanwhile, Vincent Keimer, Wei, it looks like the tables have turned there. Absolute chaos. But with that inaccuracy that Vincent has, the light squared bishops are gone, and now suddenly it's the black king that's not feeling as safe with that H pawn under fire. Of course, our marquee matchup as well. An interesting plan by Fabiano Caruana, as you pointed out, putting the bishop on e4, which just shows how difficult the position is. Fabi wants to keep his knights on the board to control those dark squares. But I see the bar, it rises up in Gukesh's favor. So, Yovi, I'm going to make you take the tough decision. Where do you want to go next?
I think that we will revisit. Of course, we're going to play very close attention to Gukesh against Caruana, but let's have a look at Anish Giri Fedoseev. When we left it, it was a really tense position, but as you can see, let's just say Fedoseev has his pieces situated on very original squares.
Really interesting. And let's just do a quick action replay from where we left it last because it was a while back and a lot has happened. In fact, Fedoseev did stop the A pawn from moving forward with the move A6. He combined it with your idea of bishop F8 as well, Yovi. And here, Anish had an interesting approach. He goes with the queen to B1. And I've seen this plan with the black pieces with colors reversed in the Italian, where black puts the queen to b8, lines it up with the bishop that's often on c5 and hits the f2 pawn. This queen b1, it's a multi-purpose move. Not only is it looking at ideas like queen a2, but it also supports the advance of the b pawn forward with b4. Stopping all of that for now, Fedoseev counters the light squared bishop. We saw that being traded off. And in fact, Anish Giri's knight did land on d5. You can't trade this because that would land up in a fork. You end up losing material. Fedoseev fights that knight on d5. We see a trade on f6, a strange rook. And I think this is one of the pieces that you're pointing out in that final position. This is how it got there, Jovanka, the rook on f6. And now that the queen has done its job, the queen returns to d1 against any tactical sacrifices of rook takes knight, which often is played out with counterplay on the king's side. So you have to be careful about these threats. So now just nullifying the attack on the king's side with that last move. The knight jumps to g6, eyeing the f4 square, immediately breaks in the center, taking away that f4 square from Fedoseev. And I'm going to quickly get us up to date with what we have as the white knight lands on f5 and Fedoseev breaks in the center with d5, targeting the pawn on e4, the key defender of, what are we calling this? Is it a horse, a pony, a kraken, a stallion? What is this?
It's an octo knight. It's a dangerous one as that as well. But take a look at Fedoseev. He's doing the right things. He's destabilizing. Destabilizing. It's
destabilizing. It's d for d5, d for destabilizing, d5 in the air by Fedoseev. And now some decisions to be made by Anish, right? Because the octo knight looks really pretty, but how long can it last there?
Yeah, well, that's the issue, though. That's exactly Model's defensive strategy of playing against those kinds of pieces. It's not going to stay there for long. Yeah, it's going to get booted out because you just can't maintain it, can you? And if you have to move it back, then
Anish to the
he
rescue.
moves it forward. The queen. Yes, the queen comes out. Yeah, and Again, it's a gutsy move, and wow, the moves are coming in very quickly with the queen eyeballing up its counterpart there on g4. He's determined that knight is not going to exist in his own territory. It needs to be booted away from the black side of the board.
He's lined up the queen with the rook against that knight, still paralyzing the pawn on e4. And sure, the white knight can jump back to e3, but then you end up trading the queen, neutralizing the pressure. I think this game has been really nicely handled by Fedoseev, and he's sort of neutralizing the pressure that Anish has created with that octonite.
I agree. It's certainly a very nice defensive game there from Fedoseev. He's doing absolutely everything perfectly. And you know what that means? When you have perfect games, you get that perfect result of a draw. Tanya, talking about perfect results, can we go over to our marquee matchup? Because I see a repetition on the horizon. Now, we'll see whether it's happened, but have a look at this. Yeah, because we briefly looked at bishop to e4. That was played by Fabiano.
This is where we left it, and bishop e4 was the
This
move
is
of
where we
choice.
left it.
Yes.
Yes. And here, Gukesh retreats the bishop. This is no trade. And Fabiano indicates that, hey, I'm happy with a draw. Let's repeat moves. And now it's decision time for Gukesh.
I think we've seen enough of the World Championship to know that Gukesh is not a fan of repeating positions when there's still so much life left to play for. I mean, this is a complete imbalance, right? White has got the bishop pair. You've got ideas of getting the knight to that c5 square as well. He's thinking right now, it could be tempting to repeat, but once again, whatever I know of Gukesh, I will be shocked if he moves that bishop to that f3 square again. I think he's going to play this on. Jovanka, what's your gut feeling?
Well, it's very tempting, right? You're playing Fabiano Caruana, the top seed in the competition. And
You're also
let's
the world
face it, his
champion, though.
reputation precedes him. Yeah, you are the world champion. But okay, let's have a look at the clock situation. The clocks are relatively balanced. It depends on. I think the thing is, though, Gukesh is a little bit in a moral quandary because if he goes knight to b3, Black's knight will jump into e4, and there will be no bishop takes e4 on the board. So it feels like you might be obliged to go bishop to f3. And also, I'm just gonna point out something. He did one of those towels. It's a small one. Basically, he looked at his opponent. Or then, no, actually, that's actually not true because there we see Fabiano. But often, sometimes when you look at your opponent, you kind of go, okay, I'll take the draw.
Yeah, I'm trying to read into Gukesh and what's going on in his mind now. Usually, I think he plays this position like 10 out of 10 times is what I want to say. But I'm also looking at how this tournament's gone so far for him. The first round against Anish Giri, he was in big trouble. Anish made that big blunder, missing the winning move and walking into a losing move. And in that split second, the game was lost. But Gukesh was in the back foot in that one. Yesterday against Fedoseev as well, Gukesh had to defend that position to the end. So how is he feeling about his form, his energy right now? But, all that said, again, this guy is a fighter. He wants to play every single position out till the end, even if it hasn't gone his way in the first two rounds, even if he doesn't feel like he's in his A shape. I've never seen Gukesh have the approach of getting in an early draw. I want to hear from chat. What do you guys think? Does Gukesh play this on, or is he going to repeat with bishop to f3?
I see a lot of featured chat saying, come on, Gukesh, go for the win. But sometimes it's not about what you want, it's what's on the board. And Tanya, the more I look at this position, the more I'm like, what is the plan for white? If you are not doing your knight b3, what I was going to say, I was going to be quite rude about it. I was going to say, what in God's name are you doing? But really, what is the plan?
I trust in Gukesh to show us the way if he does find one to not repeat. I'm still very tempted with the idea to go knight to b3. And then perhaps once you jump, okay, let's just have that on the board and let's see what happens. So knight b3, the problem that we had was knight e4. And the reason why I think it's still possible, Ivanka, is that now you can defend this pawn with your queen. Yes, I move away from defending g4, but hey, guess what? Your knight has also jumped in, taking away a key defender. Next, if given the time, the bishop lands on f3 and captures the knight. So I'm just trying to switch the move orders to get what I want.
Yes, I take your point. But what about your other plan, where you were going knight to f8, knight to d7?
So after knight
No,
b3.
you can do that after knight to b3. The knight jumps in, queen c1, and then we had your other plan, which is you got to keep the c5 square covered, and then.
I'm not saying that white is winning or anything. I'm just saying this is a way to keep the game going. And then you can start thinking about maybe moving the bishop to d3 or to f3. Perhaps you have the option of even Ivanka going back to your earlier plan of pushing the knight away with f3, falling back with the bishop and going e4. So suddenly the game changes in dynamics. I think it's more about the mindset right now that Gukesh has. There are ways to keep the game going. It's not as though there's no alternative here and everything leads to a worse position for white. No, it just keeps the balance and you can play on. You could play the knight to b3. You could maybe find another improving move, and I'm struggling to really honestly find another one. Knight b3 to me is very, very tempting. Yeah, I'm excited to see what is Gukesh's approach. Does he bail out of this game, and wants to get that rest in? He's just had a long flight, played 2 difficult games, play bishop f3, like you said, a huge tournament favorite. You're playing against Fabiano, world number 2, the rating favorite of this tournament. Or does he just do what Gukesh does?
Yeah, I agree with you. I do feel like it is a question of mindset, and I think it's also incredibly understandable that you see he's doing that thing where he's looking up, and that I usually associate with I'll take the draw. But one of the things we got to remember is that when you play Tata Steel Masters, you are in it for the long haul. You're not just thinking about game 3, you're also thinking about who you're playing in the final round. And you will have decided who your targets are. You will have decided what your strategy is against certain opponents. And the question is, when you are playing such a grueling marathon, do you conserve your energy and agree a draw in an effortless way? Or do you kind of like tire yourself out by playing a super long game against Fabiano Caruana? It's probably going to be a draw anyhow. And I know high risk, high reward, but that's
So
the kind of dilemma.
Are you saying he's going for the repetition here? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate.
But if you had to sort of predict the future, and be careful with your predictions, Ivanka, you're getting all of them right. And maybe I'm also being biased because as a commentator, I want this game to go on. But what's your prediction here?
I think it's going to be a repetition, and it's only because he keeps looking. There you see him again. He keeps looking up towards, and
Do we
that
even know
to
if
me is
Fabi's?
a tell that he's happy.
Because I can't see. Is Fabi on his chair right now?
Yes. Look there, you see him again. Look, he keeps kind of looking up, and we often do that. When we're happy with a draw, we make eye contact with our opponents, and we kind of go, "Yes, we'll take half the point," as our good friend Yasser Serouan likes to say, a halving of the point.
It's tempting for all the arguments that you've just made. And he does repeat. He goes for bishop f3. Fabi, he comes back to his chair. Ivanka, you had to predict for a non-repetition and we would have had the game.
Oh, I'm sorry, folks. Okay, but he doesn't have to repeat right now. No, he's thinking. He might just be taunting us, Tanya. Say, hey, you all thought I was going to go for a draw. No, not today.
So this is the second time that we're going to get this position. And if Fabi returns with his bishop to f, if no, he played bishop e4 already.
Yeah, Fabi has indicated he's more than happy to split the point, walk away, and have early dinner.
Come on, Gukesh, you got to continue this position. And I'm also seeing the evaluation bars say that there's something. So again, he has no idea that there's something to play for. So has to find his way or feel that he's better to play on. And like you said, he's playing against Fabi. I'm surprised if this has a quick finish, though. I want to see Gukesh play on.
What is the best move? What is objectively the best move for white? Is it to continue with this knight b3 plan? Is the best move bishop e2 as he...
So I just took a peek
earlier?
And the best move, and I see it also being mentioned on our feature chat, Gukesh has to find bishop to g4.
Mm-hmm.
And that apparently is the way to go. Well, one thing's clear, you take away the f5 square, so you also have ideas of f3. Be careful with this bishop, you don't have too many squares remaining. But it's a bit of a strange move, right? Because you're allowing the black knight to capture on g4.
Yeah, and I guess you're arguing that the knight on the f6 is a potential defender of the c5 square.
Yeah, not an easy decision. He looks like he's about to make a move now. You know, is he going to go bishop b2 or bishop g4? Will Gukesh continue this game?
Yeah,
I
I'm
feel the
also
fact that he
beginning to agree with featured chat that he's... No,
comes back.
no, the bishop comes back.
He comes back.
And
Fabi is looking at his score sheet and he's wondering if it's a 3-time repetition, if he was to fall back with the bishop to f5. And he does. It looks like he's about to call the arbiter to claim a repetition.
Yeah,
and I believe it is one. His claim will be granted, Yamanka.
Yep. I also believe, but remember, you have to follow the procedure when you're claiming threefold repetition. You must write your intended move down. You must stop the clock. You must call over the arbiter and tell them that after you make the move bishop to f5 in this particular situation, that the position will have repeated 3 times. And there we see our first result of the day. And it's a peaceful one, despite starting off with a lot of fireworks.
A peaceful draw in a position that did have a lot of life, but perhaps Gukesh feeling that not finding his way forward because it's not clear at all, and playing against Fabi, who kept everything under control, not allowing the breaks in. And now they sit and analyze. But I think for Gukesh, it felt like a practical decision. Once again, marathon, energy, all the factors that you claim, playing against a player like Fabi, all of these things playing in your mind. You've got this draw, you can take it and then start afresh tomorrow. Fabi analyzing it as well, but it's clear that Fabi is perhaps the more relieved one. Definitely felt a bit of pressure there with the black pieces.
Yeah, it was certainly a fascinating game. Like, I really adored the way that both players embraced the complexities in the opening, with Fabiano Caruana just going for it, just like standing on the king side, and then this nice maneuvering game. It was a game of some stages, I would say. Fireworks, and then careful maneuvering, and then at the end, it was a peaceful resolution. And there we do see the players to analyze, but the arbiter comes in and collects the score sheets. Maybe we go back to the bird's eye view and I see it's very much there. So Tanya, 1 down, 6 to go. Well, maybe we can go back. There's a lot of endgames I see on the board.
And I love how Fabi and Gukesh continue to analyze the position, because once again, the position in which the repetition happened, there were a lot of factors at play. There were a lot of ways to continue there as well. And I think Fabi is saying, hey, you know what, games are going on. Let's go to the analysis room and take a deeper look there. So the players setting the pieces back up. And I think they're going to continue their derby of whether they could have played on or not a little bit longer. But most of the players are playing on a bit longer and in very feisty positions. We've got our bird's eye view up. Now, one thing I want to point out, I know, Yavanka, you're probably thinking about the Wei Vincent game. It's been absolute chaos and it continues to be that. But also notice the board next to that. Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces. We saw this queenless middle game. The queen's traded off. He's up against Arjun. Material balanced. Level it looks at first, but actually Pragg has a lot to play for, and it feels that the last few moves he's kind of outplayed Arjun. He's established a beautiful piece on c5, which if it's traded off, you get your octo knight on c5 to a really nice square. The white rook, beautifully placed, attacking the a7 pawn. We often talk about pawn islands, which determines which side has more weaknesses. We see Pragg, he's got 2 pawn islands. That's 2 sets of connected pawns. Meanwhile, Arjun has got 3 pawn islands, which leaves him with 2 weaknesses on the left side of the board. Once again, not so easy for black to put pressure, because if you jump in with the knight to an active square, white can always push that knight back. You have the flexibility of moving ahead with your pawns. I think it's an uphill task for Arjun. He needs to be precise, because it's these kind of endgames that just seem to slip out of your fingers. You know, you think, okay, this has to be balanced. This has to be a draw. And it most likely is in draw territory right now. But that territory, Yavanka, is pretty small. 2 to 3 inaccuracies, and suddenly you're looking at an endgame that might be too far gone to hold.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's really actually looking quite difficult for black because, as you mentioned, black's pawns on a7 and c6, they are targets. They are isolated. They don't have siblings to support them. And you can see the follow through for white. You can see that a white rook could quite naturally put itself on a6, and then you can see a doubling on the a line. Also, the white knight is ready to spring into its ideal squares of either e5 or c5. So as black, how does one neutralize this? And black's rooks, I also want to say, they just don't have any coordination together. So for instance, if black were ever to kind of make a move like, it doesn't really work here, but just ignore that, but like a5, with the idea of just moving the rook over to b7 and focusing on the b3 point, you know, you're vulnerable to b4 and these pins on the a line. So it's very, very difficult for black to coordinate a harmonious defense. And maybe we need to start doing some repair work. So what moves kind of spring to mind for you, Tanya? For me, it's perhaps mobilizing. It's actually white to play. For some reason, I thought it was
and
black.
I really liked, black has just made the move rook c7, defending the a7 pawn. So making sure that's under control. I really like your idea of jumping in with a rook to, oh, he made a move already. Went for king to f1.
F1.
So just improving the position of the king. And now how does Arjun solve these problems that you were talking about?
Yeah, this is the question. I mean, what happens if you release the tension and you try to make things simple with knight to e4?
I like that
the
move,
human
because
mind, we discussed that.
before we go into that line, I just want to point out, you know, releasing the tension with the other approach just allows the white knight to jump to a beautiful square. And now ideas like rook a6, rook a1, and it just feels as if black is completely paralyzed in this position. You know, white is going to slowly but surely get his king on the other side, and very tough for Arjun to create counterplay. So your idea, knight e4.
Yeah. And at least if there is a trade of bishops, it's going to be on black's turn because, hey, it's helped improve the king position. So, yeah, you are threatening the pawn on c3 and the bishop on c5. So you actually are obliged to.
So bishop takes bishop, and you take it back with your king. have to defend the c pawn. You push forward. I want to try and get f3 next.
Yeah, and
just want to quickly show one line. For example, if you go rook b8, attacking that b3 pawn, then the idea of f3, forcing the knight back to either d6 or f6, and you simply plant your knight to a beautiful c5 square where it can't be pushed out of. Notice how all of white's pawns take away key squares from the black knight, but the white knight, nothing can attack it.
yeah, it's very instructive. If white gets a knight on c5, positionally black is just gonna be suffering big time. Yeah, it's actually very. I mean, I feel like knight e4 is a step in the right direction. At least you get your king centralized. So and the problem here, though, is the move that I was thinking of is like c5. Like, ideally, you would want to go as black knight c5 yourself, and then you stop white from ever getting control, but you can't do that.
Yeah, because also after a move like c4, if you push your own c5 pawn, once again, f3, rook a5, targeting all the weaknesses, and it's just not a happy task defending this position. We do have a move, I believe. He's gone for your idea, but in a different way, Jovanka. He falls back with the knight to d7. And I think the reason for that is that from the d7 square, you're not losing tempos with the f3 threat that we saw happening in many of those lines.
Exactly. And also an advantage is that you can actually play c5 in good conscience. We saw the knight on e4 being out there on a limb, but here, if bishop takes, bishop happens, king takes, the trade will favor black. But the downside is knight e4 forced the trade of bishops. Here, it's not forced.
But even if it's not forced, and then that means white has to retreat the bishop, even a square like bishop d4, you're always going to be hit with your move c5. I like this approach by Arjun, because even if knight e4, we saw the evaluation bar doesn't move in that, it just felt a bit loose. It felt like the position that black would need to be very precise to take it forward. So I think we can wrap this up by saying that Pragg is putting the pressure. He does trade on e7. I'm expecting him to double up on the a line next to try to clamp down the pressure on the a file, make sure the black rooks remain inactive. Jovanka, should we zoom out of this endgame, because it's definitely going to be a long one? But I'm afraid the Wei Vincent Keimer game might not be so, because Wei is down to 16 minutes on the clock.
And if you take a look at the position there on the second game on the right, on the bottom, you can see that it is fire, Tanya. There's a knight taking a piece on h7, which means that there's going to be a white queen coming in. I mean, it's complete chaos. So let's quickly recap on what happened, and then off we go and let's analyze.
So this is where we left it. Bishop e2. We thought this was a very strong retreat by Wei, forcing Vincent to get rid of that defending bishop. h5 is a big weakness. And look at this move. This is incredible stuff. He simply doesn't care. He literally doesn't care about that d4 pawn. He sidesteps with his king against all threats of that bishop. He knows it's the king side where the action is. Who cares about pawns in this position when white is coming for the black king? After pawn takes pawn, knight into knight has been played. And if black was to recapture with the king, white jumps in, giving a check. The big question, Jovanka, what is assisting the white queen? Because sure, and let's take a look at this line, because I think king takes knight has to be the move, although I do see it's perhaps not the most precise move, but we have to look at this. And now after king g7, how is white continuing the pressure on black's king? Because the bishop on a7 controls a very key square for the white rook to jump to.
Yeah, and there's a lot of congestion on the G line as well, so it's not going to be very easy to put a rook there, which is really what you want to be doing, even if it comes at the cost of one of those rooks. So one thing, though, is that you are guaranteed a draw. you can just step back with the queen to g4.
Ivanka, you're in a very peaceful mood today, I see.
No. But
brought
okay, but well, that's one of those things, though. As you know, when we play these aggressive openings, we're like, okay, well, I am guaranteed a draw, so it kind of determines how much risk there is to take in the position. So if you're feeling feisty, then maybe you can throw in some kind of. I'm looking at knight to b5's ideas. You're dreaming about putting a knight on the f5 square. It's not easy to get it there, though. Other moves that kind of spring to mind are maybe bishop to f2. But there's a certain type of harmony in black's position, because the next move that Vincent will be playing in this game would be rook h8. And yeah, you can see the black king hiding out on f8. It's not going to be an easy task to get at it.
Imagine if the black rooks land up on h8 and g8, and then suddenly we're talking about the white king not feeling very safe, right? So it's a double-edged sword, not easy for white to build the attack. Once again, this is such a powerful bishop for Vincent that defends everything. I'm wondering, Ivanka, he's taking his time. And again, to me, king takes knight is sort of that hand move, right? You play it almost instantly. Your opponent has just captured a piece on h7. And the only other move that could be an intermediate move is to capture on b2, hitting that rook on a1. Do you think that's what's going on Vincent's mind right now? Is he planning to throw in a pawn takes pawn, sort of tempting the white queen to take that pawn with a check? But yes, you get that pawn, you move away from the attack on h5, and only then capture on h7.
Yeah, that's the only other move that I can see.
Let me show that. Pawn takes pawn.
Yep.
Queen takes pawn might be really bad because of bishop d4. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Not bishop d4.
Maybe just take the knight.
Maybe just take the knight. Yeah. And suddenly the rook comes to g8. The bishop comes to d4. And you know, Ivanka, maybe your king comes to h6 to defend the h5 pawn.
Yes. And yeah. Well, this one is definitely going to entertain us for a long time, Tanya. It's such a sharp position. So I do think that you should throw in c takes b2, and then let's see what happens. Because then it kind of also forces Wei Yi to take a decision. Like, how is he going to meet that? Is he going to try to play exchange down? Or is he going to make some other weird and wonderful moves like f5? You might see something like that on the agenda, or maybe just rook b1 is keeping it simple. So many options, and yeah, it's crazy, Tanya. It's crazy, and I'm just gonna hit pause button on this craziness because I want to go back to the bird's eye view, because I can see a lot of games. Well, no, some. I can definitely see in the bottom right, Serrano Van Forest. That looks like it's going to be a draw any moment now.
And I think we might be capturing the last few moves of it, because yes, white has an extra pawn, but really, what is that extra pawn? The doubled f pawn, like you're pointing out, it's not going to be in any way helpful for Jordan. It's impossible to create a passer. Black's rook nicely placed to guard the 7th and the 8th rank. Completely agree. This should be winding down very quickly.
Yes, and also there's a lot of level positions as well. You see Giri, Fedoseev, the bar is staunchly in the middle. Maybe we can dive in there and see what's happening.
Let's take a look, as all the boards are pretty level, although we've got action on the max board as well with the queens on. But let's check in with Anish's endgame here. And I'm going to just bring that up for us. So there we have it. To me, yes, the bar is level, but again, Ivanka, you compare each of the pieces. White's knight beautifully placed on c4. in conjunction with the pawn on a5, it can never be kicked out. The bishop, a better piece than its counterpart on f8. Also notice how some point it can start attacking the pawn on c5, which happens to be on a dark square as well. The trump in Fedoseyev's position is that he controls the open D line. Unfortunately for Anish, you've got no penetrating squares for your own E file. It does look like Anish has maximized his chances, but again, if anyone can push, it's got to be white in this position based on the piece activity.
Yeah. The problem with chess is that we love to say, like, you're like, push, 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 but
Where
the
do you
problem
push?
is you've got to always, exactly. I have this kind of motto in life that your pieces, they're smart, but they're also really dumb. They need specific instructions. And I completely agree with you about Anish just maximizing his pieces. Black has complete control over the D line. There's not really too many entry points for the white pieces to go to. Yes, you can harass the rook on d7 by going knight to b6, but yeah, I mean, you can also cover quite easily the e6 square. So if a white rook does appear on e6, the king will just step up and go, shoo, get out of my home. And it's not an easy position to make progress. I'm sure maybe, I don't even know whether Magnus will be able to, in the immediate moves, come up with a plan that challenges Black.
It's incredibly level. Well, I don't know what plan, if Magnus was playing here, would come up with, but I do know that he would play this on. He would try to maybe double up on the e file, and I really like this move by Fedosiev. It was something that I wanted to point out actually, because that knight from e7 is now headed in some cases to the d5 square, which, well, right now can't because the rook on d7 is hanging, but you could simply step up. Jovanka, are we going to see a repetition right now, right here? Because Anish has just retreated.
We've timed it to perfection, have we not? And there we see Anish. He's pausing. I thought that with the speed with which he played knight b6 and knight c4, that it was destined to be a quick draw.
Harry, he's pausing to look at the game, and I think if I had to guess, it's going on in his mind that Anish, it's going to be a repetition, isn't it? And I think he will go for knight b6 here, because once again, the black knight headed to the c6 square, eyeing d4, also in some cases, knight d5, hitting that bishop on c3. So Fedosiev, with a very active retreating move, asks some serious questions. And it all looks very pretty for Giri. But again, where is the actual progress from here on is a very tough question to answer. So we might see a repetition here right now. And he's going for it.
Absolutely. And Tanya, well, in the previous 2 days, we started off with a flurry of wins, and now it looks like we're going to get peaceful draws at the beginning.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see that stare that Fedosiev just gave him? He played rook d6, and he looks really chill. And I think Fedosiev knows that there's nothing better for Anish to do but to repeat right now. Looks confident with the black pieces without too much trouble holding this.
Yeah, he's got it in the bag, and look at that. Calmly sipping his drink.
He's gulping it down. He knows he doesn't have too much time on the board. He needs to finish it, because I think it's going to be a draw on the next move.
And, well, it's decision time for Anish. Does he repeat the position with knight c4 attacking the rook? Does he go for something else? Nope. The hands come out. It's our second draw of the day. So, draw between Anish Giri and Vladimir Fedosiev. A very tense game, but ultimately a very well played one.
Absolutely. I think by both sides, Anish tried to put some pressure with the white pieces. Meanwhile, Fedosiev, he kept it solid. He kept everything defended, not giving in too much. And a very different kind of draw than what we saw on the Gukesh Fabi board, where it still felt like there was life left in that position. I'm very interested to see their post-game interview to really understand what went on in their mind when they repeated. Right now, Anish, Fedosiev, they continue to analyze. But I think both players are quite happy with the way things ended.
I think ultimately it was a fair result. It was a very balanced game. And as we saw earlier on, Fedoseev was under some pressure from Anish, but he handled that tension extremely well. And I'm also curious, the players still analyzing, but I'm also very curious whether the game that we also had just bookmarked as a draw will have finished by now. Van Forest against Sarana.
Let's jump right in.
And it was Tanya 3 pawns and versus 2 pawns and a rook and knight. And there we see Sarana put his rook on b3. Well, optically, it looks like Jordan has made some progress, getting a pawn to f5. But it might be the same case as we saw in the Anish Giri game, where White has gotten the best that they can achieve.
It's maximum progress, and I've got a repetition for you here, Yavanka. White king moves forward to f4, black gives a check, forcing the king back, rook to b3, and that's one way to decide the result right now. Yes, the pawn's gotten to f5, but there's nowhere further that he's going to go. And what is he reaching out to do? He does reach out for the king, but he goes back with his king to g2. And that's exactly where...
Did it come from there? And like there you see
a few moves ago.
Yes, the rook comes to. The problem with the white position is that the white king can't go on its desired adventure into the middle of the board because it always has to look after its h pawn, and that is just gonna hamper the progress.
And I saw a featured chat that Van Forest is going to do a Magnus in this position. I don't even know if Magnus can do a Magnus in this position because it's just so hard for White to make any progress with that extra pawn. The Black Knight doing a fantastic job of taking away key jumping squares from the White Knight, stopping the pawn from moving forward. The Black King extremely safe. And with the pawns all broken apart, coming into target, Sarana has enough counterplay to keep things defended. He's not even allowing the White King forward. I think this is about to end. This is going to be our third draw of the day.
Yeah, that's looking very likely. Like you mentioned, Tanya, sometimes the position is just drawn and you just have to accept that. And Jordan thinking, but there's always that will they, won't they moment, Tanya, when you're expecting a draw, will it appear within the next few minutes?
I think I've got the answer. I just asked you. All your predictions have been on point. And Yavanka, out of all the draws we've seen, I think this one is the most likely to end right about now with a repetition.
Exactly, because we like to catch the handshakes. So I saw Jordan reaching for the king, so I'm fully expecting a king to f3. And the look to come to Sarana and says, are you going to join in on the dance? And Sarana says, yes, absolutely.
And then they go to the one bar that's open in Wijk Aan Zee and just get some dinner and maybe a dance in, actually, because it is a relatively early day in the office for these two players. He's reaching out for his rook instead, though. So no repetition just yet. Rook to c5. And it's the kind of position where there are no bad moves for black. You could shuffle around with the rook. You could also try to get active with your own knight to h5, hinting at knight f4 if allowed to do so. It doesn't change the evaluation of the position. Once again, if this pawn was anywhere else, even if it was on the G line, it would still be very close to a draw, but then we'd see this game being played on. If it was on the E file, you've got a clear passer. But with the pawn on f5, there's absolutely no future to get something out of this endgame.
And even if Jordan Van Forest trades knights, then as Tanya mentioned, it is still a draw. So say, for instance, White manages to get a knight onto g4 and try to fix the pawn structure. 3 versus 2 on the same side in a rook and pawn endgame is definitely a draw. I mean, chances are so high for that. And if the pawn structure remains with white having the doubled f pawns, well, the chances are virtually guaranteed that it's going to be a draw. So we'll see. Again, he steps up with his king. No, he steps up with the pawn. So Jordan perhaps wanting to set up some kind of knight to g4, offer that trade, get into that 3 versus 2, and maybe his winning chances increase by a few percent. Yeah. And there we see Caruana. He's very confident.
Well, like you pointed out, that is perhaps the idea, to try to trade off the knight on your terms, improve your pawn formation. But even that is a draw, a 3 versus 2. And Caruana for now jumps in with his own knight, so eyeing that juicy f4 square. If white plays knight d5, well, that immediately would mean knight to f4, and that would be handshakes on the spot.
Yeah.
You also have ideas of repeating with the rook, checking on the second and the first rank.
Yeah, unfortunately, white's pawn structure is quite simply, to put it mildly, not the best. It's very difficult to advance the pawns. And
what do you mean not the best? It's the absolute worst if you have to be an extra pawn up in this endgame.
it just completely wrecks any winning chances you might have.
I'm trying to think of a worse pawn formation for white in this endgame, and Jovanka actually cannot come up with it. Being an extra pawn up, this pawn, perhaps on the H file doubled up, would be equally bad for winning chances. Of course, Jordan, he's pushed, he got the extra pawn, he maximized everything. But I think Caruana, giving up that pawn, knew that it's not going anywhere and kept everything in defensive territory.
Ironically enough, if you were playing 3 versus 2, and you had doubled g-pawns, and that's actually a very easy draw. Just because white can't advance without making any trades.
Yeah, double G pawn, double F pawns. What you really want for winning chances is the ability to create a passer, right? With doubled any pawns, it just limits and restricts. So I'm surprised the game has gone on for this long.
Well, it's just the players coming to terms with the results. Jordan yet to win a game. He lost yesterday against Fabiano Caruana. He has the white pieces. And you always hope in a tournament like this that you get in that much needed victory, and there you see him slide the king over. And we have a handshake draw agreed. Well, Tanya, we're 3 for 3. 3 draws. 4 games.
It's time to get some decisive games in, and the positions that we've got going on, I think we might be heading in that direction on at least some of the other boards. This one, I think it had been a draw for a while. Caruana showing great defensive technique, and for Jordan having that extra pawn was just not enough.
No, not enough. But again, another closely contended game. And the players can enjoy an early night in Wijk Aan Zee and then get ready and refreshed for tomorrow's day of action. And going back to the bird's eye view, let's have a look at the 4 other games in contention. Where is the spice, Tanya?
Well, action still continues in the Mendonça Hari Krishna board. We see that Mendonça has got the rook and the queen lined up, but it has been stopped by Hari's bishop. Meanwhile, Hari trying to create, and this is really the kind of chess that Hari plays, which is positional and strategic and just trying to improve pieces. I think that's balanced. The bar is absolutely right on that. Draw is the most likely outcome in that one. On the Max Varmadam Nodirbek Abdusattorov board, there's a lot of action there. We are into our, what is it already, our 4th hour of play right now. And we see the queens are on the board, a lot of minor pieces on the board. There's tension on the left side of the board. So both players trying to create their chances. Meanwhile, Nodirbek's rook on a7, that would be the big question for me. What is it even doing there? Perhaps looking at lining up, doubling down on the a file, putting pressure. And then we go to the bottom row. We've had two draws. Pragg versus Arjun. Pragg continues to push. He's trying to be the more aggressive player, trying to attack the weaknesses. But I think Arjun's done a fab job of defending. That knight on d7 is a key piece. That was a great move, a great find by him. But all the fire, all the action is on the board next to it, Jovanka.
Yes, and Tanya, as we reach the 4th hour of play, that you know it's that time when the clock starts ticking down and the pressure starts rising, and we are going to take a very short break, and when we come back we are going to dive into that extremely chaotic positions.
Well, it is my honor to be here with the 18th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Gukesh Damaraju. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
We all know that when Vishy Sir walks down the street in Chennai, or frankly anywhere in India, he's going to get attention, autographs, selfies. You seem to be on the trajectory, almost certainly, of having that happen to you now, probably for a lifetime. Are you ready for that? And do you embrace that? Have you thought about the fact that, you're now a public figure forever?
Yeah. So firstly, after the candidates and the Olympiad, especially after the Olympiad, because it was huge for India, and me getting recognized was more often than what it used to be, but I didn't think it got to a point where it was annoying. And after the World Championship, I haven't gone back home, so I don't know what kind of extent it will be. But I generally, handle this quite well, and I feel like this is my kind of role to play to develop, the interest for chess and to bring more people into the game. And there are a lot of people who look up to me who are interested in what I do, and I have the chance to get more people into the game now, and I think it's a huge honor. Yeah, chess has given a lot to me, and this the least I can give.
I grew up in the small fortress town of Woerden. I've lived here all my life. When I was 5, my father taught me the game, and soon thereafter took me to the local chess club. I can't really remember my life without chess. I feel like it's always been there. I met my wife through chess. My profession is chess. I don't play chess to win. I'm not that competitive. I love how the pieces move. I love the game. I love how everything around me becomes still. When I'm behind the chessboard, time doesn't flow the same way until the clock runs out. In the spring of 2021, time seemed to have run out. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease, which is a form of cancer. I was 35, and suddenly my life changed. It was a strange time, and chess didn't seem to matter at all. But I was optimistic. I trusted the treatment plan and the doctors that were helping me, and I felt it was in their hands now. The chemotherapy, radiation, at the worst I could barely walk around the block. That it really puts things in perspective. If I have a bad position now, yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, you know. So maybe in that sense it helps that you have a more of a different kind of attitude to life. There are definitely also positive things I take from that time when I was not well. I think it gives you kind of different perspective on life, on everything actually. So it was definitely not only negative. It takes a long time to recover, but chess players are anything if not patient. It was crazy because 1 month before the tournament in Wijk Aan Zee, I still had my radiation therapy finished. So it was way too early actually to start playing, but I wanted to desperately be at that tournament. I barely prepared for the games because I was just too tired. I only played the games, I had dinner, went back to my room, slept most of the time. I had put that tournament as a goal. Best tournament I ever played. Then at the end of the year, after 16 failed attempts, I became Dutch champion, and that was really the cherry on the cake. That was huge for me. I was ecstatic. It was the feeling of I'm back. All those failures, all those setbacks, they never seem to matter now. What is important is that I have a lot of chess ahead of me. I always wait for the moment when I wake up and I realize that today I don't really feel like looking at chess, but it just never happens. My name is Erwin Lamy, and I'm a Dutch Grandmaster.
And we are back with all the action of Tata Steel Chess, and as we near the time control, well, the time pressure mounts, and there you can see the playing pool is actually dwindling as players finish their games and they leave the room. And well, we are following all the action of the Masters, so let's take a look at our bird's eye view because, well, 4 games remaining, 3 games down, 3 draws. But Tanya, we kind of promised that the fire was on the game between Wei Yi and Vincent Keimer, especially when you look at Wei Yi's time controllers there on the bottom right corner. But maybe we can head there immediately because I see a possibility of repetition. That seems to be my forte in
Oh my
today.
gosh. Now that Jovanka said it, it's about to happen in the next few minutes. I can see it happening already because look at the position on the board, the clock situation. I'm going to do a quick action replay. Here we left it. Pawn takes pawn, in fact, did happen. The rook sidestepped. Queen takes pawn would have been a big mistake, as we had discussed. And after king takes knight, the queen jumps in, giving a check. And Jovanka, I think the repetition you're pointing out to is slide in with your queen, force the king to the H line, back and forth, a yo-yo dance. And step 1 done by Wei Yi.
I think in this particular scenario, it's incredibly understandable if he takes the draw. It has been a nerve-wracking game for Wei Yi. First being surprised in the opening, dealing with Vincent Keimer's preparation, and he's had to bring his A game to this particular game all the way through. And you can just see that there is a lot of risk if he continues to play on, because Black will want to be just sliding the rooks over to the right and creating a shelter for the Black king. And it's White king that is also incredibly vulnerable. So yeah, I'm expecting Vincent Keimer to step with the king to the side of the board. And yeah, he goes back to the corner. A quick check.
Only move king to g7. And as you pointed out, that if white was to continue, take a risk, not only the fact that you've got 2.5 minutes on the clock, give Vincent one move to step away with the rook, create an escape square for the king, and it's suddenly the white king that's on fire. So I think it would have to be very important for Wei Yi, in fact, here, to just continue repeating the moves. He must go queen g4, getting aggressive, but there's rook to d5.
There is rook to d5. That is definitely a possibility, but then Black would respond with f5.
Ooh.
At least.
Whoa. f5? Okay, that's...
No, they can't.
Or maybe
possible.
just
There's a
f6
bishop on
as well.
g3. f6, yes.
Yeah, the rook is on e1 is defended with the bishop, so f6 would keep things under control after rook d5. Wei Yi with just under 2 minutes. Is he going to take big risk with rook d5, or does he play it safe with the repetition and bail out at this point? I think it would be very pragmatic to go queen g4.
Totally agree with you, because even a rook does appear, as you mentioned, you cover the g5 square, and the Black king can no longer be checked to perpetual. It will have a path to run if the f-pawn moves one square forward. So it is a one-time opportunity to take the draw.
And I want to point out, Black's about 1 million pawns up already. If white doesn't get to the Black king, if you're not giving checkmate, you would just be lost if Black's king find itself in safety. What is the white knight even doing on a3? If it had a path to f5, we'd be talking a completely different game. And Wei Yi is thinking, he's trying to find a way to move forward, but I don't think there is a way to continue the attack here against the Black king. And he reaches for the queen g4 on the board. Vincent immediately falls back. Queen h5 would be an instant draw.
Yep. And it looks like, once again, Wei Yi is going to be finishing the game with a draw. His third draw in a row. But this game has been a completely different creature to his previous games. But that was just all solid, all perfect play. This one was a real battle.
I think, Ivanka, he's about to call the arbiter, because queen h5, or actually queen h5, and you call the arbiter for queen g4 check. He goes with, because Black
I think
doesn't
he can
have...
afford to. Exactly. He can just keep on checking, and I think the players will... the clock is stopped, and Vincent Keimer is claiming the draw. Tanya, we are going to see our fourth draw of the round. And for Wei Yi, Vincent Keimer, it was a peaceful result, but it was far from a peaceful game. Entertaining, full of tactical spectacles, and it was absolutely incredible. Probably the game of the day so far.
It was anything but balanced, right? Wei Yi gave up the d4 pawn, the c3 pawn, and the b2 pawn. 3 pawns on the queen side, trying to get to the Black king, eventually not having enough pieces to deliver checkmate, just enough for a perpetual. And I think very correctly chose the right moment to call a peaceful result, because continuing would only put him into more danger. He is the defending champion. He is an absolute tactical beast, but so far starts the Tata Steel with 3 draws.
Yep. And Tanya, let's check out the bird's eye view, because we have 3 games in progress. And I can see that we are in the endgame in 2 of those games, but we have a full-blooded fight there. on the right there, on the top right, between Max Farmadam and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Maybe we immediately head there, especially because Max doesn't have so much time.
Yeah, and where on earth did that h3 pawn go is the big question. I think we have to do it. I see the knight retreating back to g5 from a really strange h3 square. It's a game we haven't had too much in-depth look at. So I'm going to just back up to understand what just happened in the last few moves, as Max is under 5 minutes on the clock. I won't go all the way back, Ivanka, but let's step up about here. And things look pretty balanced around here, where black, once again, we saw this nice bishop on c6 that Nodirbek had, putting pressure on that central e4 pawn. The game continued with some maneuvering. The knights are moving back and forth. And now Nodirbek also eyeing, at some point, the threat of doubling up on the A line. White comes back with the rook. The knight jumps forward, wanting to reroute itself to the center of the board. But instead of going back to e6, look at the way Nodirbek, he puts his pieces, and I believe this knight jumped to h3 at a certain moment. Knight d7. Whoa.
Ooh.
Oh, tactics,
Wow.
Ivanka. Amazing.
Yes. Loose pieces drop off, Tanya, because black simply captures that knight on d5, and then you can take on h3 because the knight on d2 is loose. It's unprotected.
Same idea, different move order. You could do it either ways. If white captures on h3, you jump in, you get rid of the bishop of the knight on d5, and no matter what you capture with, suddenly the queen jumps to g5, king on g1 is checked, and the knight on d2, unprotected, will drop off in the next move. And after this tactical skirmish, black ends up with an extra pawn. So knight d5, a huge blunder, a huge miss by Max. But such an easy one to miss as well, right? Because you're not expecting the sacrifice to work. A brilliancy on the board, and now forced to step away with the king. Nodirbek gets rid of that white monster on d5, trades, and simply comes back with the knight. He's up a very healthy pawn.
He is up a healthy pawn, but at the same time, white isn't without their compensation. For instance, the pawns on d5 and b5 very strong. They are completely restraining the pawn on c7, as Tanya is indicating. And if white were to get into an endgame, you could easily see that it's going to be very difficult for Nodirbek to actually make use of his extra material. But it's the white king. The white king is, shall we say, missing a pawn for defense. And that's something that I'm expecting Nodirbek to make use of.
We shall absolutely say that, because you mentioned the white king, and the black pawn is going to march up the board at the right time and strike with h5, h4, h3, blowing open that white's king defense. And you have to keep that in mind at all times. Also want to point out, yes, c7 is a backward weakness. It looks absolutely horrendous. But the black knight, once it lands on c5, a beautiful spot, it's going to stop all pieces from attacking that weakness. So it's just a game that Nodirbek can keep playing, keep putting pressure, at the right time push the h-pawn, remaneuver perhaps his queen to f6, a more active square, get the rook back into the game, plant this knight on c5, and start thinking about h5. Again, it all comes down to that one blunder, right? You just lose that h3 pawn, and suddenly Nodirbek is all over Max Farmadam's back here.
Yes, and we saw a move there played by Nodirbek, a very quick f6 in response. And a nice move, actually, because you are, again, inviting the ideas of h5, your lovely h4, h3, just opening up lines towards the white king. There's also now a retreat square for the knight on g5. It can go to f7, can maybe even park itself on d6, blockading the pawn on d5. Now, knights make excellent blockaders, and the point is that they just jump around. They can peek over the fence, so to speak.
I'm still surprised with this last move that Nodirbek has made. It just feels a bit rushed to commit with your pawn. Pawns don't move backwards, right? Once you've played it, you kind of stick with that decision forever. And f6 was a move that he had, in his box to make at any point. So I wonder if it's just a bit too quick. I also saw the eval bar react a little bit to it. I do see, yes, your point of knight c5, knight f7, knight d6 to come in. But once again, f6, g6, h6, if I want to push the h-pawn, I would like this pawn on f7. It just feels that the black king might just be a little too loose in certain positions. But
Yes.
Nodirbek's got to
And
know what he's doing.
yeah, Nodirbek is an excellent positional player. I tell you something as well, Max doesn't have too much time on the clock. And it's a good strategy when your opponent is down on time to play non-committal moves that surprise them. And f6 is certainly a surprising move, right? Because Max will be thinking, well, what is the intention? Is he going to go h5, do your plan? Is he going to go knight f7 and knight to d6? How will I respond to both of those things? Is he maybe even planning some weird and wonderful thing of like going g5 and getting a knight into f4? I mean, don't underestimate the power of the brain to speed things up and just create this panic.
Well, if you're saying f6 is a surprising move, you're going to love how Max responded, because I am completely shocked with what we're seeing. He voluntarily puts the king on e2. He steps away from the king side and says that perhaps my king is safer on the other side of the board where it's impossible to break, and looking at ideas of doubling down on the h file. So he's fighting against threats of the h pawn advancing. But king e2, Jovanka, was not on my radar.
It wasn't on my radar either. Okay, it's awarded a question mark. The evaluation bar is, as always, is a cruel mistress. It's very, very harsh, but it was quite funny, actually. I'm very impressive how Nodirbek reacts instantaneously. You know, it was like Nodirbek expected such a move. Knight to c5, very quick.
Ooh, he is going for the king march, but it seems it's inaccuracy after inaccuracy.
Okay,
And to your
you
point,
saw the evaluation bar creep up.
Jovanka, I don't know how much Nodirbek was expecting this maneuver, but one thing I do know about Nodirbek is that he's an extremely practical player. He sees the clock as a weapon. He wants to put as much pressure as possible on the board and the clock as well. Knight c5 is a move that Nodirbek knows he wants regardless, so he plays it immediately after king e2, because he doesn't want to give his opponent time to slow down, to think. The more time that Nodirbek takes, Max has that much to calculate and navigate. King d1 is such a committal way to play, to plant the king there. And look at this, Nodirbek continues to improve the position of his pieces. That rook on a7 was out of job there. It's coming back into the game.
Yeah, and it's up to Max to make sense of his position. Rook a8, you know, one of the things that I was expecting from Max was to try to challenge this knight on c5, either go knight to b3, make sure that it doesn't live a pretty life there on that beautiful square, because White's only compensation really is to go rook c3 and pile on the pressure against c7. Maybe this is why putting the king all the way on the queen side is on the inaccurate side, because it makes this plan of doubling on the c line all that much harder.
And also the way the pieces are placed, right? You go knight b3, you can't get your rook to c3. If you start with rook c3, you can't get your knight to b3 because the a4 pawn is hanging. So it's such a tough plan to execute. The only counter that you're talking about, get to the c7 pawn, but there's no practical good way, and the clock keeps ticking. It's tick-tock. It's 1 minute 30 seconds now.
It is
He has
1
reached move 40, by
minute.
the way.
Yes, he has reached move 40. Well, maybe I will hunt around Tanya, see who is still yet to reach the golden move 40. And going back to the bird's eye view, maybe we can revisit Praggnanandhaa against Arjun. No one is in time trouble there, but they're only on move 32, despite being in the full throes of an endgame.
Let's do that. We can wrap up the max game by saying Nodirbek is on the hunt for a full point in that one with the black pieces, has the extra pawn, and even though time control is made and the players will get an additional 50 minutes, the problems continue for Max to find his counterplay against the pawn that he just blundered a few moves ago. And this is the endgame that we've got on the Pragg Arjun board. Once again, things look great for white, right? A beautifully planted knight on b5. The black knight has no way to get to its counterpart on b4 as the d5 square is defended. And a5 continues to remain a weakness, Yavanka. The white rook also eyeing the d6 square. But do you think this is going to be enough? All these factors, the flexibility of the e-pawn moving forward, the idea of rook d6 or perhaps doubling up on the a file to try for something more in this position.
Yeah, I think this is one of those positions where white can just wait. And you can do it in a many ways. You start advancing the king side, you come up with the king, you keep black guessing in which direction you're going to go. Because either, as you mentioned, you're going to double up on the A line, put the pressure on A5. I just wanted to point out that if black tries to release the tension with A4, well, there's a pin in place, and now is the time for white to actually double on the A line, because you can meet crafty moves such as A takes B3 with rook takes rook. You're going nowhere.
I want to show that line because it relies on a very nice defensive resource that after pawn takes pawn, you indeed can win the rook back. Because after b2, it's not the rook that comes back to defend that pawn from promoting into a queen, but the knight has enough squares to do the job. So the a4 pawn indeed would get pinned after rook a1. And now you're putting a lot of pressure because you have ideas of the knight moving back, forcing the pawn to a3, and then jumping back with your knight, trying to win that pawn. So this might give white the chance to actually have an extra pawn in this endgame if Arjun was to rush with the break on a4.
Right, and he doesn't rush though. On the live board, you can see that he has played the move rook f8, awarded a question mark.
That's a bit of a mystery, right?
It is a mysterious rook move. And I think
Because
primarily it's just because it doesn't do anything.
It's such a strange square for the rook, right? It's behind its own pawns. I don't see a big break coming in anytime soon. You're allowing so many ideas. The white rook jumping onto d6 does look really scary because black has only one move. That's the king going to b7, but perhaps that one move is good enough to keep things under control. Also, a move like rook a1 would force black's hand to come back with his own rook to a8.
It certainly would. And I was just looking at whether white has any tactical possibilities based on the fact that the rook on a6 is undefended. But for now, there is no ideas such as b4, which is something that white and black will have to watch out for. Because if you're forced to capture on b4, then you've got ideas of just simply doing what Caruana did yesterday. Just give a check and then start pushing the c pawn.
I'm looking b4, a big idea, but you pointed out c5, and I think what Pragg wants to do is the king has to fall back to b7. Is he going to reroute his knight now to the center of the board? Sure, a5 is a weakness, but as is the c5 pawn as well. Knight c3, knight e4 is a maneuver that comes to mind here, also playing against the a4 break.
Tess, it looks really good, doesn't it? Getting a knight onto e4, targeting c4. And also, the rook is living its best life on d6. The big question is, can black drive white back? If you were to... He's gone for it, Tanya. He's found your plan.
And Yavanka, because you're the prophet, I'm going to ask you, after king c7, are we going to see knight b5, king b5, king b7?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, good to hear.
No, not in this one. Well, king c7. Actually, how are you going to meet that one? Because you just go rook to d2.
So what's wrong with knight e4 would be my first question, because I am attacking this. Ooh, am I getting my knight trapped? Let's take a look at this line. So I thought f5 I could take on c5. You take the rook. White captures the rook, and
And
the
you can take the
e5 pawn
rook.
is falling, and c5 is coming.
Nice. So f5 is not possible, but knight to
He still
e4.
has
But
a
you're not
name.
threatening. Yeah, so after knight to e4, which is really tempting now that you see that the complications work out after f5. So say you just move your rook backward,
Where to?
then you're just going to double up.
So you want to move the a6 rook, so you're threatening f5 is your idea. So
I don't
back.
like it. No, I don't like it, Tanya. I don't think black can play such passive chess because after doubling on the d line, the c pawn is going to be impossible to defend. So maybe you go on counterattack immediately with
a4.
a4.
I like that move. And it's not so clear because now suddenly there are a lot of tactics you have to be careful about. f5 could be a potential threat now with this a pawn eyeing b3. If you trade on a4, you've sort of neutralized black's big weakness. I think black would be happy to get this.
Yeah.
For Arjun, it would be a relief. So knight c3 on the board, Ivanka. So king c7 is what we're looking at.
Okay, instead, no king c7, rook a8.
Why no king c7? Do we have a refutation to it? Something, because I still feel king c7 is just, you want to drive that rook out,
Maybe
right?
rook
And get it.
d2. Maybe rook d2. And then, no, sorry, doubling.
So rook d1 perhaps? So that you've got rook a1.
No, I meant doubling. Rook a d2.
Doubling here. But don't you allow the idea of a4 at that moment?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that.
Let me show you what
the
happens.
pins.
Yeah.
Knight takes
Because
a4.
knight takes pawn. And then suddenly, even if you had knight takes knight, you have to be careful about checks on d7. So this could be very dangerous. This just doesn't work because earlier I thought I had this idea, but unfortunately, I get tricked.
But it's a nice idea regardless, Tanya. So it would almost have worked, right? And
Almost
okay,
works, but loses instead.
Yeah, but definitely but the thing is, the idea is very much in the air. So we have rook a8 from black, and again, Pragg thinking, how is he gonna react? Rook 82, given a question mark. That is the most natural move on the board.
And now
Other
can you
than
go
knight
a4?
e4. I think you're gonna have to.
So if
You're
pawn
gonna
takes
have
pawn,
to, Tanya. You're right. But if you take with a knight, I guess this is pretty scary.
it's very scary. So knight takes knight, pawn takes knight,
And then, of course,
rook takes pawn, and maybe it's just a check. Well, it's just a check as long as you don't step up here because then it's a checkmate.
Yeah, don't do that. don't play with my heart rate like that, Tanya. But yeah, absolutely.
I would also be very scared to play king b6 because it does look like you're walking into some mating nets. Oh, you actually end up losing your rook. Look at this. Just the dangers that exist in the position.
Yeah. And king a3.
Oh, king a3. I completely missed that there's king a3 actually. But you probably just take, go rook b5. And I think that should be winning, right?
Shut the king out. Yeah,
you shut the king out.
The king is shut out.
Incredible. So let's catch up with the live action. Rook d2 played. He didn't go for a4. It did look incredibly scary, especially under 4 minutes. He goes rook c8. So looking at 7th rank defense whenever there's a check on the d7 square. And this is what we have. Arjun aiming to get a4 in next.
Yeah, and I can understand why Arjun didn't want to go in for a4, because if he had to put his rook on the back rank, it would have been actually quite terrifying to calculate. So instead, black's pieces, they are huddled up in a group together. Now, this is just the definition of black curling into a ball. As Tanya's highlighted, the rook will block a check on d7 and also defends a pawn on c5. So yeah, really, really nice defensive technique there from Arjun. And I'm just seeing how much time they're on still. Move 35, Tanya.
And Pragg makes a move with under 2 minutes on the clock. He does come back. He shuffles with his rook to the left side. So he's trying to control the a4 break. If Arjun successfully pushes that a pawn and is able to trade one set of pawns on this side, it would be as close as he can get to an immediate draw. Pragg isn't making his life easy right now. He continues to put pressure. a4 now would just lose a pawn.
Yeah. And again, the question for Arjun, what to play next? Does he, if he goes king c7, there's always knight b5 check, as you highlighted. You can't go a4, you can't determine the pace of the game that way. How to wait in a constructive manner? I mean, perhaps rook c6, offer a trade. When in doubt, just exchange.
I like that move. You want to try to trade off pieces and you want to neutralize some of the pressure. We'll be very happy if black trades. If white was to trade. And you come back with your rook to d1. And the problem here, Jovanka, could be that suddenly white is threatening to get to the a5 pawn, and the way your rooks are placed, you might not be in time to defend those pawns.
There is no doubt about that. There is no way to defend it. So then you have to think about going a4 and giving up material, but this is all falling up really nicely in favor of white. Arjun.
How are the players feeling
Not
right
an easy
now?
choice.
No easy choice. And he comes back with his rook to f8. What is with the square? What does Arjun like about the square on f8? To me, it's just such an unnatural move, Jovanka. You asked me, what are your 3 candidate moves in this position, Tanya? Rook f8 would not be one of them.
I think he's just getting ready for a potential rook d7 check. He's got on his mind a4. And the whole idea is that the knight will eventually recapture material, either a fellow sibling on a4 or maybe even the pawn on c4. With the rook on f8, at least the f7 pawn is defended. That's the only rationale I can see behind it. And plus, he's put the rook before on that square, and Pragg actually went rook a d2, so it's also inviting a repetition.
Right. And 1.5 minutes. So he's just passing the ball to Pragg and saying, prove your advantage here. Yes, you've got the pressure on. Yes, I still haven't broken with a4. But what more are you going to do in this position? And it's perhaps not an easy question to answer. Now a minute on the clock. How do the players look? What is the read on them?
Well, Pragg looks very enthusiastic. But I was going to say one thing, Tanya, that Pragg can simply do is just assess whether a4 is a big threat. If it's not, then he can just simply wait, build up some time, get to the time control, and then he can take the decision as to how he's going to continue. But for Arjun, yeah, look at this. Rook a1 is now being threatened, as you highlighted. Arjun, again, having to play incredibly precisely. How to defend the a5 pawn.
It's not easy because now also if you were to think about doubling up yourself on the A line, suddenly white jumps in with the knight to e4. And there are so many ideas. Your c5 pawn is weak. The rook will march into d6, and maybe, I don't know if I have enough time to show it, but I think black's pawns are just falling apart in that case. And if you don't have the option to double up on the A line, rook a1 comes with a deadly idea of just winning a pawn. At some point, you'll have to throw in
really
a4.
clever.
Very clever.
This is really clever stuff by Praggnanandhaa, because look, he's going to double on A line. If black meets that with doubling on the A line as well, the knight coming to e4 attacks the c5 pawn. Also, the knight can move from there to either d6 or to g5, and that will be targeting 2 pawns. So this is going to win material. Excellent play by Pragg.
And Arjun, he senses the danger here because the normal move rook a6, it just runs into an immediate knight e4. And remember how the king came to c6, but now you give a check and then you pick up the pawn and suddenly the rook is badly placed on a6. Everything works out for white. He sort of tricked Arjun in a very similar position, but the small change and the small move order mix, and suddenly Arjun's about to be down a pawn. He has to adapt himself to that and find his counterplay. It has to be associated with an a4 break to destroy Pragg's pawn formation.
I think he's in desperate times, Tanya, and desperate
15
times call for
seconds.
desperate measures. Yes,
He's
he
got no
has to
time.
keep going.
4 moves to make. You got to make a move. He does go rook a7, probably a better square than a6 because in all those lines, the knight jumping onto c5 would have attacked that rook. So Arjun just plays a move. If white doubles up, he wants to get the rook to a8.
But Tanya, he can still go knight e4. It's impossible to defend the c5 pawn.
So knight e4, king c6 is his idea perhaps?
But then the rook comes down and gives a check, exactly as you highlighted.
King c7, rook d2,
And
it
then
all
the rook's
just
double.
feels, it
Yeah.
feels like it's falling apart for white, for black.
Totally. And, well, Pragg, not so much time, but they're on move 37. Oh,
And let's not forget, we have this endgame since pretty much the start of the game. So Pragg has played so slow and strategic in his concept of playing against Arjun's style, getting the queens off the board and just pushing in an endgame seems to be really paying off. He just kept that small, minute pressure, making sure that Arjun doesn't get the a4 break.
and Tanya, some more smart moves there from Praggnanandhaa, because there, now the knight can come to b5, attacking the rook, threatening knight to d6 check as well. No, Tanya, you called it. Black's position is going to fall apart.
He's reaching
In it
out, he's
comes.
about to play the board. And knight d6, and suddenly that f7 pawn the black rook was defending for so long is about to fall apart in the worst of scenarios, because once this pawn falls, it's not just this one. Everything gets weakened on the king side. You also have to deal with an e6 weakness. You have to deal with an 8-7 weakness once the knight comes back to g5.
Yeah, just remarkable play there from Praggnanandhaa. Some really subtle maneuvering, and he has outwitted Arjun. Now, Arjun is they're on move 4. They're going to make their 40th move, knight d6 check. The f7 pawn is going to fall. And Pragg, he knows this is excellent for him.
He knows he's done the tough part. He knows he's done the tough job. And I want to just talk about his game yesterday against Hari Krishna as well. In the end game, just the technique he showed, how slowly he kept the advantage going and then eventually outplayed Hari. And today he's done the same. It almost feels like in this endgame, somewhere he outclassed Arjun. Slowly and steadily, not letting him get out of this fix on the queen side. And now finally, he's going to grab an extremely valuable pawn, making more weaknesses for Arjun. And sure, Arjun meets time control. He's out of danger of getting flagged, but the position has fallen apart.
Yeah, Arjun really has not survived the time control phase. And it was just credit to Praggnanandhaa, who played perfect chess. Really good stuff. And yes, Arjun's seconds are ticking down, but it is a grim task ahead of him. All he can do is just wait for Pragg to come back and capture that pawn on f7 with the knight. Wow, Tanya. Wow. Pragg showing his class, and it's just been an incredible portion of the game, wouldn't you say?
Just amazing stuff here. Great strategic play by Pragg. And I think anyone watching, I would say go back and look at the way when he traded the queens very early on, and I'm trying to find the move on which it happened. Pawn takes pawn right out of the opening. On move 7, the queens got off the board. How he maneuvered and improved each and every piece of his, bringing his knight back, then going forward at the right time, trading the right set of minor pieces, putting pressure on the right squares, playing against Arjun's weak a-pawn, making sure Arjun doesn't get any break in. An absolute masterclass. And perhaps somewhere Arjun could have still defended because the position was in balance. But very often, Jovanka, it's only the computers who can continue playing precisely against incremental pressure. And the cracks eventually happen for humans.
Yeah, eventually the cracks, they start to happen, Tanya, as you say. Well, talking about cracks, well, this has been an incredibly exciting portion of this particular game to see Pragg just display his elite class. But I can tell you, cracks were left, right, and center in the challenges because 4 games have finished over there, and there have been all decisive results. Take a look at the bird's eye view in the challenges. We had Suleimani beat Divya. We also had Liu Miaoyu. She is just incredible. She beats Frederick Svana, and Nodirbek beats Vaishali, as we saw Lamy also beating his compatriot Benjamin Box. Still in play, it is Tanya, 11-year-old Faustino Oro. So would you have expected such a bloodbath?
And the bloodbath's about to continue. You said 4 decisive games. There are going to be 7 decisive games in the challenges today. Take a look at the action that's happening all around here. Faustino Oro, he's targeting all of black pawns on the king side. That white king is an absolute hero, accompanied with that strong pawn on d6. He's looking at getting the win in. Meanwhile, Nguyen versus Yakubayev. What is happening there? White has got 2 extra pawns, a beautiful knight on f5 as well. It just looks like an absolute decisive match there. I think we're looking at 7 decisive games, and we've got a result here as well, Jovanka.
Yeah, we do. I mean, there might have been decisive results aplenty in the challenges, but it is a peaceful day in the Masters as we get yet another draw between Leo Mendonça and Pentale Hari Krishna. Well, it was a very evenly balanced game. I just think that today the players woke up and were like, let's play perfect chess. Let's just keep things simple and even and play as accurately as possible. And hats off to them. It's a great result for Leon. He gets onto the scoreboard. Very important for him. But I have some news for you because pawns, they get zapped into space. Pawns serving you up a cup of coffee. No, chess.com don't do boring merch. So upgrade your closet and your home with t-shirts, mouse pads, clocks, and more. Visit go.chess.com/merch or use !merch in chat to shop. So after all that excitement that we just saw with that incredible moments there from Praggnanandhaa, we are going to catch our breath and go on a short break. And when we return, we are going to break down all of the reactions and the actions of the remaining games.
Does it bother you that I have more followers on Instagram than you?
Yes, it does.
So good, this show. This show is so good.
Have you ever been jealous of me?
I think when you qualify to the candidates, probably.
Yes, it does.
That's probably one. Yes, it's probably one.
You're close, so
yes,
I can understand.
For sure.
Do you think you would be a better influencer than a chess player?
Honestly, like it's so, for me, like being an influencer is so much less rewarding than being a chess player. I see it just as like a byproduct that might slightly help me in my chess, and that's why it's a thing.
probably true, but there are some other thoughts. He has some other thoughts around that, so maybe he have been thinking about it or something like that. There's more to his answer than he just replied.
Do you like look down upon influencers?
A little bit, yeah.
More than a little bit.
It's a logical consequence of my previous answer.
See how I trapped you
Yeah,
in that zone,
you
you
fully
know?
trapped me. Yeah, influencers hate me now. Please keep retweeting, guys. I love you. Hashtag love you all.
Do you think you will ever become world champion?
I think actually I might.
Yes.
Ambitious. Where do you get your optimism from?
I'm so happy. No, I'm so happy. You see, like the work I'm doing on myself is working. No, but I think like I'm a good player, honestly. I think I'm a good player. I'm not too impressed with the people at the top right now. Yeah, Gukesh will likely become world champion. I don't see him as someone much better than me, so I'm okay.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess and just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
And we are back with all the action that is in round 3 of Tata Steel Chess. And there you can see the playing hall. Once it was full, and now you can see not that many players remain. But I tell you something, in the Masters, there have been results aplenty. And Tanya, it has been a peaceful round.
A peaceful round, but the games have been rather exciting. I mean, Wegi's 3 pawn sacrifices on the queen side, trying to get to the king on the other side of the board, but in the end, that one ended in a draw as well against Vincent. We saw Gukesh versus Fabi ending in a draw after an exciting opening, but the other battles, I think they were pretty balanced and reached their natural conclusion. Now, the natural conclusion for the 2 games remaining, one on our top row and one on our bottom row, seems to be, in fact, a decisive result. Pragg pushing now in a heavy way. He's got the extra pawn. Arjun has a lot of weaknesses to deal with. We can see those 3 pawns, the e6, c5, a5, all will be under attack. White's knight targeting one of them very, very soon. And meanwhile, on the Nodirbek board as well, there has been a lot of changes there. White's marched with the king. The h-pawn is already a passer. What on earth is going on there?
Right, so when we last left it, we saw White come up with a very original, perhaps incorrect idea of running with the king from the king side to the queen side. Let's see how that fared. And we see Max Varmadan. He did have that terrible blunder where he just simply blundered a pawn. And well, Tanya, can we do an action replay of the moves that just passed?
Let's do it. And it was right around here that idea we saw happen on the board, the one that you were mentioning. Max starts with king to e2. He wants to rush to the queen side. Meanwhile, Nodirbek continues to improve the position of his pieces. White's king continues marching to the edge of the board. The rook comes into play. And now Max trying to break free with f4. He wants to get the f4 in to look for counterplay against the black king on the g file. In fact, he does it on the very next move. And after a trade, this is where we are. Is this another miss by Max? Because remember how he gave up the h3 pawn with tactics. And now at that moment, the knight on d2 was hanging. And now the rook on e1, loose pieces drop off. LPDO, that is a hanging rook. Rook takes pawn on the board. And that's a second extra pawn for Nodirbek.
Yes, that is a second extra pawn. Perhaps Max, I'm sure he saw this whole concept of rook takes d5. A player of his caliber understands that the rook is loose there on e1, and as Tanya's pointing out, yeah, you couldn't have captured the rook on a d5. But instead, maybe he was just feeling frustrated with his position. It's often said that blunders come in pairs, and that's just the psychological shock that you get once you make the big blunder, that you somehow can't quite focus and get back into the flow of things. For Max here, I suspect that he just wanted to mix things up, press that chaos button, and try to confuse Nodirbek in the ensuing mess.
Very possible. So he defends the e1 rook, forcing Nodirbek to defend his own rook on d5, because now pawn takes rook is a big threat on the board. And I think he's going to go all out on that chaos button, because as soon as the black rook moves away, let's say it moves all the way back to d8, I'm looking at ideas of just pushing the e pawn forward, opening up the bishop. And I don't know, Yavanka, what is the follow up here? But f5, e6 coming into play. And you're suddenly looking at creating havoc against the black king by hoovering away all the pawns in front of it.
Totally. I think that's exactly what he's got in his mind. So, he has ideas that at least the bishop on c2 is now with X-ray vision pointing at the pawn on g6. And don't forget the rook on a3. It is sleeping for now, but it can swing over and start targeting some weaknesses. I also maybe expecting that Max just doubles on the E line and tries to initiate chaos by just reinforcing the pawn advance of e5. Either way, he has to try something. He has to get that randomizer in.
It's very interesting and very instructive at the same time, because if you just keep sit in the position, Nodirbek will come at you. He's got that extra pawn. He will improve his pieces, and it's only delaying the inevitable. It's only continuing with the suffering. In this way, you often change the dynamics by even giving further sacrifices, but to change the nature of the game, because suddenly you'll be able to create some threats against Nodirbek's king, and he's got to be careful. He's got to watch out, because like you said, once the bishop opens up, a rook lines up on the G line, one of the pawn moves forward, there are going to be real threats to be answered for this king. Notice how the queen is beautifully set up for the target already.
Totally. And it's a technique that was covered in Australian Grandmaster David Smurden's excellent book, about swindling. And there he calls this thing window ledging. And his whole concept is basically referring to those scenes in the movies, when you got your back up against the wall, and then one of the people, they just get onto the window ledge and off they jump and they go onto the window ledge and they continue the fight there. And the whole point is that, yes, you might fall off, but the risk increases for your opponent as well. So there we see Nodirbek. He's such a cool customer. He knows when to play quickly. He knows when to take it slow, right? We saw him in the time trouble. He was relentless. He just kept making those moves instantaneously. Here, he's sensing that White could get active, and so he's taking the time out just to figure out where is the best place to put that rook. Is it to go d8, keep everything protected? Does he want to have some control over the king side? Maybe he can swing the rook over to h5. It looks a little bit offside there. What is your vibe of where the rook is going, Tanya?
I would be very tempted to keep it on the d file, but I'm not sure if d8 would be my move of choice because I'm also looking at the d7 square in case I need to line up the other rook and double up. But the problem with a move like rook d7 is that you have to be really careful about the e5 break because e5, e6 comes in with that much force as well. So it's not very easy to understand where the rook should retreat to. Rook h5 was not on my radar. I will say that it was not an idea that I thought of, but you mention it, and it does make a lot of sense because it keeps the rook closer to the black king. It keeps the pawns defended. I would intuitively go back. I feel either to d8 or to d7, one of these two squares.
I'm on the same wavelength as you. I would be hesitant to put my rook on h5 because it does feel like it's a bit of a bystander to the rest of the black army. But I hadn't thought about rook to d7, but it makes a lot of sense as well. Again, just doubling up. I've been watching a lot of Super Grandmaster games, and you know, Tanya, they always overprotect every single piece, and they take great joy in doing it. So I guess I would probably go rook to d8, just because I'm trying to copy.
Yeah, I mean, rook d8 makes a lot of sense. I'm looking at the piece twiddling that's going on. That is also some super grandmaster level rotation of that bishop. If Boris Gelfand was the champion of piece rotation, I think Nodirbek is catching up. Some incredible speed there. He keeps it down and plays your move, Yavanka. Rook h5 on the board. So he wants to keep the rook closer to those pawns to keep them defended. And now is it time for Max to strike, to really open up and go completely wild with e5?
He has to do something. The question is when to do it. For me, I'm a builder at heart, so I would be looking at, yeah, you guessed it, rook e3, maybe king moves over to b1 just to get itself one square further away to what is perceived safety, and then I would strike with e5. Because looking at the position, like, what is black's point of progress? I know black is 2 pawns up, but the c7 pawn is more or less irrelevant. It's contained by b5. And let's face it, black is not going to be advancing anytime soon their kingside pawns. The knight on f7 will be targeted by an e5 if it moves to d6. So it's not entirely clear what black's plan is.
That's a very good point. For example, your preparatory move with rook e3, because after this move, if you're able to get the e5 move in, that comes in with that much power. And that gives black just one move to try to find a way to stop it, and it's not easy. Because at first I thought knight e6 puts a lot of pressure on f4, but it only invites the move f5, and then who's who there? Who's pushing?
Yeah. Yeah, who's who? And okay, the black king seems relatively safe on g7, but as white, I would be feeling a little bit more hopeful.
I believe it's between these two moves. You know, e5, it requires a lot of calculation, and maybe we can have a look at that if it actually works out. Or the more cautious rook e3, just preparing, right? Threat is stronger than the execution. You keep it in the air, and it's not easy to understand what is the next useful move that Nodirbek has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's have a look at the direct e5.
Oh, it's not the best, but it's maybe not too bad either.
No, but it's okay. It still means it's still very complicated. So how should black respond? So the first vibe that I get is what happens if we look at the capture? F takes e5.
So if white was to capture with the pawn, are you going to be brave enough to take it back? Let's see what happens. Because I'm also very tempted with your idea of doubling up on the e file, but I want to see the more direct line first. Let's capture with the pawn. What goes on here?
Mm-hmm. And you can. can you get away with again? We're just analyzing, so let's get away with it. What happens after knight takes? I don't
That's
think you
like a
can do it
million
because
pins
of
on the
doubling.
board, right? There's a
I
pin
know,
on the E
exactly.
file, there's a pin on the diagonal, so now I'm definitely doubling down.
I know, but there are some greedy people amongst us, and they're thinking, well, surely the knight can jump back from c5, defend its sibling, and all is well in the world with 3 pawns up. But I agree with you, the pin is mightier than the sword in this particular case, and I wouldn't touch this one with a barge pole.
Although the bar does approve of it, and it looks like black keeps the material advantage, but from a human perspective, it's just terrifying to go into this line with the pin. This is the ultimate pin against the king and the second most ultimate pin against the queen. So it would be surprising to see this game progress in this way. E5, he still hasn't taken the decision, but we were looking at this. So if you can't recapture with your knight, I mean, you can do it, but it's not the most tempting option. I have a big threat. E6 check is coming in.
Yeah. And there are 2 ways to handle that one. You can step back with your knight, blockade the pawn. You can also just move the king away from the eye line of the queen on b2. So let's have a look at what happens if you blockade. Yeah, not so easy. Not such an easy position for white. It's the pawn on e5 really just jams up the play and activity that the rook on e1 has. So it looks like knight to e6 is a great response to the pawn advance. But Tanya, we were also looking at being very nuanced by following through with e5 with not after pawn takes pawn, just doubling on the e line.
And then you just put pressure on e5.
Yep.
And it's not so clear how black is sidestepping all these ideas.
Well, there are some checks in the air, right? So you can go e4.
You can't go e4 because of the pin.
No, you can't go e4. Yes, my bad. And okay. But you have...
You could sidestep the pin and then go e4. So let's say you go king to h7. And after pawn takes pawn, this is very complex. And I think Max has done a great job of creating his chances and his counterplay after being down a pawn for nothing. He sacrificed his second pawn, and sure, the computer, which is always very greedy, the engine, it grabs and plays the best moves and is able to defend and convert. But from a human perspective, it's not that easy to be precise when you're under pressure. And look at the shift in Nodirbek's body language, right? It's head and hands. He's calculating all these lines as Max thinks about his next move. Both players considering the move e5, or do you first double up on the e line? But Ivanka, Max needs to make a decision quickly.
He does need to make a decision because there is a serious time imbalance there going on. Nodirbek with over 1 hour, Max with just over 20 minutes. And Max needs to find a way to initiate chaos to make the path to victory for Nodirbek a lot less smoother. And Nodirbek, you are right, Tanya. He is bringing his A game right now because he knows that if he makes some mistakes, that could throw away his chances for victory. Shall we take a pause in this game as we wait for Max to come to decision as to whether to push the e-pawn or to double up on the e-line and revisit our other game in progress, which is...
I was just going to say, before we move to the Pragg board, what is your prediction? Is Max going to go all out with e5 here immediately and take the tactics and the complications head on, or will he have the more cautious approach of first doubling up, putting the rook on the right line, and only then striking with e5? Rook e3 or e5, Ivanka?
You know what? I think he might surprise us all, and he might go for something that you mentioned, which is f5. At the right time. I think I didn't even think about that just now, just to mobilize the knight. But between e5 and rook e3, I think he's going to build. Keep the tension lingering that little bit longer. Build and keep e5 in the air for as long as possible so that Nodirbek has to waste some time on calculation.
All right, we'll find out what approach he has. And you wanted to take us to the other game where Pragg is pushing up a pawn with the white pieces.
Yes. Let's head there and see what happened. We left it. And Pragg had just played exceptionally well to just eke out a material advantage. It's well worth playing through. The way that Pragg just moved his rook up the board, moved it down, targeted those weaknesses and maximized his pieces. And when we left it, well, he had actually secured some investments because he picked up the f7 pawn. And what did Arjun play? Knight to d7. Yep.
Both players rerouted their knights to better pastures, to greener pastures, and now offering a knight trade. And that's an interesting decision because that shows confidence by Pragg that the rook pawn ending with the double rooks, him putting pressure, he feels it's enough of an advantage to push for a win. And Arjun concedes, he keeps the knights on the board. So knight retreats to f6. And now the decision is again for Pragg to make, right? Whether he wants to advance the e pawn or take it slower, improve the position of his king, and only then start expanding on the king side. As white, you want to keep the pressure on the a pawn, but one weakness is not enough. You will have to create a passer on the right side of the board, on the king side. You have to combine these two elements to be able to break through.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I think he's going to be doing. It's very tempting for me to go e4 because I've said this time and time again. I have a strong preference for doing that. But like you say, the golden principle in games is actually you should hurry, but don't rush. It's very important that you take your time, involve all of your pieces. So I love this idea of if you're stepping forward with a pawn, you back that up with a king. The king is going to improve itself to a better position. And then slowly, you can see space on the king side. You've got ideas of h3, g4. If you don't want to play e4, that's fine. But you've got ideas of king f2, king f3, and the king will snake its way up and support g4, g5. And the two rooks, well, the two sets of rooks rather, they are just caught in a standstill. The white rooks attacking a5, black rooks defending.
The only thing that I would be wanting to calculate after a move like king f2 is the tricky knight check, knight g4. And that knight then targets the h2 pawn, and if your king sidesteps towards the h2 pawn, it kind of jumps on to e3. Maybe it doesn't land anywhere, but still allowing the knight to e3 and potentially to d4 might give black some hope in this position.
Everything needs to be calculated. I completely agree with you. You don't just play king f2 and don't have an answer to knight to g4. You must always back up your moves with some solid calculation. Remember, you got to do the prep.
You got to do the prep, and only then can you execute it correctly. So still, Pragg needs to be a little careful of how he decides to expand his queen side and his king side in this position. He's done everything right so far. I think it's a good approach to take it slowly. Maybe you could also throw in a move like h3 and then your idea of king f2, because I do like the concept of bringing your king along with the pawns forward.
Yes, it's definitely something that you can actually play. If you want to be lazy and not calculate, I agree with you. h3, king f2 sometimes is unnecessary calculate. And I like what you said earlier on, how you've got to be practical. And if you have short on time, you just simply play h3. h3, no need to think about any checks. And you're also threatening g4. And then you can back it up with king f2, etc., etc. So I definitely approve of that little pawn move. And Tanya, just to say that if Arjun loses this, he will really be thinking about his past experience at the Tata Steel Masters. You know, when he made his debut in the Masters, it was not a good experience for him, and he didn't win a game in that particular event. He did, of course, do fantastically well in the challenges one year, but and there we have a move. Did he played your move, Tanya, or is that no? Pragg, he didn't play your move.
He played your move, king to f2, so he's calculated his way through and isn't afraid of allowing knight g4 check.
Yeah. And there we also saw 11-year-old Faustino Oro playing in the challenges come to observe the game. I mean, that must be, Tanya, such an incredible experience. You're 11 years old and you find yourself in the same arena as the world's best players.
I think that's the absolute beauty of Tata Steel, right? You've got all these, all the big names, the big stars, the creme de la creme of the chess world playing in the Masters. And then you've got the upcoming talent, the rising stars, the aspirations of the challengers wanting to make it to that A group, to the Masters group. And like you said, they're on the same stage. They're all playing that together. And it is incredibly inspiring to play alongside them, you know, apart from the fact that you can walk around, watch their games. It's this feeling that you're there, you're knocking on the door. You know, you've almost arrived at this big stage. So for the challengers, it is a big deal. We've seen the young talents there, the women players as well in the mix, really trying to establish their mark amongst the very best. And the aim is to make it to the Masters the next year by winning the challenges. You spoke about Arjun. That's exactly how he got to the Masters. He had this incredible run, right? 10 and a half out of 13 points in the 22 Tata Steel challenges. He ran away with it. It was one of the most dominating performances that we've seen in the challenges at Wijk. And then the next year, when he went on to play in the Masters, it wasn't his tournament at all. He failed to win a game, had a string of losses, draws, and a very forgettable tournament. But knowing Arjun, he's the kind of player who wants to bounce back and prove himself where he failed to do so previously. So for him, yes, it's not gone his way so far, but he doesn't lose heart. And I know he's going to try in the upcoming rounds to strike back. By the way, the check has arrived on the board. And I will say that King F2, we saw the eval bar say that it was absolutely fine and nothing to worry about. But look at Pragg. He's ready to make his move. He's calculated his response. He sidesteps with the king, keeps it connected to the h2 pawn. And my question was, what does he want after knight e3? But Yovi, the deeper we look, the whole maneuver works out for white, right? Because now you step up with the king and you've taken away the g4 square. Arjun will be forced to retreat with the knight to f5. And once he does that, you take away the other square. And you're pushing g4 next, driving the black knight back. So Pragg has calculated his way forward.
Yeah, but watch Arjun. He's making some fast moves. He decides, you know what? The best thing to do is make use of the fact that the knight is on g4 and push forward with a pawn on e5. Something, actually, that if Pragg had followed your advice and just played h3, that option would have automatically become unavailable. So there are some pitfalls to calculating excessively. But okay, let's be objective about it. How dangerous is e5?
Well, it at least forces white to think, right? This is the first active move that Arjun's made in a very long time. He's forcing a decision, and it's not only to break the center or create weaknesses. Suddenly the rook from a6 can swing over to the other side of the board, find a good square, and start targeting the pawns on the king's side. Arjun's playing fast this position because he also knows his best shot is to get Pragg into time trouble, because that's when conversion becomes really difficult. So he wants to try to create pressure on the clock. He's going to fight this out till the end.
Yeah, definitely. Arjun is not one for giving up. Yeah, but can we dive in to the consequences of e5? Because you have a little move highlighted, and I'm actually curious to know what will be the response should white just simply go, I'm not afraid, h3.
h3 was the first move that came to my mind as well. And I think black has to get aggressive, come in with a check to e3, And now after king f3, what you're hoping for is perhaps to land the knight on the d4 square. And it still gives white a big advantage, right? Even a move like e3, just keep everything super solid. Or maybe not.
I love e3. That's well, no, with e3 is the kind of move. I know the evaluation bar sunk down a little bit, but it controls the square of the knight. It dominates its cycle. So what I'm sure the engine is probably thinking that you grab the pawn. I'm so sure that it's
As it
saying,
often
grab
does.
the pawn. Yes.
Give it back.
And check. And now you can just slide over with your king to e3. You control and protect your assets. And then, oh no, not king e3. And maybe you can step back
to f2,
g2,
perhaps.
Tanya.
To g2, you lose the e2 pawn, I thought. I thought king g2, can you not take on e2? Oh, you have knight e4.
Yeah.
Let's show that knight. Knight takes pawn, and now suddenly you jump in with your knight, and there's a
Yes.
double attack. Very tricky, Ivanka.
Yes.
Very nice.
Exactly what I wanted.
So e5 and h3 is the brutally cold move that you want to make right now. Invite the black knight in, but you're just saying you have everything under control.
Yep. And if the knight steps back, so after h3, because one of the things about knights is they love to be supported by pawns. Yeah, okay. And then here, you can't even go knight to d7 and win the e5 pawn because knight f3. The white knight is just beautifully placed.
Also, the knight came from d7 all the way to g4. It really doesn't look like the active plan to get it back all the way to d7 to try for counterplay. So I don't think this is what is on Arjun's mind. e5, if h3 was to happen, most likely we'll see a check and him trying to create some play either by taking the pawn or falling with the knight to the d4 square. But right now, Pragg, he's shaking quite a bit on his chair, by the way, and he's about to make a move. He's reaching the 20-minute mark, and this is the final time control, so there's no additional time after this.
Nope, no additional time, but the players are getting a 30-second time bonus per move. So what you see on the clock isn't necessarily speaking the truth. Tanya, just a general question. Are you in favor of increments per move, or do you think that the time control should be pretty fixed? No added
I was
time.
about to ask you the exact same question, but you beat me to it, Jovanka. And I'm going to say that I actually really like not having the increment, especially till a certain part of the stage, the way it was during the World Championship. But I think even the candidates had the same time format where they didn't have increment from move one. I just think it brings in a really strong sportive aspect to the game where time management also becomes a big skill. And for the best in the world, they get to show how they manage their time to the best of their ability. And if you're not able to do that, then we often see absolute turnarounds in those critical moments. So I really enjoy, I think as a commentator, a chess fan, as a chess player, perhaps having that increment, it's a safety net. But I think it brings in a very strong, well, not only just an entertainment aspect, but just making it more difficult, right, for the players, because the clock truly becomes a 17th piece if you don't have the increment.
I agree completely. I think it's actually rather confusing, and it spoils the narrative of the game to have this increment all the time because, as a commentator and as a fan, I watch the clock ticking down. I'm like, down to 1 second, and I'm like, will I make it? And then suddenly the clock resets and it's 30 seconds. And maybe after a flurry of moves, the players find themselves with 2 minutes. But you've had this whole situation where your heart has been right there in your mouth. And I feel that kind of, it's a bit weird, right? That you've been on tenterhooks and then suddenly you're not anymore. And the game can kind of continue like that. As a player, I love the increment. I prefer it. But I prefer to see chess as a sport. And the good old days, it used to be no increment, and we all handled things pretty maturely. And I know a lot of people complain that the pieces start flying. I think it's just lack of practice, to be honest. We're forgetting the basics, because do you remember how it was? Is like when you had less than 2 minutes on the clock, you sped up like an insane speed demon. It was like, because you knew that was it. That was all you had to do.
I don't remember a lot playing without increment. I think ever since I started playing professionally, there's always been increment. But I really do believe that, and I really do feel that the ability to gain time on the clock and keep adding that up and building on it takes away from a very important chess player skill, which is time management, which is your ability to control time. And sure, if you come under time pressure by move 40, that's on you because you didn't handle it better. And it makes it more exciting. It makes it more entertaining. It puts more pressure on the players. And I think sports is meant to be difficult for the players. You are expected, especially the world's best, to really show their absolute class in high pressure situation. And by allowing this 30-second increment, you're taking away a very big pressure factor off the score.
Totally agree with you there, Tanya. You are preaching to the choir, and well, we didn't see H3 from
I wonder
Praggnanandhaa.
what we didn't. I wonder what chat feels about increment, because I would love to see more tournaments being played where, at least for the first 40 moves or so, they don't have the 30-second, and perhaps after a certain number of moves, just to make sure that if somebody's completely winning, they don't get flagged. They've done all the hard work, so you get rewarded with just about extra time to make the most of it. That would be my ideal scenario for classical chess, but I'd love to hear from the chat what they think about increment.
I just think we need some clever inventors just to come up with a board where the pieces don't fly off. I think that's the only problem, because
like a magnetic thing.
When you're left with, it's like I don't know, something, but that's the only problem I have with no increments, that at some point it is a free-for-all and illegal moves get made, and I don't think that's necessarily fair. But other than that, like you say, it's just you have to be smart with your clock handling. You can't just like think away your time and then complain that it's all chaotic and the time control is bad. No. Be disciplined.
Jovanka, as a commentator, and I would never want this as a player when I'm playing, like you said, you want your safety net, you want your time around. But as a commentator, I would love to see, in fact, someday a format where the players are put under pressure every move. You have a limited amount of time to make every single move. So you're tested at each of the points. So I'm very extreme on this whole increment situation.
No, but Tanya, I have when I was in London, I grew up playing a variant called lightning chess, or buzzer chess, and the whole concept is that a buzzer would go off either 10 seconds or 20 seconds, and you have to make the move when the buzzer sounds.
Love it.
It does it. You can't do it before. You can't do it afterwards.
On the
And
buzzer.
it was brilliant. Yeah, on the buzzer. You have to make the move. You don't make the move, you lose.
Wow.
and this variant was just absolutely incredible, because I can tell you the pressure was real, because you know it's coming and you can't find your move, and and it's enough to actually, it's enough time so that you can physically make the move without knocking out over all your pieces. So I thought that this is definitely something that we need to see tournaments of, because it's fun.
It is a lot of fun when you add the clock element. And I think both of us agree on this, that, and maybe a lot of you in chat as well, that it just makes it so much more of that sport angle of chess comes in. You have to take care of everything. Your time management is as important as your position management. It just makes things exciting. How many times have we seen those turnarounds happen by move 40, right? And but we're getting different answers here. My favorite is to play 5+0, but I believe classical deserves increment. By the way, I'm a huge classical chess fan. I think classical chess continues to deliver. We've seen it do it time and time again, and I love it. I'm just not a huge fan of the increment from move 1 and adding up that time. So we can, it's going to be interesting to see, because I think different variants are being tried on. Different time formats are being tried, and where this leads to. But I'm just happy that we get the conversation started.
Me too. And when it comes to classical chess, I am also a big fan. But one of the problems that I see is that chess has been, to some extent, some openings and some variations, they've been worked out. And when you get these elite level events, sometimes it's just, yeah,
Sorry.
I've done that too. Yes.
Sorry, but I just noticed that we do have a decision on the other board. By the way, E5 has been played. So I'm just
Okay.
gonna, please finish your thought, and I'm just gonna
Let's-
bring up that board. And we'll
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
just
yeah,
switch to Max
absolutely.
versus Nodirbek. But finish what you were
Yeah,
saying,
let's.
please.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of the issues I have with classical chess is that the elite players are so good and they have prepared so hard that it doesn't feel like they can be surprised. So sometimes you might have a situation where you get a lot of moves of theory and innovation, and then the player looks up and says, okay, well, this is the solution. I've worked this out at home, and the game ends in a draw. And that's perfect chess, but it's not exciting. And we want things like this that you are providing us with, Tanya. Look, E5 has been played, and we just want that skirmish. We want a slugfest.
And while our audience has spoken, increment in classical chess after 40 moves was our poll, and this is what you guys had to say. 67% agree with that, to have increment after move 40, and 33% are fine with having increment after move 1. I'm a fan of the 67%. I think I belong in that, and I think Yovi, you do as well. And like you said, it's become so much about opening preparation as well, and this is something that was one of the reasons why Magnus felt that he was done with the World Championship cycle, because it just felt so much about preparation and sort of the home, what you've cooked at home rather than what you end up playing on the board as well, which is why now he's also such a big fan of freestyle chess, and there's this whole Grand Slam, the whole tour that's starting. So exciting times ahead, and exciting times ahead in this position that we've got, Ivanka, because E5 is on the board.
It is on the board, and now we can do our deep dive. So we were actually just following the rules of calculation, which is your checks, your captures, and your threats, and there are no checks. So therefore, you do your captures. So captures, pawn takes pawn, and wow, that is the top engine suggestion. That's the only move? Yes, it is absolutely the only move.
So white has a huge threat, right? You can't make a non-move. For example, let's just play something. A move like rook h3 would just run into pawn takes pawn, which comes in with a check. And the problem is that the rook on e8 is suddenly hanging. Queen takes pawn, you trade once, and you end up winning that rook on e8. Which is why black has to counter this threat of pawn takes pawn. I don't see another way to really do it. With the rook on e8 hanging, you could move the rook away, but it just doesn't feel right to make a move like that, because what are you threatening? White also has ideas of pushing the e6, the e pawn further, rook jumping onto e3. Pawn takes pawn feels, well, the blue arrow points it out, but it also feels like the most natural move in this position, Ivanka.
Yeah, totally. It's our first instincts, and I think that we should investigate some more. So here we were looking at pawn takes pawn, or the rook just swinging over to e3 just to apply more pressure. Let's have a look at again. Let's follow those rules of calculation and deal with the captures first.
The only capture, you could take with the knight, but maybe I had to take with the knight, but it just felt like pawn takes pawn needs to be looked into first.
Mm-hmm. And now here,
That's
as
fine.
you mentioned, huge threat.
Just really quick,
E6.
knight takes pawn is possible, but it's not great. It's not great. Black can also go queen to f6 and line up against the white queen. You could also trade on e5, and things become a lot easier for black in this position. So as white down a material, you want to keep as many pieces and as much pressure as possible. And here you were talking about knight to e6.
Yeah, just a big fan of preventing the white pawn from advancing even further. So how is white going to build in this particular position?
Let's go rook g1. I'm threatening the g6 pawn.
Okay. And obviously, there's a lot of pressure against that point. So you either need to advance your pawn, which is not on my radar, or you block it with a knight. Knight to g5.
I'm guessing the F knight because your knight on e6 looks very pretty already. Knight g5
Yes,
looks like a
I
really
should.
strong response. Yeah, I love it. And suddenly everything's under control. This knight on e6 does a beautiful job. If white trades, black takes back with the rook to ease off the pressure. And suddenly we can also see ideas of the black queen getting activated from either the c5 or the b4 square.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do have a move from Max Varmadam. He decided not to capture on e5. Instead, his response was to increase the pressure, just double the rooks. But the problem here, though, is there a threat? Is white actually planning to play knight takes e5? Because if white were to capture f takes e5, then black always has in their pocket knight e6 and setting up the blockade.
The point is that if black goes knight e6 in a rush, then white will have the option to capture with the knight. So let's take a look at that. If you do fall back with your knight on e6, actually f5 suddenly comes on my radar as well, because this looks, I don't know if it works or not, but I'm disconnecting the rook to the black pawn. I'm opening up the g file, and actually the bar does approve. f5 does seem to be the move, and suddenly it's everything to play for. You can just feel it, right, Ivanka? You're opening up the G line. Suddenly the E5 pawn falls. The queen's about to open up. The bishop beautifully placed. Not easy to respond as black here. So after rook E3, you don't have the option to retreat immediately. What are your candidate moves as black here?
Well, this was what I was thinking is how much of a threat is knight takes e5 for white?
But what's the move? Because it depends. If you move the knight, then I think it's a big threat. For example, you move the knight anywhere, knight takes pawn comes in.
Mm-hmm. And no, it was something that I was trying to establish is, does white have a threat in this position? Just kind of like a little bit negative thinking. But if it were white to play, pawn takes e5 will be met by knight to e6. We've established that is a nice response. So if white is not threatening knight takes e5, you can leave the knight on f7 and you kind of have a free move, so to speak, where you don't have to do anything critical. You don't have to come up with a knee-jerk reaction such as e4. E4 would, oh no, you can't do e4. There's a pin, there's a queen on b2.
You'd love to do e4, and I know why you want to always make this move, because it's really something that keeps things under control. And if you have the opportunity, it's really something you want to play, because you want to trade off pieces, you want to get rid of this bishop on c2, block it off, but unfortunately, it can't be played at this point. Also, Ivanka, I'm just wondering, how much of a threat is bishop takes pawn? Because you said if white has a free move, right? And it got me thinking. Bishop takes pawn. Let's just imagine this as white to play. Bishop takes pawn, king takes bishop, and I want to go check with my queen and then line up on the g file. Is that something that black needs to be careful about?
Okay, so let's make a dud move. Let's go king h7.
So your point is, if pawn takes pawn, you want to go knight e6, and let's check what happens after bishop takes pawn.
Okay, king takes bishop.
King takes bishop, and I wanted to just give a check. And if king
And
h7,
now,
can I go rook to
yes,
g1?
you
You have
can
queen
go rook to g1.
f6. You defend everything with this move, though. So the whole idea doesn't work. I thought there's no defend to g6 and g7.
But wait 1 second, Tanya, because the evaluation bar really kind of evened out. So instead of rook to g1,
there's something else here.
Yes. And I'm wondering, could you... So you got the opportunity to come up with a queen to g4, because the rook on h5 is not well placed.
Oh wow, you don't have a square.
Do we have?
You don't have a square for the rook.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. The rook on h5 is trapped. That's incredible. Everything's under control. And there's no that can defend this rook on h5.
That's a hidden. That's very much a hidden resource there for Max. Okay, so let's rewind.
That's actually a beautiful move. I mean, queen g4, you see the rook is attacked, but you don't understand that it's trapped there. The idea as a bishop takes pawn for me revolved around the attack on the g line, but suddenly black's rook falls off. Stunning stuff. So let's back up a little bit. King h7. Bishop takes pawn, king takes bishop, queen check. And you've got this. So there's something here for black. It's got to be knight g5.
It has to be knight g5.
But that's so dangerous, right? You're looking at ideas like knight takes pawn, pawn takes knight. How comfortable are you walking into this position as black if you can't see the evaluation bar?
Exceedingly uncomfortable, right? Because you stop at knight g5, knight takes e5, as you mentioned.
It comes in with a check. And then you're capturing on g5 as well. This starts to look a bit scary and unstable for the black king.
And still there's an issue with the rook on h5.
There are lots of issues in this position. Very fascinating. And have they made a decision yet? So rook e3 on the board. So maybe bishop takes pawn is really something in this position that's in the air. That's set up by Nodirbek.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that Nodirbek will have to factor in his calculations. That bishop takes g6 could be a possibility. What about, so if black is afraid and black sees this, remember it's not a guarantee that black will see this. Until you mentioned that sacrifice, it wasn't even on my radar.
And also, Ivanka, I want to highlight that bishop takes pawn will only be in Max's thinking territory if he spots the idea of trapping the rook on h5, which is a tough spot. You know, we had to get to that position to figure this plan out. But he'd have to do it before he gives up the bishop. And that makes it that much more complicated.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not easy to visualize the complications in your mind because it's one thing, as you say, doing it online over the board, but thinking about absolutely everything. The White King is also exposed, but Nodirbek should be on high alert here. And let's say he sees this. Okay, so he's made a move.
Oh, and it's an inaccuracy. And that just shows how rich the position is. I just want to again remind everyone that Max, from after blundering his pawn, has really managed to find a way to complicate matters here. You know, by giving up another pawn, he's changed the dynamics of the position completely. Knight d7 on the board, and the computer doesn't approve.
It doesn't approve, but the big question is, why not?
One point is that after bishop takes pawn, now the idea doesn't work because anytime you get your queen to g4, there's knight f6 that keeps everything defended, right? So I don't believe bishop takes pawn works anymore because black brings the other knight to the defense.
Okay, I agree with that assessment.
Let's check it though. So bishop takes pawn, king takes bishop, and indeed after queen g2 check, I believe king h7 should be the move, and it is. And now the idea that was working, just to point it out, you've got knight f6 that defends the rook, and also there's queen c5. You've just opened up ideas on the left side of the board.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunately not possible for the reasons you highlighted, but the rules of consequence tell us, okay, we should capture on e5 or maybe even queen c3.
Well, let's look at e5 because it feels like a more direct option for white here. And Ivanka, this reminds me of a position that we had in our analysis earlier on, where I was talking about all these spins all along the board, but you said knight to d7 and it keeps everything defended. So we had arrived at this position, but from a different move order.
Yeah, that's right. I suddenly remembered that. And it was very much along the lines of, yeah, you shouldn't be capturing on e5. And somehow Max has tricked Nodirbek into going into this variation. Yeah, okay, so first up, everything is defended. So how is White going to increase the position, the pressure rather?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask that question. Because it's the kind of position which you just want to say looks beautiful for white, there are pins all over, there's too much pressure, and this shouldn't be fine. This shouldn't be the way for black to go forward. But now if you have to find a move, everything becomes that much more complicated.
Yeah, but maybe it's not easy for black to actually move. Maybe you have this eternal standstill on the e5 point.
Yavanka, can
Black
white
is not going to be
actually...
able to untangle.
I also really like the idea of, in fact, continuing the initiative with the move rook g1. So computer, of course, immediately disregards it. It's not a great idea, but I thought that the g6 pawn is very tender. Rook takes pawn is a massive threat, as is bishop takes pawn.
Yeah. I guess
maybe it's
you
queen
can...
c5.
This rook takes... Well, this is fascinating. This rook takes g6, and then...
Whoa.
The rook... Everything is hanging, and it's most important that the rook on e3 is hanging with check.
Where do you move with the king? It's still one more decision. We see the bar says this is fine, but I think king to f8, no checks here. Rook is hanging on e3, rook is hanging on g6, and the complications work out in black's favor here. A wild line.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was a very calm move there, Tanya. Queen to c5. Well, things just got interesting as we are expecting Max Varmadan. He just has over 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock to actually capture on e5 and just initiate Operation Pin. But Tanya, guess what? All of the games have finished in the challenges. Let's have a look at what happened. And no,
oh wow,
there is not a graphics error. White did win all of their games. And so we see that 11-year-old Faustino Oro, well, he got off to a start as he defeated Irina Bulmaga. And for me, it is also Liu Miaoyi, and she won against Frederick Svana and Van Wyn, beating the world junior champion. It was a fiery day of chess for the white pieces, Tanya.
Incredible stuff, and very impressive by the 14-year-old Chinese youngster Liu Miaoyi, who is now leading. She's in a share lead with 2.5 points, along with Wan Nguyen and Erwin Lamy. So a complete bloodbath in the challengers with 7 decisive white victories, a totally different narrative from the action that we've seen in the Masters so far today.
Yeah, it was a lot more tranquil in the Masters with so far 5 draws, but 2 games remaining, and we are anticipating that they might finish in a decisive manner. But we are going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it is going to be all about the endgame as we reach the final moments of the 2025 Tata Steel Chess Tournament for round 3.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Spain.
Because I have the best memories there. So. No, not that, but
what
general,
is that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
After general, like, I have
punishment
good
for winning.
results. So.
Okay. You have any favorite countries to play?
Greece is one of my
You like Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM now. Like I've got good result and also love the place.
Good. And Pragg, what's your favorite country to play?
Like I said, room, like, country doesn't matter, just the playing venues matters.
Yeah, the hotel and the venue.
Okay, with the correct room temperature.
What is your best game, and the most memorable one, and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Wijk Aan Zee and my game with Lothier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Beal, my game with Caruana in Wijk Aan Zee 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
and then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
That's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Pragg. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be like.
That was a classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting and he goes and then he turns around, comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that. Okay, let's not talk about that.
You know, in this video, they will be doing. This
What was that game,
comparison,
Gukesh? What was the position? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts?
You start.
We are the same team. What is?
Yeah.
You start.
It's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait, I'll start. I just got
2 minutes ago they were fighting. They made me draw lots around and now they're saying.
I can start.
Guess under.
Okay, very
I could
good.
have done like this, but okay, so this is easier.
We are back with round 3 of Tata Steel Masters, and there you can see on our screens just 2 games remaining. And well, it has been a really tranquil day. As you can see, the whole fast emptying out, barely anyone there. And just to think, Tanya, a few hours ago, it was buzzing with people. But for now, all eyes are on our 2 games that are outstanding. Maybe we bring up the bird's eye view, and sure enough, there it is. Tanya, take a look at the last game remaining on the bottom row, Pragg against Arjun, and the evaluation bar is saying it is one-way traffic for white.
For Lone Rangers remaining at the De Morian Hall of the Tata Steel at Wijk, and the 2 of them in front of us. Pragg, who's done everything right in his game so far. He's up 2 pawns. He keeps everything defended as well. We've got this position on the board. Arjun trying to create something, but look at the way Arjun's rook now is stuck on the h2 square. Pretty much no way home. One little trick. You don't want to take this pawn on g5. That would allow a check. But even if it allows that check, Yovi, white can still capture on e3, rook takes knight, and even that would be a close to winning game with all of black's pawns falling apart. It just feels like the kind of position that Pragg can go any way, and the result will be the same. There are no bad moves. He could capture on g5, he could capture on a5, he could simply also wait with putting the king on g3, allowing a check, and then even coming back. That as well doesn't spoil anything.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is completely all in white's favor. But forgive me, I was once upon a time quite interested in retrograde puzzles, and I'm kind of curious, how did the rook get there on h2? So maybe we can go back a few moves and see how the play developed when we last saw it.
Well, we left it last around the time when Black's knight did jump in, and we saw this e5 break. Arjun trying to create some counterplay. We saw a trade. The black rook lands on the e file. Pragg snaps up the c5 pawn. Arjun is just giving up pawns to get some more play for his pieces, to get the open lines for the rooks, to try to create some tricks in the position. But it has just resulted in him being down 2 pawns. h3, the knight can jump over, give checks, not just the knight, but the rook as well. But there are no dangerous discoveries in the position. And Ivanka, to answer your question, this is how the rook landed up on h2. I think in one word to answer that question, desperation. Got it there.
Desperation got it there, and soon it found itself trapped as Pragg just simply put the knight there on f2 and locked it out of the game. And Arjun, well, he is being tricky, right? g5, you cannot capture that pawn on g5. Don't do that, because there will be a check on f8. And I say that, and I think, actually, it's possible because the knight is hanging on e3. But would you do it? Would you capture on g5?
I missed it the first time around as well. I thought pawn takes pawn is not possible at all, but the knight on e3 does hang, and I think that position as well is winning with all these extra pawns that white will land up in after the trades. But I do believe the more tempting option could just be simply to snap up the a5 pawn instead with the rook, and then you're threatening a lot of checks on the board. It feels like a healthier pawn. I don't see how black is actually creating play. Even if after rook takes pawn, you were to take on f4, it really doesn't create any threats in the position. White can continue checking the black king and start pushing the c and the b pawn. So Pragg can take on g5, he can take on a5. No bad moves here. I think he's about to reach out for the a5 pawn.
It looks like he's heading in that direction. Of the two, I would say that rook takes a5 is the most pragmatic because there's zero risk involved. Whereas you can see a universe where after f takes g5, maybe the black knight moves out of the way, gives itself up, and then there are some checks on f8, and the play continues. This way, as you highlighted, g takes f4, and the white king is completely safe there on f3.
Well, you can't say Praggnanandhaa without saying Pragg. So pragmatic, Praggnanandhaa, it all goes along the way, and rook takes pawn was his move of choice, and pawn takes pawn on the board. I'm expecting some checks to land in, activate the other rook as well. Ivanka, I think this part of the game is going to be pretty easy for Pragg, and it's not the most impressive part. I think for me, this entire game, just the way how it started from a balanced endgame, how Pragg had the tiniest of advantages, just the tiniest of pulls, better placed pieces, one more weakness to attack, and how he made the most of it was really top class display of technique.
Yeah, totally. You can read this game like a storybook. You can basically just have a picture of the opening where Pragg just had a very small advantage, and it was all based on black's weak a7 pawn and c6 pawn. And then you can kind of fast forward onto the middle game, and then you go into time trouble, and then now you're going into the end game. This is the grand finale where the white rooks are going to be doing the business, as you mentioned. But it's so instructive how he maneuvered his pieces, how he outwitted Arjun, who is like one of the world's best players. He's insanely good. And Pragg
came into the
just showed his class.
Absolutely. Arjun came into the Tata Steel as the world number 4. And what a year he's had in 2024. Now, the Tata Steel Masters, and we spoke about this earlier as well, he's been winless in Wijk Aan Zee since his last win when he played in the Challengers. In 23, he didn't get a single win in. 24, he didn't play Tata Steel. And he's back here. First 2 rounds, he hasn't had a win. And this one, it's not gone his way either. So for Arjun, it's been not a great start. He is a fighter. He's going to try to come back, get some points in, but the nightmare of Wijk continues for him.
Yeah, and Wijk, I've heard for chess players, is very much like a Marmite event. Marmite in the sense you either love it or you hate it, because it is played in this beautiful but cold, picturesque Dutch village, and it's on the coast, and it's a village. and it's very insular. You've been there, Tanya. Can you tell us more about what it's like? What are the days like? I mean, is there a lot of things to do in the place?
The last time I went there was 2011. So I played in 10 and in 11, and I played in the C group. That time there was the Masters Challenges in C, and then there used to be the Open as is played right now. The tournament itself is incredible. It's organized so beautifully. The tournament hall, like we're seeing, it used to be just as inspiring as it is right now to play there. By the way, Pragg is just doing everything clinically here. The knight has jumped in. It just almost feels as if the Black King is about to get checkmated at the center of the board. You could also just give checks and win the f4 pawn. It's an absolute nightmare. But like you said, it's a small village and things shut quickly in the evening. So for the players as well to get their dinners in, this used to be on the mind when you're playing a long game. And there's this one Italian restaurant everyone wants to go to. It used to be my favorite. I think it's still there. By the way, the checks continue. The king's going to be driven. It's just over. You go 95, it's just checkmate.
Yes. Wow. And a deserving end there for Pragg, finishing the game on a near checkmate. Wow. As you see the speed and confidence with which he delivered that sequence of moves. And Praggnanandhaa, well, he is doing great stuff so far. He's moving on to 2.5 out of 3, taking the lead, Tanya.
Yeah, and maybe he'll just be in time to make it to the Italian restaurant for some good dinner, the chicken winner dinner. And Rook D7, what a beautiful finish to a very technical game. One that started strategically, advanced in a positional manner, a sort of an outclassing in an endgame, and ends with a checkmate on the board with the Black King at the center and all of White's army just surrounding it. But once again, as soon as the game is over, we know these two, they are very good friends. I'm sure they're going to get that dinner, that meal together right after this as they continue to discuss the different possibilities of the game. But Arjun was on the back foot from the very start.
Yes, and we asked the question at the front of the show. We asked, will someone pull away from the pack? And the answer is absolutely. Praggnanandhaa, as he moves to 2.5 out of 3 and takes the sole lead. But one game remaining, and we can see that there on the camera between Max Varmadan and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Let's have a look at how that game developed, because when we left it, it looked like Max might be escaping from his troubles.
Well, we left it right here. And for now, Pragg has pulled away from the pack, but it might be a party of 2 at the top as Nodirbek, he's still trying to push for that win. After knight d7, Max did find the correct capture on e5. And as we had predicted, the knight jumps in, takes back on e5. A lot of pins on the board, but for now, enough pieces are defending that central pawn. And look at this move by Max. It was something that we hadn't looked at. He's just aiming at sacrificing on the d7 square, one of the key defenders of that black knight on e5. After the knight moves away, not allowing any such sacrifices. A really nice maneuver, playing for the win, as now the knight on e5 gets defended from... Well, he could come back, but that just allows a repetition. I just wonder if he wants to defend it from the g4 square instead.
This is... Well, as you can see also there, Max playing some accurate moves. So let's have a look at what happens if he defends it from the g4 square, because if he defends from d7, we're going to see a repetition. There's no doubt about it, because of these potential threats against the 2 knights.
And the bishop rotation is on in full force right now by Nodirbek. He's the kind of player who wants to just push till the very end, right? He wants to squeeze every single bit out of the game. And in this one, I will go strongly, Jovanka, that we're not going to see a repetition. I will be absolutely shocked if Nodirbek does come back up. How many pawns is that? He's up 3 pawns in the position, by the way. Just to do the math.
Yeah,
2 extra pawns on the king side and 1 on the queen side.
Yeah, but he's in a pin. And as we know, pins are deadly. So he has to untangle his pieces from that. But we really have to dive into this really complicated position. First up, we have to understand what happens if knight to d7. We saw Max play rook to d1, but why is rook to d1 such a good move? Why does it maintain the balance? Let's answer that question.
Well, there's a big threat on the board, right? You want to take on d7 and then capture on e5. So how are you handling that?
So the big thing is you capture on e5 with a rook. So rook takes d7. So say black plays. So say you make a dud move. Just so we can put it out what the threat is.
It's hard to come up with a dud move here. Help me.
Okay, so you just move the rook. No, I can't move the rook. Okay, so c5. The c5 is a dud move. This is a terrible move on every single level, but it's just so that we can show. Yeah, I know,
Okay.
but that's
Well,
not the
let's say
point.
c5. But you mean
Then
that, okay,
rook
here
takes.
we've got the unpassant, but rook d7, does that work? Is that, ooh. Oh, it's not possible
No.
because you've got a back rank issue. Knight takes knight, and suddenly there's rook h1. And there's
Yes.
checkmate on the first rank. So you don't have time to take on e5.
And you don't have time to take on e5 with the rook either. Okay.
Oh, we've got moves coming in. So
Yeah.
what?
Let's keep up. Let's
He
keep up
did go
with the
back,
game
by
then.
the way. He's gone rook d1, and now is Nodirbek just going to pass the ball? Well, he can't play c5, so how is he actually doing it? What if you sidestep the pin? What if you just go king h7? Because if rook d7 is not a threat, then you might as well get out of the way.
Yeah. Okay, let's try it. King h7. It's always a good idea to untangle from the pin, and
we saw
there's
rook
no
takes
threat
knight
from black.
doesn't work.
Nope, because of back rank issues. But okay, you can have that in your pocket. Move your king. King b1. I mean, there's really nothing to do.
All right. And so anytime black comes back with the knight to f6, you're going to double down on the e file and force the black knight to go back. Look at Nodirbek. He's trying to, he knows that there should be something. He's up 3 pawns, but he's not able to detangle himself from all these pins.
Yes. Tanya, there's so many fantastic things. So you go queen to g7, just say.
All right.
And
what about
now
rook takes knight
do we
now?
have rook takes knight now? Because knight takes rook is impossible because of rook takes rook.
And I think after queen takes rook, you can just capture on e5 because your move king b1, it's created a luft, right? So rook h1 is not a checkmate anymore. You just hide.
Okay.
Okay, and we've got moves. He's gone king h7. He's gone for it. So no draw by Nodirbek. He wants to keep the game going. He's ambitious. He's up 3 pawns. And he knows that he's playing on Max's clock as well.
Totally. And Henry Flower just sums it up perfectly. Black basically can't improve. And that is the situation because the rook on e8 is loose. And this rook on h5, which was an amazing piece for helping prevent e5, well, it's completely offside. Queen c3. Now, why is this such a bad move? And the engine is indicating that black can play knight to f6.
And the point is, Jovanka, after knight f6, now white doesn't have time to double up on the e file because the black knight jumps to d5 with a fork against the white queen and the white rook. So knight f6 puts a lot of pressure. If you can't play rook e1, how are you continuing? It also defends the c7 pawn.
Yeah. And you get ready to play knight to g4. And you're starting the operation unravel. Knight to d5. Yeah, this is exactly what he needed. Does it not work?
Well, the bar doesn't approve. Rook takes knight? Maybe it is rook takes knight. Is it rook takes knight? No, but then you take the rook and then you give a check on e3. And you win the queen or the knight If you go back queen b2,
Mhm.
there's queen takes knight.
Yes, beautiful.
Incredible stuff. So knight f6 is the best move, but what do you want after rook e1? Maybe it's knight g4.
Okay, let's try it.
Okay, knight f6, rook e1, and now you have to defend this piece. You jump in,
Mm-hmm.
and for some reason, this
And
queen on c3 is badly placed.
interesting, but it doesn't appear obvious to the human eye, like why the queen on b2
I think
is
just
better than the queen on c3.
Yavanka, I think it's just a waste of move by white because now after a move like rook e4, black's got time to simply unpin all of it. He moved the king away from g7 to h7. Now the queen moves away from the e file as well. Pressure on the f3 knight. You don't have the tactics of taking on g4. If you take on e5, there are checks in f4, so that line doesn't work either. By the way, Nodirbek does what Nodirbek keeps doing. He does find the best move in the position, and we've got knight f6 on the board. Pressure on Max. And 2 minutes to solve his problems.
2 minutes, and I'm just kind of curious. Okay, I was curious to see why king b1 was so much better than queen c3, but we'll figure that one out later. And there, knight to f6, with the
Yavanka, I
idea
think
of
the
just
reason for
simply...
that... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on, Tanya. No,
I just
go
want
on.
to tell
Please
you
enlighten me.
the difference with king b1 was in all those lines, the black queen from f7 would have come to f4 with a check in those positions that we saw earlier on. So, for example, if rook e1 here, let's see if we can get the move in, knight g4, and after a move like rook e4, suddenly queen f7, all the tactics work in your favor because taking on e5 gets you nowhere. You can capture on e5, and eventually you'll have queen f4 check to recapture, which is why the square b1 was so important.
Yes, and there were also variations where the queen came out to a3 to do a check to the white king, and that would no longer be possible. But yeah, knight to f6, and Nodirbek, he is turning it around. Max Varmadan under a minute. But
45 seconds
Tanya,
now, and the problem is you just can't solve these issues that you've got. You're down 3 pawns. You are relying on tactics and tricks in the position. One by one, the king stepping away, the knight on f6 defends the e8 rook. One move away. Now knight d5 can jump in, and that's the fork. That was the idea. Rook g1, it's relying on a move like bishop takes pawn. What happens after knight d5, which our computer is marking as the best move in the position? Bishop takes pawn, and you simply step back with the king. Will Nodirbek find this? And you win big material.
he will win material. Can you show us why? What happens after the queen just moves, say, to d4?
Queen d4, and you just pick up the rook. And there's
Yeah.
a queen a3 check, an idea that you pointed out. So white doesn't have time to capture. This has to be checkmate. If this isn't checkmate, I don't know what is.
I don't know what is. I completely agree with you. And goes to show just how necessary that small king move was needed, just to tuck the king into safety. And wow, rook to g1 can be met by the very cool knight to d5. Now, is knight to d5 the only move, Tanya?
It is. Our computer's pointing out the blue arrow has appeared. Every other move except knight d5 loses the advantage. He reaches out and he finds it. He's so precise. He's so good in these moments, Nodirbek.
Yeah, he's relentless and ruthless, and is, of course, an excellent calculator. And there we see bishop takes g6. Tanya, we are going to go down that variation that you highlighted. And now the king will calmly step backwards, not reacting to the check whatsoever.
Watch him play it. Watch him play it. Because this move, it's also You pause here, you calculate, you realize it's really the only way to go. If the knight captures the bishop, the rook wins the queen with a check. If you move anywhere on the g file, the bishop captures with a check. So it's got to be king h8 through the process of elimination. If Nodirbek spotted knight d5, he's got to have seen king to h8. And you can see the
Absolutely, because
determination in him.
yeah, I completely agree. It is the only move for Nodirbek. Anything else, he is going to lose a rook with check, or he's going to be losing his queen. So the only move available to him is to step back with the king. He's just trying to control his excitement. But what a great game there from Nodirbek. You know, from finding that incredible tactic to net himself a pawn and then just reacting in a really beautiful manner. Okay, there was one chance for Max to save the day, but ultimately it was a very complicated position. And like you say to you, Tanya, humans, they crack. They cannot withstand the pressure.
And even when Max managed to create muddy waters, Nodirbek kept his calm. He kept his cool. You know, he kept the game going. He kept his defenses. He captured on e5. He walked into those pins, and that shows nerves of steel. And I think it's Magnus who said this about Nodirbek, right? Amongst the younger generation, he's the one with the strongest killer instinct, and you can see it. His aura, his demeanor when he sits on the board, how he leans forward, his death stares that we've seen him give. He's mentioned it himself. He was at the Tata Steel Chess India, and he said he loved playing against his Indian colleagues because he knew exactly where to strike against them. And he's always ready for that fight. And look at him. You know he senses the win here. He knows he's done what had to be.
He knows he's moving in for the kill, Tanya. He smells blood, absolutely. And he said it himself. He is here to win. And the lesson that he learned from previous years was he is not going to be in a tiebreak for first place. He wants it all alone.
2021 World Rapid Champion. He's the world, currently ranked world number 6. And for Nodirbek, what a game this has been with the black pieces. Taking his chances, taking risks, not at all playing, having any cautious, solid approach to the position. Starting from the opening, this idea of putting the bishop on c6, forcing white to make some uncomfortable decisions, is beautifully played out. Excellent chess by Nodirbek. He's gone king h8, he of course finds it.
Of course, as one would expect from a player of his caliber and well, Max, not much time on the clock.
You
And
could
it's
have
a
an hour in
terrible
this
decision to
position.
make.
It wouldn't help you.
Yeah, and it's not enough. Unfortunately, that is the case. The Central Knights, they are just too dangerous. They are getting ready to just pounce on the White King. And let's not forget that the king standing on c1 is very vulnerable to checks from the queen on a3 and also just the rook on e3, which is about to fall.
And I don't
You
really
have
see
to
a way
move.
because if you move the queen to b2, you're allowing a c5 check after knight e3. If you move the queen to d4
Yeah.
after knight takes rook, you're allowing a check on a3. He does go queen to d4, and now Nodirbek expecting him to just capture on e3 and jump in with the queen. You look at the guy and you feel like he's calculated all the way through to checkmate.
It's quite the scene, quite the impression that Nodirbek makes, the way that he looks towards his opponent's king, and you feel the excitement in the air. He is on the verge of winning this game, and if he does that, it will be, as Tanya says, a party of two at the top as he joins Praggnanandhaa in the lead. He's had a tremendous start, Tanya, to this event. First game, he was very much putting pressure on Pragg. You know, he should have won that game. But some slip-ups, and it ended in a draw. Yesterday, he was so impressive against Leon Mendonça. And today, also equally good.
Superb stuff. And I think it's this demeanor, this body language, this presence that Nodirbek has that is different from his from his generation. I haven't seen this kind of sort of confidence, this kind of feel of going in for the kill by the others. Sometimes it backfires because you can feel the tension in him. He doesn't feel as relaxed in certain moments. But for the most part, it's so difficult to deal with it as an opponent, because Nodirbek has that presence that he's coming in for it. He's coming in for the king, and he is going to do it. Bishop takes rook on the board right now. Queen a3, also marked by our blue arrow, is the best move, and it's the only move in the position that keeps the advantage. Everything else will neutralize the pressure, but it's not a tough one to find. It's also, according to you, Jovanka, checks, captures, and threats. It's a check that's screaming to be given.
It is absolutely asking to be played. And again, I'm going to quote you, Tanya. If there is no checkmate here, I don't know when there will be. I mean, you have a queen and knight surrounding the white king, and they are the magic duo. They work so effectively together because they control all the squares on the board. They're able to work on dark squares, white squares, and I'm expecting now some more checks.
Well, the only thing that's working in Max's favor is that the knight on e5 is still pinned to the king on h8. And Nodirbek, he does respond. He keeps all the threats on the board, so he's trying to get rid of that pinned knight. He wants the queen to move away, because then the black knight can jump to f3 or to c4, and then that will definitely be checkmate. But Jovanka, can white... I mean, I see the bar, so it doesn't work. I was looking at knight takes knight, knight takes queen, knight f7 check, because the black king doesn't have too many squares himself. You've got to go to h7, and I think you just survive. Bishop g6, king g7.
Well, there's also the unfortunate matter that the queen on a3 can give a check on a2 and cover the f7 square.
Oh, that's brutal.
If needed.
So you just throw in a check and then take it.
Yeah. And, well, Nodirbek, he realizes that everyone should be involved in the attack. And now the problem is, where is the queen going to step back to? She cannot offer herself up for trade because Max is simply a lot of material down. She has to keep an eye on the knight on e5. She also has to prevent the rook from delivering a check on d8. There is no way the white king wants the big guys, the king, the queen, and the rook surrounding it. So it is such a difficult position, and we have a handshake. It is a win for Nodirbek, and he moves on to 2.5 points out of 3, and now moves into the joint lead alongside Praggnanandhaa. Tanya, what a display there from the Uzbek.
Absolute power performance there, and a fine game from start to finish. It started as a positional battle, trying to provoke white into fixing the center, eventually finding his counterplay, and then striking with a tactic on that h3 pawn, playing it to perfection after that, and eventually just going down for the kill on that white king. And Max never really got his chances. He had that one single door of opportunity, but it still wasn't enough. This was a masterclass by Nodirbek, and he does this so many times. We've seen him play this kind of chess. Take it head on, take these battles, walk into this, and look at him. He's pleased not only with the result, but I think with the way he did it today.
He's absolutely thrilled to bits. It's not often one is leading the first Super Grand Master Tournament of the year, and let's take a look at today's results. And there you see, it was a calm day. There were 5 draws, but boy, those victories were impressive. Praggnanandhaa outclassing Arjun Erigaisi in a beautiful endgame, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, well, he won a pawn early on against Max Varmdon and then put on a powerhouse of a performance. And, well, that leads us on to the standings, because the standings, Tanya, there were 2 victories, and guess what? Those 2 victors, they are at the top of the table, 2.5 points out of 3. Still very much early days, because tomorrow, of course, we do have some fantastic chess lined up ahead for us. And Tanya, what did you make of today's play?
Just fantastic stuff, right? And we've got three players breathing down their necks as well. We've got Pragg and Nodirbek at the top, but we also saw Fabi right there and two other players with 2 points. We had 5 decisive games and it felt like a slow day, but the 2 games that we got, the decisive games that we got, very different styles. We had Pragg converting a masterful endgame against Arjun, really showing classy technique. And then we had Nodirbek with his precision in the middle game. He combined positional chess with tactical ideas. Also in the Pragg game, eventually checkmating Arjun's king at the center of the board. So really thrilling action there. We had 7 decisive white victories in the challenges. We were not spoiled for action, even in the games that ended in a draw. I'm still thinking about Wei's masterpiece. That was an absolutely crazy battle that he had as well. And tomorrow, it's going to be the defending champion Wei taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Yes, and well, Tanya, wait for it, because here are the pairings for round 4. And once again, we have some incredible matchups here. Tanya, I'm going to ask you, which one takes your fancy?
Well, all of them are super juicy. That's exactly what we expect from Tata Steel. Every single round is going to be a thriller. But look at that. At the top, we've got Fabiano Caruana against Anish Giri. 2 good friends, 2 stalwarts of the game. It's a clash of the titans. I think that's going to be a very, very exciting battle. Then we've got Nodirbek against Wei. Both very tactical, aggressive players. That's going to be fireworks from the start. And also Praggnanandhaa, the other leader, takes on his Indian compatriot, Leon Mendonça. For Pragg, can he keep his winning streak going? And things are heating up in Wijk, even as the weather gets chilly, Jovanka.
Yes, exactly. As the players get rock and rolling, we get to enjoy the action. And for those of you living in different parts of the world, we have it sorted for you, because take a look at this. Of course, the action begins Central European time, 2 p.m. But in New York, you can wake up, have your breakfast, enjoy the chess. And in Beijing, again, it's all there for the late night owls as the play begins at 9 p.m. And if you're in India, 6:30 p.m., which is a perfect time to enjoy chess with your dinner. Wow. What a day of chess, Tanya. It was absolutely wonderful. I'm going to give you the floor. What were your final thoughts on the day?
Well, I loved it. I loved calling the action with you. We had these incredible moments over the chessboard, exciting battles. Once again, it's such a joy and privilege to call the action when it comes to tournaments such as the Tata Steel. We've got the very best in the world fighting it out with the biggest talents, the biggest prodigies who very well have arrived at that world stage. We've got the world champion playing. We've got the world number 2 fighting it out. Their game ended in a draw, but it was also a very exciting battle. I still wish that had gone on for a little bit longer, but it wasn't to be. But we got a lot of action on the other games. Jovanka, it was awesome being here with you. Front row tickets to all this exciting chess, and I look forward to round 4 coming up tomorrow.
Yes, Tanya, I couldn't have asked for a better day and a better co-commentator. So thank you very much. And I'd like to thank everyone at home for joining in and watching. Tomorrow, join us as once more we are going to be catching those brilliant moves and that spectacular chess. Thank you all for watching. Good night.